Greetings, and welcome to year number 2. And here we are in the village, getting us our start again, and taking what we learned from the first year, and moving on to the second year and really expanding the village. That's going to be the goal. So, I'm glad to have you here. Get ourselves a slow but sure start here, and get the season rolling. Alright, what we accomplished in the last year is getting our entire setup for rye going. We have 2 orchards, and well, 3 orchards counting the hops, and room to expand both of them. I'll have to check, make sure we have all of our fertilizers set here. Nice. And of course, we can't be carrying this around. Oops, we just ended up with too much to carry. And I've been running on this rule set of having to play on a more realistic setting and asking to have a little more realism in what we do and limitations on how much character can do. I'm going to make a little guide to what rule sets I've decided to do with this in case people are interested in playing with a similar rule set on your side of things. I'm just trying to make some rules that make sense and some point spreads that actually work. So it's kind of like you can choose, oh that was terrible. So you can choose exactly what abilities you get, and then they upgrade over time. Obviously, it'd be nice to have that happen, and have you be able to have your character evolve as we go. But I'm trying to make sense out of that rule set, and try to say like, well, here's why we would do this. We have quite the bounty here, and this was the goal, was to get rye set. Of course, finding the sickle was really convenient, lucky for us. Pretty chilly here in the early part of spring. Get ourselves started. We'll get a bit of the field going. It's going to be hard not to be excited for Rasamir to want to have the harvest happen early, since this has been what all of that hard work was for. We're going to start on this, and then it's onward for things. Things I've noticed in the videos is that when I do the deep breathing, I have my microphone set up so that it automatically cuts out at certain volume levels, and it turns out that some of those volume levels are the breathing in. So I'm trying to do an example of the breathing in, but I've noticed that you can't actually hear it, and then only sometimes you can hear part of the breath. So I'm going to work on how I can enable and disable that particular gate for my noise. The only problem with that, of course, is that it gets rid of, it helps a lot because it gets rid of background noises. So that's something I'm going to look into and improve. Otherwise, I'm glad to have you here. I hope that you have something either nice and warm or cold to drink. You're comfortable. I've got the robe and I'm ready for this playthrough here. I'm ready for things with coffee in hand. Nice warm coffee in the morning here. And ready to start our day here. And, you know, just wherever you're at, I hope that you're okay and that you're in a space where this moment can just be a moment where we can share together and relax. So with that, let's take deep breaths and just get ourselves ready for this day. With a deep breath in, and then out. And deep breath in, filling up all the way into the depths of your belly. And out, releasing everything that's bothering you, letting your body completely relax as you let out this breath. And then deep breath in. And out, releasing everything and just letting yourself be and be in a relaxed state. Alright. Well, with year 1 down and a number of things ready, time to start getting things going. And I got a little ahead of myself. Was talking too much and not focusing. So it's time to get that fertilizer going. Also gotta be hungry at this point in time, so we're gonna have to get out there and catch fish. It's gonna be perfect now that it's springtime. It's time to get back in the lake, catch some of those perch, have a shore lunch again. Been missing out on that since our winter time. A little too cold in the water to be just standing in there fishing. Alright. Now with that, we have plenty of exactly what we need, which is we have Plenty of fertilizer to go. We might need a pinch more as we go through this, but that's okay. We can get more as we go. Now, probably should check on how much rye we got here, and we'll finish up harvesting. Well, maybe that marks a good time to take a break. I need some stones anyway. We got plenty of time. We have plenty of day ahead of us. It's time to test out this spear that I found. Oh, how about that? Bring the stones with us to the lakeside. Bring the stones there. We'll craft ourselves up that sickle. Maybe a couple while we're there. And then I can come back here and gather up the rye. And this is going to mark exactly what we need. This is great. So everybody else has been struggling. Meanwhile, I have a bounty of rye ahead of me. This should do us well. I think that this is going to be our way that we can break into things here. They're going to appreciate having somebody who can actually grow these things. They'll see that I've got some skill. I think that that's going to get word to travel. That there's a lot of work that can be done in this new village. And that anybody who's looking for work and doesn't have a place to call their own just yet, that this could be exactly what they need. There we are. Huh, well, I tell you what, this fishing spear seems to be doing a decent job. Glad for that. Huh, I haven't actually had the quality of a fishing spear before. We'll have to look into how this was made. This seems to be doing quite a good job. That was a longer throw than I'm used to doing. It seemed to be quite successful. It's a good... seems to be nice. It's got a lot of different prongs. Ooh, that's... well... patience, of course. Somewhere near it. There we go. Okay. I'll find this darn thing. Oh, ooh, nice. There's lily pads out here. It's a pretty lake. And a beautiful morning. Spring is a wonderful time of year. This is the time of rebirth, starting again. Made it through winter. First year surviving the winter. That is no small feat. Happy for this. It isn't... things don't feel like they're far behind. Home doesn't feel like completely away from me, but it does feel like I'm getting a little further away from the things that I've seen. Wow, that was rough. Now this is going to be a challenge, finding this spear out here. I'll have to do a little swimming. Okay. It's okay. I can get these things. They're just being... they're more keen to things right now, I think. There we are. You know, one of the best things about this spear, it's got those nice prongs on the front, a little more wide of a grip. Easier to bite into them when I'm not exactly sure if my throw is going to be that good. But also, it seems to hold its shape better. Nice. Those wooden spears I've been crafting. I mean, I clearly was not paying full attention when I was told how to make those things. I mean, it's really just make a pointy stick, and kind of, you know, just take your wood and shape it, and just make it a pointed stick and toss it. There's got to be something else to this that I'm missing. Got to be something more I could do. And I did, you know, Theobald did give me that stone spear, and that was a decent weapon. I don't know as I consider that impressive, or something that I want to be hunting with. Seems to me that if I'm going to do that, I'm better off sticking with my bow and arrow. But it could be nice to maybe find somebody who can teach me some more skills on how to make a better equipment. And you know, I think that this fishing spot probably could supply us with a portion of our food here. Seems to be plentiful fish here. And doesn't seem to be anything else that's taking and trying to get out of our fish population. But we should be good for quite a while here. There we are. We'll get just a couple more so that we can head into town. And we gotta find a gift for Milady. It would only be proper for me to get her something nice. And who knows, maybe now I can actually afford it. Would be nice to get all this rye in so they can send it to the malt house, start curing it so it can be ready for the brewing season. I'll be curious how much I can make on this. There we are. Nice. Okay, it's time to get up here. That's a good start. Make sure our Wisent aren't... Oh, there it is. Okay. That's okay. I need to warm myself in the sun a bit. We can be over here. Certainly don't need it to be frustrated about my spot here. Alright. Nothing quite like having shore breakfast. Start of a nice day. And let's see here. Oh, Unigos told me that I'd have to pay taxes on any land I used. Well, I guess we'll have to find out how much he expects that I owe. I certainly hope it doesn't eat into all of what we just gained. Now, in the rule set, what I'm going to say is that it's, I'm going to say that in our rule set, since I'm a farmer and since I took the core of this is that my main ability is farming, I'm going with Racemir's background of being a farmer, obviously. I'm going to say that that means he can make flour, and that is just a skill that would be obvious to him. And, oh, my bad. I meant to say that we were making a sickle by the waterside. Well, we might as well make the sickle anywhere. And I'm going to say that because of that, we could craft things into flour. I'm going to choose not to do that, and I know that that's going to cost me money, since it would make me, I believe, more cash if I was to sell my rye as flour, rather than selling my rye as just rye seed itself. But for the RP aspect of this, I'm going to say that we're selling the rye because we want to sell it so it can be malted, and that would be because of the whole... Debrina was mentioning that this was all for making their brews. So if they were going to make brews, and if they were going to use this to make beer, you wouldn't use flour to make beer. You'd need rye grain. So I'm going to say that we have to keep the rye grains as rye grains, which is going to throw us off a little bit. We're not going to make huge amounts of money, but we don't have to be in a hurry here. I'm kind of curious just how our pacing goes anyway with... Oh, these things are garbage. With how much... with how long it takes us to get from our basic items to more advanced things through getting our money. Because right now, using the flour route would get us money quicker, and that would advance us faster. So this is going to definitely keep our pace a little more gradual, which I think is a huge part of this playthrough, is about being chill, relaxed, and just getting into the RP aspect. So that's a lot of my why. So as you watch, I've definitely done playthroughs where I try to go quick with things and min-max, although I'm not the expert of min-maxing. I enjoy it, but I don't know as I'm the best at it, but I do enjoy it, and I have fun doing either type of playthrough. But this has been nice because going a little slower with things, being more relaxed, is nice. And I do kind of like the RP rule set, and the idea that it can't just be all the cool stuff. And I'm still working on how things are going to play in with the herbalist and with potions, because in one of the rule sets you could start out as an herbalist, right? I mean, that would make sense. So then, unfortunately, the trick is that as an herbalist, you do have access to a lot of those like magic effects in the game, where you have these potions that can straight up heal you instantly, which is like, well, if we're talking RP and immersion sense, that's not really the best way to go, although it's part of the game mechanics, so there's no reason not to. So there may be a way to try to get that to feel more legitimate, or maybe more connected in this game. I'm kind of curious. Still working on that. Alright, with this day, I really want to find that carpenter. I wonder where he wandered to. I was told that he was, I was told he was a young man. Somebody else told me he was an old man. Somebody else told me he was a middle-aged man. And nobody knows his name, but he's the carpenter, apparently. And I guess he comes from a village. Maybe it's across the borders is why they're so confused. He seemed to imply that he was from... Oh, I didn't even notice I'm overloaded. My fault. There we go. They said he was from... Maybe he's from across the border, and they're just confused because they don't recognize him. And that's, I don't know. Maybe he just looks older to some people. Not sure, but I need to find him. At least someone who's got some skill in it. Maybe Unigast has a clue. And, oh my. Perfect. Alright, get out of here. Alright, well, thinking about this crow. There's got to be something in my trap over here, right? Oh, of course. The one thing is, the rabbits are consistent in their foolishness. We'll keep setting this trap here. It seems like they like this area, and they certainly like the bait I'm putting in there. Alright. The crows are starting to catch on, unfortunately. I have been thinking about it, and I think I might as well just make myself that scarecrow. I think we might as well. Alright, let's see here. I think it's time to hang up the tools. We won't need these stone sickles anymore. Hang those up in a moment. And I think it's time for us to process things down. Alright. Now I'm overloaded, but I'm standing stationary, so I'll say that that's an okay moment. And threshing, this was another one of those pieces of the puzzle where I thought, threshing is, I mean, something that as we play the game, we're kind of like, oh, this is obvious that that's how you do it. But only a person who's done it before would be efficient at it, right? Would have any high quality ability to make this happen quickly, effectively, and with any kind of grain. So I'm figuring in part of the rule set, I'm looking at threshing as one of those like key skills where if it's not the main character, then obviously the person has the skill. We're good to go. Villagers can do all the things they can do all the things. That's the point of having the villagers. They can take care of the things you can't. But as a main character, just having limitations on how much you get to get away with, or we get to get away with in our playthroughs. I also thought that composting would be a really convenient kind of like, this is a thing that is a limitation for our character. Ooh. Oh, crows. It is not the intention of this weapon. Get out of here. Okay, fine. Clearly not the right weapon for the job. I wonder if I can hang this thing up here. I need a shelf there. Oh, I need a shelf. I need a few things. Alright, I've got some roasted fish. Let's see here. Ooh, I should see. Now, she taught me how to roast meat. Or not roast meat. She taught me about how to do dried meat. I tell you what, I am starving after all that work in the field. She taught me how to roast meat. I wonder if I can do the same thing with fish. I think it's worth trying that out. Well, I'll tell you what, it is a little chilly out there, but I certainly don't need to be running around in all of these things. I think I can get away with just wearing my shirt and pants here today. Let's take our items here. I don't think we need the winter coat anymore. It's not that cold, and I'm about to walk for a while. I am certainly grateful for having that. I think we have a ways to go before we're ready for that. This dried meat has been in here for a while, I believe, so we'll have to do something about that. Now, and obviously I crafted a ton of dried meat across the seasonal divide. Alright, well, let's see what we have in our store for us. And, boy, there we are. Now, after the winter season, that's wonderful. Look at this. It is so nice to have meat actually last through a season. I'll see if anybody likes the quality of it. Let's get an opinion from them. That'll tell me a lot, and then they can give me pointers as to what I can do to improve that. That could be a good source of money as well. I wonder, if I find the carpenter, what am I going to do? I mean, am I going to just say, oh, hi, guy, and if I run into him, if I happen to walk all the way to Gustovia, and there he is, what am I going to say? Hey, you want to come live in my village? I don't have a house for you. Gotcha. That'll show you. Don't be getting so close here. You getting brazen. You are all getting far too brazen in how close you get to my fields. Oh. Combat is on. Okay. Put these feathers in here. I have far too many feathers. Let's see. I think... Oh boy, I need a place to store these resources. We're getting to a point where we can. Check on the time of day. It's getting late. I don't think I can make it all the way to... I don't think I can make it all the way to Gustovia before nightfall. And I think I'd be a fool for making that trip today. I say... Let's put some of our rye grain in here. Now, they are going to need a lot. They will need quite a bit of this grain. I better not take all of it. But I know that in the village Lesnica, I know that they're going to need some of this too. Maybe they, well, maybe. We'll see. Let's see if anybody's interested in some of this. Maybe I can get some of that sold there. I certainly would love to, since I need the cash. And I want that bow. I need a bow. I need a better bow. It's going to be a long, long, long season without one. And certainly... need to be mindful. That lone wolf was traveling, lost. Perhaps its pack is still in the area. I don't want to spook them or have them notice me and be desperate for food, because who knows, maybe that wolf was just one in the first of a few who have been struggling these seasons. You can tell that those memories are still strong in my mind. I thought that rock, I swear that looked like a wolf. Just a rock, though. Silly what the mind can do to you. Oh, and it's important to remember they're just thoughts. And we all have thoughts. They come into our minds. They are what they are. And that's what they are. They're just thoughts. They don't have to be any more or less than what they are. We can't necessarily control what always shows up, but we can decide whether we want to hold on to it or not. Sometimes that's harder to do, and I don't want to downplay that, how that can be hard at times to let those go, but they are thoughts. And that's why it's important for us to ground ourselves and to allow them just to show up and allow them to pass. And to take the time to be sure that we're comfortable and have time to reflect on things. And just be free from too much thought. There's a lot of things we have to do during the day, and keeping busy is something, and it's not always what we need to do. Good to take a time to relax as well. Hey, everybody. Alright. Hey, Bella. How are you doing? I need to ask you, so tell me, is this meat of any quality that you'd say? Oh. Well, this is what I wanted. Yeah. No, I get it. No, I need the pointers, and I appreciate that you're giving me these pointers. I obviously want to make sure I'm making these right, so this is what I'm hoping for. Do you have any interest in rye? No. Okay, well, I mean, that would make sense. You are... what good would it do you here? Alright, I need a better bow. That's for sure. A long bow would be great. These tend to be made for war. They can be a great hunting bow. Lots of power behind them. Great distance they can fire. You know, Mother told me that the best, of course, for her, in her opinion, was a bow that can be drawn quick and can bite hard. And I do love the idea of having a recurve like she had. The things that she could do with that. Oh my goodness. It was impressive. It's gonna be all my money. Well, what's the point of having the money if I don't live? Alright, well, let's sell a few more of these off. Let's see here. I need a few more stone arrows, though, I believe. Maybe I can get... I'll have to bring you back some more things. And leather is the way... Well, you say you want salt. Okay, I'll see if I can find salt. And then we'll see what we can do about getting some more cash here to bring back. Is there something you wanted help with? What do you need? You ran out of materials. Okay, yeah, you're gonna... Of course you would be a seamstress at the same time. Of course you would. I should have figured. Alright, I'll do what I can. You need leather, just like you said. Okay, well, I can surely take care of that with my brand new bow. Perfect. Well, then I do believe... Hope this bow feels right in my hands. And I certainly hope that I'll be able to make this thing bite hard and hit it truly in its target. Alright, well, come around and check on people. And how you doing? Everybody's... Oh, okay. Same stories as a lot of other places. Fleeing from problems and looking for a place to be. Sounds all too familiar. Now I could have 6 bronze of these bronze arrows. 6 of these bronze arrows would certainly be decent. Or I could have an entire quiver full of copper arrows. I'll take the copper arrows. For now, I think it's better for us to have more than less. Let's go. Alright, well, I guess maybe since we're running low on daytime, smart thing to do... I mean, what am I doing? If I'm serious about having people moving into my village, then I probably should start thinking about what they live in. I mean, it might be nothing more than the simple shacks that I can construct and that I remember from our outbuildings, but maybe... I don't know. It's something. We can always fix it up. We can always change it. We can always improve it if I can find the carpenter or at least somebody who's got similar skills. No reason why we can't do that. I might as well get a start on a house. Oh, Zella said she needed leather. Ooh, there we are. That's what I'm talking about. No. Gotta be careful with these shots. I know that we need to line these up and be ready. Ooh. And they're running back into the wolves' territory, so maybe we'll take a brief moment here. I certainly wonder who this farmer was. There must be a village down the way here. I haven't gone down that way yet. Certainly would love to travel there. That could be a nice thing to do. When I have nothing but free time in front of me, maybe I could travel down the roadways and see what other villages there are in this area. I didn't ask about any other villages up to this way. I didn't ask about villages to the north or south or east or west. Just, I've seen my villages in my area. Oh, tragic. Does seem a little wounded, and I'm definitely wasting my arrows. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I better be more careful. Now it's got quite a bit of... It seems to be wounded, and I don't want to waste the good arrows. Our first shots can be with our higher quality, I suppose we can say. They at least bite harder than the stone arrows do. We can start our first shot with our copper arrows, and then stone arrows ought to finish them off. That's how we do it. And... getting too impatient. I'm in a hurry. There's no reason to be in a hurry. Certainly, the impatient hunter is the hunter who continually hunts and never really gets what they're looking for. If I can find that arrow out here. There it is. I see. Poking your head out, poking your tail out the ground. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do to get a shot here. There's that stag. Oh. As a quick aside. Let's see here. Strong as an oak, survivalist. We will obviously be going for strong as a rock. Less damage received is challenging for the RP aspect. Because, you know, it's nobody stokes damage. I mean, that's a thing. We can say that if we get into more fights, we'll have that. But then again, who has more health too, right? So that should be a thing that we do. This is a great skill since it counts as free hit points that you don't have to replenish. I think as time goes on, we'll allow that one to be unlocked as more seasons pass. And as we kind of build up our toughness, right? So that'll be the one that we'll have saved for a late unlock. Oh, that was tragic. Perfect timing on that duck. That's exactly what it is. The impatient hunter is the hunter that is continually hunting and not getting. Let's give him a chance to slow down. And leather, Gazella, she'll need, I think she said she needed deer, at least 2 deers worth of leather, was it? Needed a decent stack anyway. Let's see what we can get away with here. I don't want to be out here too late. There might be desperate wolves in the area. That's it. That's it. That's how we do that. Let's see how good I am with this thing at distance. Okay, I still need to work on that. But I think I'm a little okay with the practice. If I don't start practicing now, I don't know if I'll be ready for the time where I need this bow to bite into something a little more challenging than a deer. Oh, well now that was a series of rough shots. Oh my goodness. Oops, it helps to have the terrain going down on us. Alright. Patience. Patience. There's moose over there. Well, with this better bow, I might be able to actually take down a moose. That's the right shot. I don't think that was my initial, that was not my first doe that I was targeting. We'll have to do our best here to catch these up. Alright. Oh, there's the stag. Alright. That's it. Now, see if we can meet it at the roadway. Nope. A little too far behind the shop. Oh, did not go the way I thought it would. There we go. I do believe we might have gotten a little bit of a bite out of that one. That's it. Alright, that's 2 deer. Getting a little late. We'll have to start heading back. It's not quite as moonlit as it normally is. In the wintertime, it's a lot easier to spot your pathway on a moonlit night in the snow. It'll be a little tougher when it's not midnight, when it's not late night with a full moon. It's already starting to get hard to see where I'm going. Well, I would certainly like to get our final doe before heading home. But I also don't want to get caught out here too late. See the hints of something on the hill here. Oh, that's it. Alright. That ought to do it. I think she'll be pleased. We have plenty of leather. And a little more for us to spare. And am I going to be able to find an arrow at night? There's no way. Yeah, I thought I heard it bounce off the rock. Well, it's what it is. It's something I got to deal with. I don't want to have this torch lit just yet. I can see my way most of the way. Try to be mindful of stones. Like not to have a giant torch on top of a hill blazing my position away. I don't necessarily know how safe these roadways are. Wintertime, I didn't see anything else. Well, who am I fooling? Let's just go in. Make sure we can see our way home. Well, a good day to start hunting, a good day to get some things and get ourselves ready for the season. I gotta get to Unigas tomorrow, though. I don't want to keep him waiting on my taxes. I certainly don't need to have a bad experience with him. He's been helping me out a lot. He's allowed me to build here. And he's certainly going to be impressed with how much I've decided to expand. So that may or may not be a big deal to him. May or may not be a big concern for him too. We'll have to see. But I'll have some venison to bring in to cook. Certainly am thirsty. So let's get to the lake. Get ourselves a drink. And I mean, a beautiful night. Where's that stagnant spot? Ugh. Yeah, let's get a drink where the water's clean. Ah, here we are. Nice. And you know what? Time for a late night swim. Why not? Nothing like a swim at night. I mean, it is beautiful. I love seeing... We took a trip up to... this was in northern Wisconsin. In the woods on a lake. I think it was Trout Lake. And it was gorgeous. We had a campsite. You had to boat into the campsite, so you're completely disconnected from everything. You're just at that campsite. Nothing but being surrounded by water on three sides. It was a peninsula that then had an island not too far away from it. And I remember one of the nights, it's a crystal clear night. Crystal clear. And we ended up swimming that night, and it was, oh, so pretty. I remember sitting there floating in the water, and I would look down, and there were the stars reflecting off the water from above, and I would look up, there were the stars, and it was like there was no boundary between the two. It was amazing. It was one of the, I mean, it's a memory that I always have in my mind. It just, I feel like I'm still there. Water was nice. It was just a little chilly, but I mean, nothing compared to the conditions I swam in when I was a kid. So we were always in a pretty chilly lake. So it was gorgeous, and I just remember how absolutely pretty that was. And it was entertaining too, because there are all these stones on the bottom of the water, and the depth went quick. So it goes from shallow, and it starts dropping quickly. And by the rocky part of the shoreline, crayfish came out at night to go feeding, and I would stop, swimming for a while, stop treading water, and stand there, and then I'd get a nip on my toes from these crayfish that were upset that I was bothering their morning hunt, or their evening hunt. Or perhaps they were sniffing my toes and saying, hey, it smells pretty good. Darn things. So I did a lot of floating out there and relaxing. It was gorgeous. And there are spots where there's going to be those spots that you have in your mind, these great memories that you can always bring yourself back to if you're going through a stressful time and there's a lot going on, a lot in your mind, is to take yourself back to one of those moments and remember that. And remember the joys you had in those places and try to feel those joys again. Get yourself in a spot to be able to just recenter yourself and relax as best you can. Alright, let's see here. Let's go put some things in our food storage. No, actually, we better not. It's late. I don't want to be up too late. End of the day. On to the next day. It's venison time. Venison and eggs time, but it don't have eggs. Now we'll say that I'll cook the meat now. I made the mistake of cooking it right then and the previous night. Sorry about that. Okay, I think let's make a couple of these bags. One thing, at least it's easy, and at least Mother taught me how to make these bags. She also taught me how to make a bag with linen and leather. So we'll have to get to a point where we can get linen. Flax. Ooh, springtime. Yeah, I think it's time for us to get a roll. Oh, getting moving. Oh boy, I think it's time for us to get moving. We're in a tough spot here. We got a season that's about to end, and I have a lot of work to do. Certainly can't be lollygagging around right now. We need to get flax in the ground. That's exactly what we need to do. We get the flax in. What else should I probably try to plant? Cabbages wouldn't be a bad idea. I know that we tended to have at least a small field of cabbages at home. My fences are breaking down. It's been a full year, so my fences need replacing. We got a little bit of work ahead of us. Alright, It's time to go into town. It's time to get to Unigast. It's time to ask him what's going on. I guess we'll just have to hope we can find the carpenter one of these days. But we've got time. There's no reason to rush. And if I don't get my fields in the ground soon, I'm not going to have anything worth talking about next time around. And we'll be certainly in a challenge. Especially if we're thinking about linen. I could definitely sell that for a good bit of money. And that would allow us to do something with our crops. Although, I am going to need to get the ground refertilized. We're going to have to be cautious with that. Because between the flax taking the resources out of the ground and our rye needing a good deal of resources and me not tilling that back into the soil, that means that we're going to need to replenish things. Hops are still doing well, but go figure. Hops always do just fine. Oh, there's a rabbit again. Poor suckers. Okay, well, I feel good having this bow in hand. Feels good to have something high quality and that I can trust. Now we've got our grain. Got a huge pack of grain here. I think we can probably take more. We have enough fertilizer to get our fields going. I think we could probably take the majority of this. Not that much, though. How many fields can we plant? We'll go for that. Alright, let's go. And let's get ourselves a good start here. I do see that we have a quest that we can complete real quick here for just making a wooden hoe. So let's finish that up real quick. We'll need that wooden hoe when we come back anyway. Alright, well, with this day... Oh, the tax man. We need to get fertilizer, wheat grains, cabbage seeds. Oh, so we're going to need to get some of these items at the... We'll need to get some of these items. Oops, Billy presses. Do I have any more cabbage seeds? I don't have any more cabbage seeds. Oh dear, how did I not get cabbage seeds? Uh-oh. Well, then. Wait. No, we have to have cabbage seeds. I have to have left them at home. That's not where that belongs. There we are. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, let's make sure we're organized. Then we need some fertilizer, carrot seeds, and wheat grain. Although, I believe we're set on that. There we go. I do not think we have carrot seeds, though. We'll just do the quick unlocks for those quest lines, just so we have them done. There we are. Carrot seeds. Alright. To town we go. Now, I do want to get those boars. We do have boars not too far away. And I would certainly love to hunt them up and fry them up. And bring those to the people of the Danica here. We'll have to take care of that later. Somewhere out there's a crow that's very upset with me. And quite perturbed that I threw a fishing spear at it. It doesn't have quite the same bite when it's going into a feathered and furred creature, I imagine. It certainly did a good job with our scaled friend. Well, we'll see how things are going in town here. See how everyone's doing. And gotta check on Milady. It's a beautiful little town. Nice and simple. Greetings, friends. Wait a minute. Is this our friend?
Hello.
Well, you're wearing quite the different dress. And how are you? It is excellent to see you again. And, yeah, oh, well, have I expanded my little village? I have done nothing but build my own hunting shack, and now I am an expert hunter. Still full of, I was always full of myself, of course I am. Yes, well, shall see you again, my lady. Nope, he's not it. Alright, well, let's get back on the road. We have too much to do to dilly-dally. Now, as I recall, heading out of town, there you are, friend. I am not blessed with the cash to afford to be carted around. That's okay. This keeps me in shape. And I've been running so much recently that it feels like my wind lasts longer and that my strength stays in me, and feel like my endurance has improved. I feel like I can run a lot further now. Oh, this cart's still here. One of these days, I'll have to see if maybe I can come back here and salvage some of those parts from it. Or maybe my friend who can't remember to bring his bow home can remember to go salvage the parts from that cart. It doesn't look right. This doesn't look right, sitting there alone, busted on the side of the road. I hope he's okay. I'll have to go back to the village and check on him too. It certainly was quite the wound he had. And it didn't really add up. That was not the same kind of wound I had from the boar. It's... I honestly, it almost looked like somebody took an axe to him. But I mean, why would anybody do that? Huh, why would somebody do that? Indeed, somebody's trying to rob him of the grain. Hey, I don't want any trouble. I don't want any trouble. Hey, look. What? No, I don't want any trouble. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, we can't. Gotta keep focus. Gotta keep focus. Stay back. Stay back. I don't want to hurt you. Oh, God. Okay. Just need to be present. I heard an arrow fly by before. There's another one out there, and I need to get that one. Now's not the time to panic. Now's not the time to be afraid. Now's the time to be aware. What was that? Who? I don't see anything. We use the trees. I know that was what Mother did. First thing I saw her do was say, take this and run. Stay behind the trees. And I heard arrows behind me the whole way. None of them bit. There he is. I can see him. Wow, what am I doing? I'm taking this area back is what I'm doing. And I'm not letting you control what I do. Need to get a little closer. Can't have seen me coming. Oh, God. Okay. Just need to be mindful. Just be cautious. Don't make a sound. Run. Oh. You should run. Oh my God. What happened here? I was just thinking about the delivery. This is exactly on the path. I bet you these are the same guys who did that before. I bet you these are the same people who ambushed him. Axe wound. Maybe not an axe wound. Mace? That mace must have bit deep into him. Well, I needed to defend myself. There was nothing more I could do. I had to stop them. I had to. Oh. Well, I guess that's two. Now all I have to do is be ready to face soldiers. I guess that's two. Oh, my heart can't stop beating. Can't stop pumping. Huh, well, I tell you what. You certainly don't deserve these resources. Look at this, it's perfectly staged. I'm sitting out here. Of course, this fire wasn't going to help them stay hidden. And I'll take your spoils. Thank you very much. I didn't realize the problem was this close. And I should have known, though, of course. It's just thinking about how all of this happened on the roadway here. Sure enough, the next rye delivery, me, is ambushed right here on this roadway. Now, I don't want to brag, because I've survived this, but I managed to survive that without a single hit. I will say I was very fortunate. You deserve that. A hit in the back like a coward running away. You, picking on people traveling through the area. No, it is not okay. No, be happy to help end your reign of terror in this area. There we go. And now I have a pouch that I can carry some resources in. Fantastic. Well, then it was my just deserves. Ah, look at this setup. Interesting. They have quite the nice little setup here, don't they? Even have their own cart. Must have been doing quite well. Well, I'll let them help fuel my ability to do better in this area and help fuel my coffers with more coin. They don't deserve to have it. And look at this. Apparently they were already working on another area. Or perhaps they forgot to bring this with them. Interesting. I didn't realize this problem was so close. I should have known though. All the signs were there. This roadway, I had heard people in hushed tones saying, "Watch yourself on the road," kind of laughing, and then I asked if they'd been to other villages, and I remember, of all the things I remember from the villagers here, it stands out now more than ever. Oh, I don't go out much. I don't like to travel on the roadways. That came up so much. And it's not that the soldiers are out here. It's not that this area has been polluted by... It's not that this area has been polluted by the soldiers coming to rob. It's the fact that there's people taking advantage of the weak in the area. Now, talking about the RP, obviously the music changed this time around. Last time the music obviously changed, and that clued me into what's going on. But the arrow flying by, we're going to say that that was the thing that made me aware of the situation. That situation right there, I didn't see anything, so I'm going to just walk on and say that we didn't see anything. I honestly, I don't know why the music started. You'll probably see in the video why it started, and when I go back and do editing or double checking, I'll be very curious to see why the music started there. And apparently my friends have been causing even more mischief on the roadway here. What is going on? This is a much bigger problem than I thought. Okay. I'm going to talk to Unigast about this. What is going on? Why are the bandits able to do this? Why are there so many out here? Don't we have anybody who patrols the highways? Do we not have any? Do we not have any presence here at all? Does the king not care about this area? Has he not devoted any soldiers to what's going on? Oh. Unigast. We have to talk. Yeah, the valley treats me great. Yeah. Yeah, of course, I understand. What's going on? It's not. There's been a murder. You know... I honestly, the second answer does feel kind of entertaining. I can't say the first one anymore. I'll be sarcastic. Yeah. How I miss being that young and stupid. You should, it's delightful. Yeah, the reason I'm saying that, Unigast, do you not understand? I was just ambushed by 2 marauders on the roadway, and I know exactly why your rye shipment was taken down. These 2, they were on the roadway. He was wearing this bronze coat, and he had a mace. Here, see, look, here's his mace. See, Sambor, he was part of the pack. Oh, okay. So then... So you're not as concerned with the marauders. They come... Okay. You're concerned with Sambor. So I need to go there... And you're telling Sambor was a family friend. Okay. And he's an entertaining fellow. And what are we going to do about the marauders? Oh, it sounds like I took care of it. Young and stupid indeed. How's it feel to be old and complacent? Well, alright. Let's talk to her. Alright, Delbergrina. I need to show you something. There, I found this mead. I found this on some marauders on the way in. Yes, marauders, I know. So, you're saying that you've heard of this before. You have a look in your eye like this isn't the first time you've heard this said. Well, that's not good to hear. Somebody needs to stand up to these people. Who acts as the guard here? Do we have a caravan guard? Do we have any... Your shipments were traveling on the roadways. Do they not hire anyone to travel with them? Well, that's interesting. Maybe that's something that we should look into. I do have something, my lady, though, and perhaps we can focus on more, some better things. I have... Oh, I better sell that to our farmer friend. I have quite the shipment of rye. Yes, indeed I have more than a couple bushels worth. I have an entire full field's worth. And the smile on your face tells me everything. It looks like you're in a good spot. It looks like this is exactly what you needed. Now I want to talk to you about this because my area, I happen to live in a very nice place in the valley, and I happen to have quite the fertile soil there. Don't make me blush, my lady. I have found a lady friend, and yes, she is a wonderful lady, and I'm sure we can talk about our future together in due time. I'm hoping that she'll want to stay with me. What do you think I should get her?
See you soon.
You told me there's a traveling merchant who comes by. Okay, I'll be looking out for him. Hey, Unigast. Yeah, here's my taxes. Should talk to you about not having to pay my taxes. Maybe I can take care of that in the bounties for your troublemakers that I'm taking care of. And how are you all? And how are you all? Oh wow, we have some seriously skilled people here. As I say above in the RP. Ooh, you. Well, hail, lady. Oh, of course. Always me. Ooh, working your skin. You seem interesting. Yeah, and you traveled from how far? I'm sorry, how far again? Oh, that's quite a distance to travel. Almost an entire countryside's worth, I'd say. Alrighty. Well, let's check and see. I wonder how Alwyn's doing. Oh, Alwyn. How Alwyn's doing? Oh, geez. I forgot to fix his hoe. Oh, God, he's going to be so mad at me. It's springtime already, too. I totally forgot to fix that hoe for him. Oh, that guy is going to be so upset with me. Okay, I better get over there and get that real quick. I didn't forget about you, Alwyn. No. I just got caught up in hunting and surviving and taking out 2 marauders on the roadway who were trying to rob the most recent shipment of rye. I still can't believe that they were out here. And I had to defend myself. I've never seen... It's the first time I've taken a life. And it is that I won't forget the sound of him falling. That was... But I needed to defend myself. Hey, I'm here for Alwyn. Yes, I know, it is already spring and he'll be upset. Yeah, yes, I'm sure he will. Oh. One of the hunters was buying, he was looking, oh, buyers for his bow. Well, I'll keep that in mind, yeah. Wait, a bow, huh? Guess I should have helped him out sooner. Maybe I could have gotten a free bow out of the deal. Hey, old friend. What's going on? Oh, you got it. I'll always help you with animal overcrowding. Got the bow. I've just got the bow for it now. And I'm hearing about that in the other areas. So you're telling me that rabbits and deer are a problem around this area. Perfect. Well, I'll be glad to help you. I better get this hoe to Alwyn. Oh, he's gonna be so mad at me. He'll tell me I wasted the entire spring, that he would already have been done with his fields by now, I'm sure. Quite the farmer he is. He doesn't have a clue. Well, that's okay. He's a sweetheart. I can't fault him his cluelessness. I wonder how things have been going with him. I wonder if he's started looking into a lady in the area. Springtime certainly is the time to start thinking about that. I'm sure the animals already are getting to that as we speak. Now, I do need to think about my farmlands. Oh yes, and I wanted to get some bags to our friend here. Hey, old friend.
Hail.
Edwin, I've been doing a little bit of crafting. I think you'll appreciate these bags. Now, I would like to expand our apples. And I should certainly like to probably expand what I'm growing. I shouldn't spend all of my money on things, though, that I don't necessarily need. But it would be nice to have a couple of things on the side. It would be nice to have some extra. It'd be nice to get a diverse crop of things. Now, I do think that we are a little low. So I'll ask a shipment of fertilizer to come in. I wonder if it'd be worth planting more hops. Certainly could expand my little hop garden. I would love it. And we don't have oats yet. I want to get our crops up and running. I don't have any pear trees yet, though. Okay, I need to slow down. I have a problem. I'm getting way too ahead of myself with visions of expansive farmlands, and I haven't even planted my flax for this year. Okay, time to slow down. Hey, old friend. Where did Alwyn go? Is he not working in the fields? No, of course he's not. Who am I kidding? Why would he be working in the fields? He doesn't even have his hoe. He's probably protesting somewhere. He got that grum look in his face and his arms crossed and Oh! I see you found another hoe. Here's your hoe. Did I have enough coin? Yeah, he did the repairs for cheaper. Go ahead and have it. That's very kind of him. Keep the coins. Oh, come on. Well, thank you. You don't have to do that. What's new with him? He mentioned that there's a hunter looking for bow. And you're interested in this bow? You think you can shoot a bow? No. Why don't you stick to hoeing the ground, friend? Alright, yeah, you go ahead and think about it. But if you ever want to shoot a bow, I'll be glad to shoot one with you. We can have a contest, friend. Let's see how good you are with that. Okay, well, we have a few more things to go. Oscar, what are you looking for? Sure. You don't have a building hammer. Oh, yeah, go ahead. I need to get you a hammer, huh? Don't I have... Oh, right. I believe it's because it's in our inventory as a hotbar slot. Let's unequip that. Here, friend, just have my hammer. Fine, yeah, don't worry about it. Happy to help out. This has been doing a good job for me, but I certainly don't need it anymore. I'd be happy to help you out. Alright. What a day! Oh, jeez. That was... I know exactly why there's trouble in this area. There's nothing but riches in this area. I mean, these fields, the amount that Gustovia, they have quite the fields there. And nothing has been happening there. And these rye shipments are being taken out between travel. Carts on the side of the road everywhere. How expansive is the bandit problem here? I'll be traveling with my bow out. I am so lucky that I decided... I'm so lucky that the field work took me so long that I just had to go to our eastern village first and happen to get the bow. I wonder if Mother guided that shot, because that shot pierced him right between the eyes. I couldn't have asked for a better shot. And with a stone arrow no less, in armor, because these arrows aren't going to bite through his... They weren't going to bite through that bronze plating, or the bronze... what do they call those things? Breastplate, coat. Somebody said a fancier word. I heard a fancier word at one point. Started with a C. Sounded weird. Or was it K? Whatever it was. Curious? That would be curious. I'm getting confused. Curious. That's what it was. I remember somebody saying that. Maybe Father was talking about that at one point, because we were talking about, oh, the fun of, you know, those dreams of knights, and those dreams of being some knight in shining armor. Huh. Wait a minute. Oh, interesting. This person was traveling with a number of bottles of something, some kind of concoction. And here I am traveling with a bucket. It's just silly, but I don't have a bucket at home, so it's so important to have a bucket. But I don't need to carry sticks either. I can't believe that this happened. I can't believe they were here. And Unigust, brushed it off like it was nothing and focused on his Sambor, who he needs money from? Huh, ever the pickpocket, apparently. Perhaps being Castellan isn't the best fit for him. I wonder why Lorden decided that he should be doing that duty. Maybe he's better with money than I think. I should bury this man. I should bury both of them. They don't deserve the honor, but I don't want to leave corpses out. I certainly don't want to leave corpses here on the side of the road, just waiting for animals to come pick them dry. I don't know what situation got them into what they're doing, and I certainly don't have any love or respect for them. But I'll send them off to the afterlife. At least bury them here. They don't deserve it. But we also don't deserve to have them in the area and their bodies polluting our ground. So, I'll put them underneath it. Let's dig them in. And let's leave them here. Alright. So it begins. Alright, and then we'll say a bunch of time passes. And then I spend that time dragging the bodies and burying them. And then I'll leave a marker for them. Alright, well. You don't deserve anything more. So it is. Such a day. Well, I need to get home. Bodies are buried. I need to wash my hands. And I need to clear my mind. This has been a day. What a lucky shot. 2 of them. I can't shoot a deer when it's running around, but the shots hit when they counted. That's important. Important that the shots count when you need them to. Cleanest water in the area. It's a beautiful place. I think I just need to sit here for a moment. Just need to hear just the water. Just need to hear just the water. Well, Mother and Father would be proud that I'm still here. I don't know what they'd think of me, but I know they would. I know they know I was defending myself. I know they know that. And I know that. I can't shake this feeling. Something doesn't feel right about it. It's just... I can't, I mean... They were gonna come, they were gonna kill me. There was no other option I had. There was nothing more I could do. I could keep spinning these thoughts in my mind and justifying them constantly, but I need to remember I'm still here. I did what I had to. If I wouldn't have stopped them, who knows what more they would have done. They clearly were waiting for travelers to go across this area. They were clearly waiting for the Rye again to head to the malt, to head to Gustovia to be malted. They clearly have this. They seemed like this was just routine. That this was, oh yeah, we come to this area and we definitely know that people are coming through. They certainly weren't expecting me. It's great to see you, my lady. Have I the story for you? And we'll say I proceed to tell her about the situation. And probably break down at some point, because it's hard to process such a thing. That's a lot to process in a moment, and obviously our character, having never confronted such a thing in their life before, there'd be a lot of tears and processing to go with that. So we'll say that this is a long night, and perhaps a night where they spend a lot of time just in each other's arms, and that's how the night goes. and a budding romance, a continually part of the story. And also, a huge moment for Racemir, obviously, surviving, but also knowing that he has the security of her and of the people in here, and his story spreading through the campfire and through talking with her. His story spreading onwards and becoming something that sparks a bit of that revival in the area, where people aren't just afraid to travel. It's more like well, this newcomer, and stories will spread, this newcomer, he faced down 2 marauders on the roadway. I hear there were 5. I hear there were 6. I hear he took down the leader himself. Of course, these rumors aren't going to necessarily help us, of course, and these rumors are going to eventually reach the ears of bandits alike. But for now, we'll say that by this campfire, that this is how the night ends. And I'll walk the main character back to the village after the recording. And we'll say that this is the rest of the night is spent here. And of course, burying the bodies is going to be hard to think back to. But an important thing, and she'll comfort him and saying, you know, that was the right thing to do, even if they don't deserve it. But well, I was thinking maybe you would be that. Oh, I've never seen you blush before. This is a first. I should love to have you as my wife, but I don't have a gift for you. And to this, I believe she would say, I don't need anything. You're enough. Well, y'all, I hope you've enjoyed the storyline so far. It's been quite the start to spring. I know this has been very enjoyable, and I love how much happened to just work out in this episode. I do record these in one single setting, so I don't pre-plan these, and I try to go with the flow and let the story evolve. That's the kind of storyteller I tend to be. It's the kind of storyteller that works best for my mind, too. I do plan a bit of what I want to do with these, but I try to make these happen on the fly, and I hope that that's been enjoyable for you. And I hope that this story is engaging and interesting for you. And I'm glad you come back to listen to these, and I hope that this also provides you with a wonderful space to relax, unwind after a day, just hear a tale, and be a part of this storyline that evolves constantly through here. I think with the end of the season, there's going to be a lot of planting. There's going to be so much planting, as a matter of fact. There's also going to be a lot of hunting that I have to do, so there's going to be a bit of that. And I would love to get some of that field work done ahead of things, but I think we're unfortunately going to get stuck with that one. I also need to make sure that we get to our villages and drop off things, so that will be tricky. And at some point in the rule set, what I'll say is, since we have our wife, if she feels safe traveling, or if there are things that she can take care of, we can also do that.
Just a little bit of courage, and you'll find a way.
You saying I don't have the courage? Harsh. Oh, I haven't asked for your hand yet. You're telling me that's bravery? You are absolutely right. I'm terrified. I can face down 2 marauders easily, but I can't ask you to be my wife. Well then, my lady, will you be my wife? And I believe with this she'll say yes. And we'll have the marriage celebration at the end of spring, and that'll be that. Well, y'all, what I'll do to wrap this up is I'm going to take the character back to the village. This is going to be the end of the night. I'll say that she comes back, and depending upon what we believe the dominant religion at the time was, whether they are okay being together before this or not, we'll say that they will have her be a part of the village. Matter of fact, I haven't asked her just to be a part of the... Oh, I can't. Right. If I ask her to be the wife, then we have to go straight to the animation for that, but we're not going to do that quite yet. Alrighty. Anyway, y'all, thank you for joining. All I'm going to do with the rest of this night is I'm going to bring him back. I'm going to put things in the places they belong, and then I'm going to go do the nightly jump in the water so that he's clean for the next day, so that there's that. And then the next day is going to be, oh boy, very, very much busy, because flax needs to be planted. All kinds of things need to be planted, and we obviously need to go back, drop off our questline items, and also get to that clearing out of the animals in the area. So that'll be what happens with our next episode. Take care until next time, y'all. Greetings and welcome back. good to see you again. Good to have you here again for another episode. And thank you for joining me on this series. Let's take a moment and relax our shoulders. Let them sink. Let them lower down. Let the breath out. And just be in this relaxed space. I hope you're comfortable. I hope you have something nice to drink. I have my warm coffee here, the robe on, and ready for the episode. Let's start by taking in those breaths. Remember, when we take in our deep breaths, we take a deep breath in and fill all the way to the bottom of your abdomen. Deep breath in. And filling all the way into the bottom of your abdomen. And breathe out. Deep breath in. And out. And one more. Deep breath in. Filling up all the way into your bottom of your abdomen, filling in all those good thoughts, good energies, and then out. Anything bothering you, any feelings, any negative feelings, toss them out with that breath out. Now when you do that deep breathing, when you breathe in deep to your abdomen and you fill in, not in your chest, but in your abdomen, you'll find that that relaxes you more than when you breathe in to your chest. The breaths into your chest tend to give your body and your mind the message that we're under stress and we're breathing just to keep going. When you do those deep breaths down to the bottom of your abdomen, those are the breaths that tell your body things are okay, and they tend to help with relaxation. They tend to help you settle. Alright, for our episode starting out here, we'll get some food in our belly here. We have a bit of rabbit haunch to eat, and we have a bit of crow to eat again. We also have a piece of venison we saved for our breakfast. And we are ravenously hungry after that busy night of hunting and of traveling and the experience with the bandits. Now obviously, I've tried to characterize Racemir as being a young man confronting what's happening to him, and obviously not a simple thing to confront getting attacked on the road by two people, one who fires an arrow directly over your head and almost hits you in the head. So definitely having him process through that and being brought back to those memories of, I'm back here, this is what happened at our farm, and that panic mode of just the initial fear, right? Because after an experience like that, the initial reaction could easily be fear and self-doubt. But then adrenaline taking over, and then him having to adapt to the situation, react, and surviving it. But then that afterwards, that once the adrenaline crashes, once you're left afterwards, just that moment of just the over excitement, the over energizing, the extra endorphins that were there fading and leaving you feeling, having to confront what happened, which is scary, right? Being attacked by two men on the road, one in clad armor, ready for you, prepared, knowing that you were coming. That feeling of lack of safety, that those ideas, those are the things that I think that he would have confronted and shared with his lovely lady in town. Now for this day, we have so much so much to do. So at the start of it here, we're getting some of our resources planned out. Our fences, as I declared in the rule set, I decided that fences are necessary, otherwise we have to lower our yield. Well, that's going to be a little tricky because I also said that the simplest of fences can only last 1 year. Well, that's going to put us at a spot where we're a little bit in trouble here. Alright, as we start out this day, I do want to make note that you might notice my voice sounds different. You have a cold or still have a cold, or it's just not going away. So I apologize if it sounds funny. I'll do my best to pause. If I need to cough, I will always pause and have as minimum breaks as possible in things, but try to be mindful of it so that I'm not making loud sounds and so that I sound more or less normal as we go. And with this day here, we do have to get some things to people. We promised that we would bring leather in, And we also have all of our farmlands to think about. I mean, we have a lot to think about today. So, with our day here, Racemir needs to get moving. Now, this cheese we found on those bandits, we could sell or we could keep. And I think today, we get to feel fancy, because we have plenty of money, and perhaps today's the day to try out the Wagoneer and live like the rich. Well, with it, let's get into our episode, and if you're interested, I am starting to put these episodes up on Substack. It's a space that's, I'm very interested by it. My wife told me about it. It's a place where people go for writing and sharing creativity. I'm hoping that this will be a fun place to share these storylines. I've only gotten the first one up there, and I'm writing some brief notes about what happened, reflections on it, and the hows and the whys. I'll try to expand on what I write there, but I will be fully honest with you. I am not a writer by trade, and my teaching career is not involved in English and language arts at all. I am a science major with mathematics as well as a connection on that, and I'm not. I like to write. And I have always loved to daydream stories in my mind, and I have definitely, I have enjoyed making stories, as I have been a dungeon master for my friends, playing various role-playing games over the years, including Cyberpunk back in the day, before it was Cyberpunk Red, back when it was Cyberpunk 2020. Hey, welcome to 2024. It's kind of funny to think about that. And D&D, Dungeons & Dragons, that is, from first edition. It was a friend of mine early in my life. His father had the original version of Dungeons & Dragons, and we would play that. And then we got second edition books, and then I've played it all the way up until 5th edition, and now I run a club at my local school for Dungeons & Dragons, and it is the largest club we have there, and I'm really proud of that, because it's a good place of belonging, and it's just fun. The kids have a good time, and we have great stories that come out of it. Love it. So we'll see where that all goes. And if you're interested, and if you're on Substack, by all means, join there and check it out. Greetings. Zella, I have the leather as you needed, and I have a friend, Alwyn, who I may be buying a bow for. I'll be curious to see what he says, and how good of a shot he is. Now, no, none of these... Oh, anyway. Still looking for the gentleman who I've been told is the builder who's been traveling in this area, and I certainly hope that he's okay. Hey, old friend.
How can I help you?
Well, you know what? I think I've got the coin. I'd love a ride. Can you take me to Gustovia? That seems to be the hub. Let's go there. Oh, wow. And now I know exactly why people pay for these things. It's a lot faster, and it seems safer. Safe enough. Now, I remember my friend across the way asked me to hunt these rabbits down. Told me there's an overpopulation in the area, and I believe it. Oh, I'm such a bad shot still. Did I scare it to death? Of course I did. I mean, it's so intimidating. The first shot. As she said, the first shot is always most important. I remember him saying that there was an overpopulation of rabbits and deer in the area. Now, he didn't say specifically that it was his region, and I know how close Gustovia is to Baroa here. And I think that he'll be grateful to know that it took this out here, because he also did mention that Alwyn was complaining about the rabbits in the area. And, you know, Alwyn is kind of a complainer. Maybe, well, I don't know, maybe he's got reason to complain, but also, it seems to me that what's the point? The world is full of challenges, and they aren't going to go away just because we complain. They will go away if I strike them down with an arrow. Let's see here. I'll have to check around this area. They seem to like to hide in the edges of the forests, and then they come out to the fields. They're clever. I mean, they're just trying to survive too. I don't think that's gonna get him. Now, look at you running, you. There we are. Must have been a youngster. Was not running clean and clear, or it was already injured. Alright, buddy. His fur will be nice. Perhaps I can get a good amount of coin for it. And 'tis the season for the rabbits, of course. It's their season to start bringing more bunnies into the area. Oh, a deft dodge. That was one of those amazing dodges where they listlessly go to the left or the right. Ugh. I've heard of some space captain, or, well, I don't know, some person of the stars. He was really good at just doing those dodges by just kind of lazily turning to the left or the right. And he had a friend who was furry. I don't know where these stories come from. Strange dreams in my mind. Alright, well, that's enough rabbit, I'd say. I wonder if there are any deer in the area, too. He did mention deer not too far from their village, so we better check that out. Ducks as well. Ducks are no nuisance, though. I wonder if anybody around this area has a duck farm. I mean, they're decent at laying eggs. I certainly prefer chickens, and oh, do I miss eggs. I want eggs back in my area. I wonder, somebody around here has to have chickens. I wonder if I can get some pullets, or maybe even just some youngsters before pullet age, and I can raise them up. Of course, I'll need the time. I'll need somebody else to be taking care of a lot of the work in the village if that's the case. Speaking of which, I certainly would love to get this village idea taking off. It's been a year. I feel like I have a good idea on how things work. Duvergina seemed rather impressed when I brought in all of that rye. She didn't seem to be aware of the bandits. Oh, well, that's a good sign. That explains why they weren't so worried about the rabbits in this area. Those lynx ought to be taking care of them. She didn't seem surprised. Well, she seemed surprised when I mentioned the bandits. Unigos did not. That's it. Catch you while you were busy. Now that seems to have disoriented it. Perfect. And this one hasn't noticed me yet. That. Okay. Oh, I need a rest. Oh, ooh, that was a really good shot. I didn't think I was going to get that one. Nice. Oh, that one was a good one. I'm rather proud of that shot. Try to keep a tree between us and the deer. I don't want them to catch wind of me. I don't want them to see me. Oh, where did that stag head off to? So many bushes in this area. So, oh. Right. Let's get over here. I don't need to get the Wisent angry at me. They're territorial buggers, and they'll definitely be after me if I make the wrong step into a territory that they see as their own. You get out of here, scoot, cat. I don't need you getting in the way of and spooking my deer. Why don't you go over to that Wisent and give it a what for? Here we are. There's a doe. Yes, I will take down you, big guy. That's it. Oh, those are the shots that Mother told me were worth waiting for. This has been a good day. A good day so far. Those were really good shots. I think she'd be proud. I'm proud of myself. Turned out that I must have been paying attention. I certainly must have been paying attention, even though I recall how many times did she snap her fingers and say, "Hey, are you paying attention?" Maybe she's right. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I certainly was young, and it was quite boring sitting there waiting for these things to line up. There's a lot that goes into just lining up a shot for... Who puts a chest in the middle? Hey, friend, did you drop this? No? What? It's just been laying there? Okay. Well, I get a strange feeling from this thing. Let's look at this. It looks identical to any other chest, and I feel like I'm thinking things in my mind and being drawn to itself. I mean... I feel myself picturing my love from town. People tend to find beauty in the world, even the most mundane things. We slave over a magnificence over a simple flower. Ray of sunshine isn't the same with love. We all have our basic needs. We need food, water, warmth, and shelter. Then we feel the urge to copulate. We might call it passion, but it's a stimulus for us to breed. After that, we have to protect our young. Without our survival, the whole process would need repetition. So are we just forced to love? Is love just as basic as and primitive as hunger? Oh boy! I'll fight the urge to go deeper into this thought. And then, take out a pair of finely crafted boots. The leather feels softer than a kiss from a lover. Huh, I'm gonna walk away from this thing. I feel kind of weird. That's a lot to process. Huh. I mean, obviously I'm attracted to her, but also she saved my life, and I just feel this joy being near her. It can't just be that. Who leaves these boots behind? Huh. I feel like these boots are meant for walking, and that's just what they'll do. Okay, well, let's go check out where we need to go. Alright, where's Gerald? Gerald, I have gotten the deer, and I gotten some rabbits from the other area. Hail, friend. Great to help out. Oh, well. Oh, bless you. Oh, these are nice. Look at that. Their trees are up and going. Oh, and my cat in the area is now... in the area. My cat is on the desk, and she's telling me that I am supposed to provide some lap space, it turns out. Otherwise, I'm missing opportunities that I should be sharing with her. So, we'll give her a chance to get settled in. Come on, my fuzzy one. You settle in. Nope, it's not satisfactory. It turns out that my lap has not met the status or the expectations. Oh, let's see here. I mean, I can't afford to walk home. My friend, I need to get home fast. I have a lot of crops to plant. Now, I believe we should take a trip to Denica. And yeah, take me there. Take me there, friend. Ah, yes indeed. So fancy. I should at least stop by and see how she's doing. My love, hail. I found well, yes, nice boots indeed. Where did I find them? That's a really long story. I'll have to tell you later. Just wanted to let you know that the fanciest baron of this land has been taking the wagon into town, and you are lucky to be graced by my presence. I bid you farewell, my lady, until I see you again. Beautiful paintings. Actually, that's something worth talking about. This is a part of the new update. You can now paint your structures, and that is so cool. That is one of the things that, honestly, even that chest quest that we just did, where we find a random chest, that was a funny little story, and I absolutely love it, because it's fun to have these storylines that just kind of show up, and sometimes they're serious, sometimes you can dig in deep and see some real cool ideas in it, and just like good reflections on things, and other times they are good reflections with a good bit of sarcasm too, which I absolutely love. It is wonderful, and the developers of this game, I mean, honestly, it's always been fun to play this game. I have never found myself saying, oh, Medieval Dynasty, I've got to play that, yay. No, it's always been fun, and it's been nice to change it up. I mean, obviously here, doing this Valley Roleplay, this has been a lot of fun, and it's been a new way to do it, not the same as I've always done before, and I rather enjoy it. Yeah, darn right you'll go away. Yeah, go away. What are you trying to eat? You say you use my hammer, huh? Too bad. I'm done with you. Well, here we are back. I'd say that was a very successful day, but the day is, unfortunately, getting away from me. I have a lot to consider here. Alright, let's get ourselves going. Ah, another set of trophies. I love it. We have gotten quite a bit here. Oh, I'm going to need some of those. Mother taught me how to make these simple bags, and they seem to be nothing more than the best thing in the world. Since, obviously, we have so much that we have to work with here. The sun is still shining. Let's wear our hat. I feel like that's just a necessary part of our entourage. Let's go for it. Or our ensemble, my apologies. Let's get this wooden hoe going, and it's time to farm this up. We need to get working. The day will get away from us if I don't get on this. I do have some venison to dry, so we'll have to put that up in due time. And it's spring. I don't think the meat's gonna last. I don't think we can set that. It's not gonna work to set that in our storage. We're going to have to actually process it. So let's set it on the rack and we'll do the right steps with it in a moment. I do love, if you notice there, when you go from menu to menu, it fades into the menu, which is really cool. That fade to black it does. It's quite cool. I like that they've changed it, right? I mean, that's them, the developers, being very intentional about how they do things in this game, and it's really awesome. And every time improvement, like this is a new thing. I have not seen that type of menu fade before. The painting of your structures is awesome as well. Love it. It's just, you know, it shows that depth that they go into with this game, and it's so cool. It's a lot of fun, and I love that they keep paying attention to it. Alright, well, we have all of our things. We certainly have a lot, and I don't think I should be carrying all of these things. Should put the bow somewhere. I will leave the bow outside for a moment. It's heavy. Leave the bow out here with the leather. And I will need the axe, though. We'll need the axe to get things done here. And then, of course, we have sticks, but it's, you know, we have these sticks just so we can finish the fencing. I'm gonna have to redo the fencing, though, of course. It's what it is. That's how it works. These fences break over time. I'll need some better fences, too. I suppose I could think about, you know, I made those in a hurry last season, or last year. Wow, an entire year. I made those things last year, and they were just good enough to get by. There's plenty of gaps in these things for rabbits to get through, but they certainly kept the deer away, which is what I needed. I think this year we need to consider, what do we need to do? It's spring, and I know flax, this is the year, this is the season for flax. What was the rotation? Her father would do flax, and then he said it's time to do cabbage. When it follows into the summer sun, that warm summer sun makes the cabbage open up and grow large. And the flax takes away a lot from the fields. Now, that might mean that I am going to need to do a rotation here at some point so I can keep my fertility up. Certainly don't want the land to get stripped of its resources, otherwise I certainly won't be pulling my bounty from it like I have been. We'll have to see. Maybe I can do a season of rye and I can just push it back into the ground, till it back in so that it's just returning the nutrients in. I know that's something that Father would do periodically. Those are always the more challenging years too, because we knew that we weren't going to be able to supply. So we'd have to rotate the fields that did it, and that's why Father had such extensive land. And look at me. I have 2 fields. I think it's time to expand it. But we'll have to make sure we get our timing on this down. You know, one of the things, if I'm going to start a village, it's one thing to feed everybody. It's one thing to feed everybody meat and dried meat and roasted meat. I mean, yeah, we can do that, but I think I'm going to really be making a high quality setup for these people, and if they are going to want to stay, I need to start making some of those stews that Father used to make. And what was that thing that Father and Mother would make that just looked awful, but it tasted pretty good. I know some of the spices helped with that. I don't remember. This cabbage slurry. Ugh. Pottage, that's what it was. That was fine. It tasted good enough, and on a cold day it was fine. It did the job. It kept you fed. And sometimes that was enough. Though I do remember, and I loved, when Mother and Father would have contests to say it would be a bold, it's my turn to cook tonight. And then they would take over and we would joyfully await what they would just dream up to make. And some of those soups were so good with the beetroots. I remember those purple looking things that we'd harvest, and the plump ones, so good, and they added a sweetness to the soup that was unforgettable. And in fall and autumn, it was wonderful. Warm you straight to the core and fill your belly up. These fields are going to take some time. The days getting away from me, the seasons escaping us. And with spring, it's always a good time to reflect on what we needed to clean up, how we want to restart our year. Oh, and the hard work that goes into just making sure that this place is ready to go. And as you go through your days, things tend to get busy, and this storyline is meant to be a nice, relaxing step away. And I hope you're well, friend. I hope that things go well for you. No matter what challenges you face in your life, I hope you know that you'll get through them. It's always good to picture and remind yourself that you can get through it. When things are challenging, that's where we learn the most. It's where we can accomplish the most. And they always, what is it? It's always darkest before dawn. Sometimes that's true. And I know I've felt that at times in my life too. But we keep going, and I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad you're here. And it's always a joy just to be able to provide a good story for you and see the comments and just provide a space for you. Because I know it's a space that I have definitely needed. I've provided stories like this in my mind as a great escape from things. Whenever I would play games, I would always have stories going on. Even if the game itself had a storyline, I would have my own story just going through. And it's why I've always loved role-playing games, because it gives you a chance to daydream a story and just make up your own as you go. And that is a lot of fun. Oh, let's see here. I think that this field, we're gonna go heavy on flax. Now, I know that if I'm going to make if we're gonna make enough money to supply this village with everything it needs, at some point we need to start making things. Now, I remember Mother trying to teach me how to sew together materials and make a pair of pants. I mean, she fixed my pants. How many times? I would always wreck them. Rips in the knees. I would always end up getting cuts on them from mistakenly running tools into my thighs. I mean, she called me clumsy, but always have a smile on when she would say it. So I know she didn't mean it in a bad way, but she was also trying to remind me that I should probably think about where my hands are going. And if I have a tool in my hands, maybe I shouldn't be wiping my legs or wiping my hands with a tool still in hand. Alright, you know, I think for our season here, it's time to bring up another field. Let's get another field here. We could use some wheat. And I think it'd be nice to have a vegetable field here. But we'll do a small one because we are getting close to... Oh dear. Obstacles. Oh, I must have put a fence in the way. There we go, let's get rid of you. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish this whole project here. Getting late in the day already and I'm exhausted from all the work. The fences may just have to stay down and I may have to just deal with that. Alright, well, when we're completing quest lines as we go to. We'll try to get as much done as we can in this day, since we have so much that we have to get in. And it's nice to get the fields all plowed. Clover. Clover has been in this area. You know, one of the things that I saw when I walked into this part of the valley, and I know that Father would have noticed it too, I saw this clover, and I just knew that this is exactly where I needed to build. Father had always told me clover is the sign of fertile land, and if you till that clover into the dirt, you can assure that there will be nutrients in there ready to go. I even remember thinking about some of the crop rotations he did. When he saw a field that was over its time, he would let the cows go into it, he'd let the clover take over, and that's what he said. He even rhymed it, let the clover take over. and then you would till it back in. The cows would go through, and of course they'd do their business in the area, and that would be fine because they would fertilize the land and the clover itself. Clover has a way of making the soil better if you let it. And I remember him doing that. That makes sense. This will be a good field. This will be a good field. Okay. Oh dear, it's getting late in the day. I don't know how much more stuff I don't know how much more I can do. But I do want to make sure we get as much in as we can. Doesn't look like we have enough to go through. So we'll have to make some choices. Let's plant a few beetroots. We can plant some cabbage too. I got some carrots. I can plant some carrots too. And maybe some oat. Maybe we'll get a little bit of oat in here. And then a little bit of wheat. But I don't think I'll be able to go too heavy on my wheat. Oh, and it's certainly too bad. Would love to have gotten more planted this season. But it's what we have. It's the time we had. Now, for y'all at home, I know it's hard to see. I should have to get some... I may get some night vision potions in the future just so you can see. For now, if it's okay with people, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into settings, and since I don't really want you to see nothing, I'm going to turn out the brightness only so that you can just see what's going on. Otherwise, you're watching a blank screen, which could be okay. It doesn't have to be anything that you're looking at the time, but it might just be nice to have something that you can see going on. And we are getting close to the end of the day, where we are going to get to a point where I have to deal with exhaustion if I go too far. So we'll finish these up, and then it's going to be time for us to get a shower in before the end of this day. Swim in the lake before our time is up. And we will not be able to... Oh dear. All of these things break so easy. We may have no choice but to build no fences, which means I'll have to take a penalty on our yields. I'll put them straight into fertilizer bin. Is what I'll do. And then... Or I can just turn them into rot, and I can just sell that rot as a 0 point thing, so I don't make any money on it. That way we can be fair. Because that was one of the rules, right? Was that we have to try to be mindful of timing and not just trying to overdo it. And it is late in the day. This is a hard-working spring. We do want to make sure we get as much in as we can, and I know that Racemir would want to get these things set. And it would be worth that hard work. Spring is a time where farmers work even harder than they already do, just because of the fact that you really have to get things done. Growing seasons start, and it's not like you get a second chance. Your year starts and your year ends, whether you're there or not. And it's important to get that work done, to get you set, to be sure that you are ready. Otherwise, there is a way of getting caught without being able to get what you need done. And for Racemir, this is essentially his lifeblood, right? There we go. We'll get these set. Alrighty, we will not be able to get the fencing in. Now, flax is not something that pests tend to eat, so that's fortunate. We won't have to take too much of a hit on that. But the vegetable fields, we're going to say he's going to learn a lesson, and that's going to be just fine. The vegetable fields are going to take a penalty, so we will not get all the beetroots that we wanted to. We will not get all the... Did I say beetroots? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did say beetroot. That's right. Sorry, beets. We just call them beets around here. But we will not see a full yield of those. We will not see a full yield of carrots, which is really going to be the unfortunate thing. I'm only going to let a couple of those go through for us. And let's see here, cabbages we won't do this season, but we can do 2 more carrots. And we can do a couple more beetroots. And yes, we won't get full yields out of this. We'll take care of that in summer. We'll just toss them in the fertilizer bin. Because we should assume that he can make fertilizer. I mean, he would know how to fertilize a field, And I'd like to have some fertilizer on reserve so that if we do kind of an RP idea on it where we say, okay, I decided not to, if I decided not to use the, not buy the fertilizer, but instead do a crop rotation, then we'll have to have some of those grain or some of those fertilizers saved up for when those events happen. That's kind of what we'll do with that. Trying to think ahead, trying to plan out how we can make sense of it. Oops, that's a miss.
I can't recall the taste of food.
Ah, there we are. And that's gonna have to do. I can't possibly do any more. Now, we gotta set this meat on the rack. I'm gonna cut it a bit. Let's cut things up a bit. Set it. Oh, I can't do all of it. I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna do only a stack of 16 of those for dried meat. The rest, obviously we're starving, but we're not clean. Let's go run out to the water and take a swim. We'll get ourselves cleaned up here. Quick dip.
It seems I forgot about food. Again.
Oh man, that would feel so good. You imagine after a hard day's work, hunting, and obviously a day in this game is not like a real day, but imagine that feeling after a hard day's work in the field and a hard season worth of work, right? Where we've been constantly doing things. Let's roast up some of that venison first.
I forgot about food.
Then I can go finish my cutting. We'll roast a couple of these venison steaks up. And I know they won't stay. I know they won't cure across the season, and I know I can't just put them into the food storage like I could in wintertime. At least then they'd last until a little bit of spring, and I could at least cook them, process them that way. And I want to eat this meal. I want to eat this meal here with the stars. Ah, such a beautiful place. Peaceful. And I hope it stays that way. You know what? No, I'm not going to say I hope it stays that way. That's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to make it stay this way. This is the way it is going to be. We are going to have a peaceful area, and I'm going to work to keep it that way. We'll need some people to come in here to help us out. And then we can easily make this place work. We can make a good beginning here. And even more than a beginning, we can thrive here. So it's time to change the I could to I can. That's what's going to happen here. I'm thinking that this dried meat's not going to make it across the seasonal divide. And I don't want to do any cheats across the board. Oh, and here we are. Let's go from spring to summer. Good. All that stuff will turn into rot in our inventory. That was a lot closer than I thought. Alright, a mysterious stranger comes to the village. He seems to know a lot about the wilderness. Oh my. Well, I would love to have had a little bit of more money, but no, thank you, friend. I need this money for what we need. I don't have time for that. Who knows? I've seen enough people on the roadways. I don't need you, sir, be coming in here and trying to tell me you know more than I. I'm doing fine. Alrighty. Okay, now we need to go. We need to place our things here. Ugh. Finishing those fences should have been a first priority. This has to go into here. This has to go into here. And all of these have to go into here. Alright. And here we are at the start of summer. Time to have the hat on. Oh, and these winter trousers, that's not happening anymore. I'm gonna roast alive in these things. But I do love my boots. These are quite nice. I tell you what, let's start by being clever about things. Oh, and look, our fences are broken down as well. Hey. Now, I will have to say that we take a point of exhaustion, right? That kind of thought, where I did a lot yesterday in our springtime day. And now that we're in summer, we're going to say that this is kind of like that waking up absolutely exhausted and sore. And just like, we're gonna have to. Oh my! I don't want to accidentally knock out our orchard. There we are. There we are. And we'll have to rebuild our fences. Now we'll lose a little bit of our yield with the apples. But there, look. This is why you plant an orchard. Let's get some of these. Oh my goodness. All fresh apples, my own apples. And it looks like the deer picked a bit up. Looks like the deer did get a little bit away from us. Of course. I mean, it's gonna happen. We did not get our fences up in time, but I think it's time for us to plant more. There we are. You know, I don't see why I can't expand this even farther. Maybe we can make this orchard a bit more. We could have more. I think this would be a good way to go. Let's get this going. Let's say, I don't see why not. Now, I'll need some crows. Always crows. I mean, we've seen plenty of them in the farm at home. I do know that this is a thing we'll deal with. Now, it's a funny thing. When I look at that, I noticed that there was a hole on slot number 4. You probably did too. And you might have noticed that before I did. But there was a hoe on slot number 4, which means that I actually had a wooden hoe way before. Oopsie doopsies. Get in here. These were our plum trees, weren't they? I think I was going to do plum and cherry, wasn't I? Let's go for that. We'll keep these orchards simple here. The hillside's fine. Cherries can survive hillsides. You know what's fun? In the real world, my mother worked on a cherry orchard when she was a kid. So it's fun. I always have a connection back to cherries because of that. Alright, let's get some cherry trees in here. And I will need to... We'll really need to make sure we get ourselves set here properly. I mean, my goodness. We need these fences up. Can't wait any longer. I've been waiting long enough to do this. There we are. I sure could use some more apples. We'll have to tear down these fences as well, obviously. Now, I would like something to last a little longer than one season. There we are. Ah, it's nice to see these things. It looks like our hops have done well too. I should like to have more hops here too. I think, honestly, I did really enjoy these trees here, and I think they're gorgeous, but it's not helping us right now. I think it's time to expand a bit. I think it's time for us to really think about futures. Oh, I don't want to get rid of all of my spruce trees, but they're going to interfere with the growth of these orchards. I'd like that to go. I'd like to have a little more here. I don't want these to be slowing things down. And with all the acidity in the soil, Father would have taught me. He would have told me limestone. Yep. And he had a friend. He had a friend who was a skilled miner, as I recall. And he would gather limestone for us. And that was important. I remember him asking to grind it up. And then we would use that limestone to cure some of these soils where these really acidic areas could be brought back. And Father did take an entire region of our farmland. It started... Oh, well, look at you, friend. Looks like you are trying to get into my stuff again. Now, I don't want to trap here anymore. I don't think I need to worry about them. I'm not so worried about the rabbits in this area. I'm much more so worried about the rabbits in this field over here. It looks like things are growing okay, but... Oh. Things are growing okay. Yeah, the ones that are still here are growing okay. Well, that's what I get. Trying to do too much and not getting enough done. Okay. We can work with this. Alright, I need that shovel. Where did I put my shovel? Pretty sure I left it over here. Alright. Let's take care of some of these things. Alright. Now, this will obviously take a while. Let's get these dug up. I don't know about you. We don't need you here anymore. There we are. Okay. There we are. Some of these stumps can be gone. I may leave this one here as a sitting place. Alright, now, do you know that those hops will grow quite well here? We can even put them right behind the house. They'll tolerate this land well. There we are. Maybe I can make another area here. We'll make a couple more here. There's no reason why we can't have a little more. And the hops will be great. Now, if I can, I've already brought myself into this market. I'll supply the rye for the rye beer for malting. Then, as well, I can supply the hops. Let me be the brewmaster's friend. That will help us here. And I know that they'll appreciate having somebody focused on this. And, not that I need to brag, but somebody who is actually skilled at making sure these plants continually grow and grow healthy. I'll be curious. Hops are, of course, one of those wonderful plants where we don't have to worry about pests getting at them as much as we do other plants. Not many things eat hops, so not as much to worry about. And now, with our first day of summer here, the flax and the, well, we don't need to worry too much about these fields, but the flax, we'll harvest that up. We'll get ourselves a start. So with that, let's get our tools and let's begin the harvest. We also need to tear down all of the old fencing. So today, it's going to be all about getting our harvests in. Alright, I am entertained by the amount of updates that have happened here. This is now update 2.3.0.0. And we have a number of skills we could be looking into here. Now we did take less noise while sneaking. Tracker, I'm not going to be using inspect mode, so I suppose that's no good. We can use predator. That could be good, because when we do sneak, it'd be nice to be able to move further. It wouldn't be bad to take hand, but I think we'll go with this. We'll keep up that sneaking track. And let's see here, lower loss of durability and trapping master. Now this could have an impact. We could say that more traps means that we can have less penalty to our crops. We actually took the penalty to our crop this season, but there's also, of course, the careful hunter, which would be nice. Getting extra resources. We have been hunting a lot. We have done well learning hunting, and this is a representation of us getting skill there. I wouldn't have had us start in this area, but I think what we'll do is trapping master. We've been doing a good job there. I think it fits the story and the character better. Let's see here. Well, skilled orchardman, yeah, I like this one, but I think skilled farmer is probably the way we ought to go. We have done more farming than we have orchard work. We have only just started on orchard work. And then as far as here is concerned, I think the encounters we've had, the times we've had, what has happened to our characters so far leads us to have empathy and be able to have that as a skill. Now from here, I would say this would be great. I would like to have this, but we don't have experience in it yet, so I'm going to say we haven't gotten to that point yet. And I think bartering would probably be a good place to be. More Dynasty reputation points is not a bad idea, but we don't necessarily need that. We could gain from having more experience during diplomacy activities, since I'm not going to be doing any I'm not going to be doing anything that allows us to get a lot of levels quickly. I'm not going to flirt with every person on the roadway, especially really soon when we take on a wife, so this might be worthwhile. This might be a good one to have. We'll give it a go. It'd be nice for him to have more experience, especially since we aren't going to take advantage of doing the skill use more than once. Alright, well, we have our tools, and we have everything we need to begin our harvest. Let's get to it. And with the drop-down menu, it is a little different because you can't assign unless you're on the tool. So I was on the drop down of them, and I have to assign when I only click on the actual tool itself, which is probably pretty obvious, but still. All right. And here we are. It's time to harvest. Get this in to reap what we've sown. And it'll be good to consider what's next for us, since we obviously are going to have a really big collection. Oop, and that's a lot already. Alright, well, we'll have to go drop some things off. We're just at the start of having overcapacity. We'll drop the rod out here. And of course it was just barely anything. Let's see. We will have to bring the meat over to storage, and then we can dry it later. Then the trick will be seeing what other items we have that we don't need to carry. No need to be carrying around wooden hoe or a shovel at this point. We actually don't necessarily need our shovel. I'm sorry, the shovel. We don't necessarily need to be carrying the arrows as well. Nor the axe. Alright, we're going to have to get ourselves a better place to store things. So here we are, just leaving things on the ground, making a mess of the place. We'll pick it all up in a bit. For now, it's going to take us a while to get through a lot of this harvest. And it'll be nice to see just how much we get out of this, since we planted a significant field set. And ran out of fertilizer, so that'll be the next step, is to figure out a solution to that. We will be doing this for a while. And by kicking down the fences, we need to upgrade our tech. I think at this point we can easily say that we've learned, and that we can do an upgraded fence style, which we'll be hoping for the wattle, and we can say we can get maybe 2 years out of that. And the way that the branches are woven together it would lend itself to easier repairs, since you could replace just portions that are breaking down in the weave, and it's a lot more secure in how well it keeps things in. With that, we now have a good set for our sticks, and gathered up some stones. We should be good to go. It'd be nice to get back to fishing again. We haven't really done our shore lunch in a while. Oop, and that'll do it for us here. And also process in our flax. This day, there's going to be a lot of work done this day. And I hope that your playthroughs, obviously, as I say always, I hope they're going well. And if you've decided to start playing again and you're looking to do a much more relaxed pace, then that sounds great to me. I think that'll be a lot of fun. And I think you'll enjoy going at a little bit of a slower pace. It's been nice. And I think in a lot of ways in life, this has been a helpful thing too, just because I tend to be the kind of person who wants to make things happen quickly, get things done quickly. Sometimes it's way more important to find the time to just enjoy what we have and go slow. Because time will pass just as fast, either way. It'll feel like it passes at a different rate, but time has a way of just passing as it is. There's no need to hurry it through. Me figuring out exactly where to aim now. Alright, and the harvest here, this flax, this season, this is a lot for us to take on. We're going to need to really invest in good fertilizer for the rest of this season. The flax will have drained the fields a bit. A lot of resources to make these grow well. And we don't have to in this game think about crop rotations, but I do think it'd be worth trying to find ways to incorporate that. The idea of doing the clover rotation or doing a rotation. Oh, I am carrying logs. Now that is a silly thing. Let's put our logs down. There's no reason for that. I forgot that I had those logs that I was carrying for our other project. Oh my, thinking of logs too, you know. We really do need to get on building that simple house. We're going to take on an extra person this season. really need to have myself ready for that. Should very much like to have a building ready for them. I really need the builder. Haven't been able to find him yet. It's, I think, time to go. Oops, I shouldn't be running. I have an exhaustion from last time, so we have to go slow. Anyway, we should find the builder. We need to be able to craft things a little better. We need to be able to craft things like planks. We need to make some stronger structures, and I know I've seen people build their houses up with limestone and use that to make the houses more sure and a little less drafty in the wintertime. Because this last wintertime, if anything, I have learned how drafty our house is here. It's beautiful being by the lake, but those breezes that come off of it and the wind that comes off of the open plain next to us, it chills you to the bone. We've gone through a lot of firewood, and we'll be going through even more this winter as well. I'd like to have these houses in a better place before then. I think it would be nice to take just a quick break in here, just be by the lake. And this is one of those things where I hope during your day, there's going to be times where there's more stress, there's going to be times where you're busier. If you can ever just find a moment, give yourself whatever time you can, just to remind yourself that you're here, you're okay, at least in this moment. And find something to see that you say, I'm grateful for this. When I think about me looking around here, I'm grateful for the time that I have that I can do this. And I'm grateful for you joining me. And I do mean that. I find great joy in helping people to find ways to be calm, find peace, find ways to find joy in their life. That has been a thing that has meant everything to me from early on. Life is not simple, and it is nice to be able to help others to find ways to simplify at times as best as possible. And I know I have been one who has not been a person who lives simply, so I can totally understand it. But we do need to take time to give ourselves time and space. Take time to take time, right? Or at least intentionally carve out some time to have some time. And for us here, it's just all we have to think about, or all I'm going to think about now is I'm just going to harvest some flax. And look forward to the springtime around by us when, once the weather changes and we start seeing warmth more regularly, the ground is ready, I'll be looking forward to planting my garden. And I had a very entertaining time last year digging up my own garden plot, which, if I tried to think about it in terms of our friend Racemir here, I essentially made a if I'm being generous, I made a 2x3 plot for gardening. But in all honesty, if I'm thinking real, it's probably only a 1x2, just based on the size of it and thinking about the size of our character. And the amount of effort that went into that. It's a lot to take land that was owned by grass and rock and then convert it over to usable soil. And even now it's not ready yet. It's just on the start of its journey to being a great garden. And it has produced for us already. We did corn last year, and I know my youngest son loves planting corn and loves the idea of harvesting corn. It's a big deal to him. So we planted corn, and we are going to have that there for him every year to grow and have fun harvesting and then cooking up. Tried making squash. It went okay. I'll say that was not a win, and it's okay. We learned a lot. We came out with some, heavy again. We came out with a few gourds, and they're still in storage and they're still around. So I can't consider it a loss, but I would say it wasn't an impressive yield, but it still needs time. And I need time to learn, and I know I'm still learning, so I'm willing to permit myself that. Oh, and here we are stuck being too overloaded. my rule set will be the end of me. And it's okay. It's just forcing me to think about what I would do. And also reminding me that, oh boy, when I've played this game before, I know I try to go from 0 to all the stuff in no time. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm looking for the sticks. I thought I was looking for the stones, and so I was eyeing the area up, expecting to see a pile of stones, but I was actually picturing the pile of sticks. It's funny what the brain will do. Well, maybe we'll just have a backup stone knife. We haven't made a stone knife in some time. It's good to have something for backup. And I hope that we can get this day set. Oh no! And the spear must have been our previous number 6. You know, it's probably a good idea to drop our stick pile here. Might not be a bad idea to drop in the flax. But I'll be looking forward to that. Spring is probably my favorite season. Just love getting the garden ready. I love seeing the birds come back and start singing in the area. Love wrens. In our area we have these very small birds called wrens. And they have such a wonderful song. And I can't repeat it, otherwise I would try. But they have such a wonderful song, and they're just the toughest little birds that there is. They don't take any guff from anything, no matter how large or small something is. They will not take flack from anything. They'll buzz around your head, even though we're huge in comparison to them. They have no care at all. If anyone's near their young, they are immediately on them, squawking up a storm, flying all around them. And they're great little hunters. They'll hunt little bugs in the bushes, and they'll trot around from place to place, jumping on the ground. Brave little things, because they'll be right at the ground level where they could easily be snagged up if they weren't paying attention. But they're always aware, and they're incredibly quick on their wing. And they've always been a fun little thing where you think about that tiniest of creatures, and it's just not willing to accept anything other than what it demands. Like, oh, you think if something thinks it's going to come after it, say, oh, you can't get me. And I'll squawk around you, and I'll be coming around your head anyway. If you think you're going to cause me trouble, I'll come right back at you. They take no guff from anyone. Impressive little things. And every year they come back. And then they'll have their young. And we have a couple nests out in the back. We have a couple houses for them so that they can have a place to stay. And so we can hear their songs every morning. And they start early. Oh my goodness. They start before the robins, and the robins are usually pretty early. And I just love those sounds. But then autumn brings its own types of sounds, and that's one of the things that it really lets you know when winter shows up, when you don't hear the sounds of the bugs anymore, when you don't hear the insect chirping noises in the evening. Then we know winter is finally set in. And I do love those sounds. I'm very much looking forward to getting out and about more. That is one thing about winter. It's a good reminder of how great it is to be able to just get outside. And we've definitely tried to find time to do so. Tried to find time to get out and about, to enjoy the outdoors, even if it's freezing cold. But at least getting out and about and trying to get that time outside where just be smelling some fresh air, I hope, where you're at, and just see something, see the sun, see the sky. There's been one thing that I know stood out a lot. It was a great teaching that I remember reading, and somebody told to me at one point in my life when I was struggling and having a lot of anxiety and a lot of depression at the time too. And I remember somebody giving me this advice that comes from philosophy and, well, and the Buddha, but it's a philosophy of how you look at things, right? Where whenever we look outside, behind every cloudy day, there's a blue sky. And I, of course, have studied science for a long time, and that one resonated with me, I suppose pun intended. Resonated with me because it's absolutely true. The images you can see from space, and the fact that when light hits our atmosphere, it makes the nitrogen, oxygen, and the atmosphere scatter blue light? I mean, yeah, it absolutely does. There absolutely is a blue sky, and no matter how dense the clouds are, no matter how thick the clouds are by us in the ground level, behind those clouds, there's a blue sky. And I find that to be a great thing to just have in the back of my mind when I'm thinking about how tough things might get and how much I might be feeling like it's a challenge and that it doesn't feel like there's a brighter outcome to things. That I remind myself that, well, this is just like that. This is just like the idea of that blue sky behind the clouds. It feels hard in this moment, and it may be really hard in this moment. But there is good to come from it, and there is a blue sky behind it. I just need to focus on what I want to see of that blue sky. I hope that is a thing that has helped you, and I'm sure there's a piece of advice that resonates in your mind and you can hear it and you're saying, yeah, there's definitely something that you can recall from your time. A piece of advice that maybe stood out, or just a saying that really helped you feel comfortable in challenging times, and I hope that that is always a thing you can go back to. Just remind yourself of when things seem tough. And I'm not saying they're not, because we all go through challenges. Alright, let's see here. I don't know if I want that trap to stay inside this fencing, but I also want this fencing to be here. It seems rather silly to have a little garden plot that goes in here like that, but then again, let's go for it. We made it this way, let's make it. We'll work with whatever we got. Let's make our field nice. Uh-oh. Now the trick will be not having our logs in the way, right? Okay, it looks like we went a little wide on that part of the fence. Oh, I should have had my hammer out, and I should have had it out with the, if you have it out on the destruct mode, it's a lot easier to see what's going on. I think it would have been nice to have... I think it would have been nice to have out the hammer for that part. It looks like we're making a bit of an... Yeah, look at that. That's a very stiff angle there. We don't need that. Here. Okay, maybe as well, it'd be nice to purchase that fence. Oh, wait, no. We need ourselves a gate. Yes, look at that. Beautiful. Okay, now, if we're picturing this, I think maybe I should have made this come out a little more. Maybe we can put some tools and things like that inside this area so it doesn't look so silly every time I come into this. And let's get this rotated. Oh my, it's got a lot of rotation on it. There we go. Indeed. Not bad, I'd say, not bad. Yeah. Centrally located-ish. And definitely still at an angle. Well, we'll get this one. But then let's finish this up. Maybe we do want it to look nice, right? Oh, it looks like I still have kind of an angle on that one. Maybe we'll do a double angle on it then. And we'll have it leaning forward just a bit. We'll go with a mistake, right? Made a mistake? Let's take it and let's use it. And I do feel like Mr. Bob Ross was a great inspiration on a lot of those ideas, where it's a take something that looked like it was a mistake and turn it into something beautiful for you. Because it doesn't have to be a mistake, and it doesn't have to be just always what it was. It can be whatever you want it to be. And I have always enjoyed watching that man. So calming, so just relaxing to hear him do his thing, and just amazing. I'm not a painter, and I will never be a painter. And that's okay. I'm not concerned about it. But watching him and just listening and having that calm atmosphere is always wonderful. And how about that? There we are. Look at this. Now we finally have a proper fence around this particular field set. And this will be just the start. Now in the future, I've seen and I know from Father's advice how to make a stone fence, and that's one of those interesting things in the game as I go into character and then drop out of it instantly. The stone fencing, honestly, it's unlocked so late in our tech, but it's one of those things where it's one of the easiest fences to make. It's one of the, if you have the resources, it's just one of those best and easiest fences to make. I happen to like how they look a lot. Well, this will be a lot of constructing here, won't it? Let's build ourselves a couple hammers. And let's get ourselves set. It's about to be quite dark out, so I think before we let darkness settle in this area, we haven't done this for a while, and I miss this, and I love this part. This was just a thing that happened early on, the whole going fishing, right? And that was one of the things that helped us get a start on making some money. It was one of those early pieces where Racemir was able to make a little bit of coin by fishing and cooking up the fish and being able to take that into town. And this just brings me back to that really fun, this was the first, like, oh, I haven't fished before in this game. And it was one of those ahas that I really got out of the more relaxing play was, I have never just taken the time to go fishing. And it is fun. Is it the most efficient way to make money? Well, no. Efficient. Pun intended, apparently. But is it the most efficient way to make money? No, not at all. But does it work well? Yeah. And has it been enjoyable? Absolutely. Oh dear. Oh no, now we have a problem though, because now trying to find this. Take a swim here. Oh, and then the problem with having... the problem with nighttime spearfishing. Too dark for us to see. Let's see if we can use this wooden spear to take care of the rest of this. And in the process, let's do a little swim. See what we can find. And I don't get to use inspect mode, so I do have to be... Here we are. Gotcha. Perfect. Alright, then. Valves all set. Maybe we'll keep it simple. We don't need to catch a ton of fish. Let's just have a nice relaxing fire by the lake. Getting rather dark out for sure. There we are. Alright, and let's make ourselves fire here. Looks like we're really close to having a stone campfire. I can't wait. And, oh, I wonder, how close are we to having somewhere to sit? We'll need some coin. That's going to be one of our challenges, is always having the money to unlock things. But that's fine. That's one of those things that'll keep us going at pace in this game. We'll roast up our fish and have ourselves our shore dinner. And enjoy the beautiful night. With the crackling fire. Smoke around. We'll just take ourselves a spot here and relax by our favorite stone. And I envision, if we can picture ourselves here, you could have that stone, I'll take one here. And let's just sit together for a while and enjoy a beautiful night. I love a campfire. And I love being able to just sit and smell the smells of the campfire and hear the sounds and just enjoy the calm of the night passing. See stars when we can, shooting stars when we're able, when we're fortunate enough for them. And just to take the time to be able to enjoy the fire and feel that warmth. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, a good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening, whatever the time may be. Take care. I'll see you next time around. Oh, man. Alright. Day 2, summertime. We have a lot of apples going on here, and that's real good. Now, we'll have to find something we can actually do with it. And need ourselves a plan going into this day. Or maybe we don't. Maybe what we just need to do is get started. Oh my, that's a project. Well, I think that's where we start. We've left a lot of projects go. We've kind of started a lot of things. We haven't finished a lot of things yet. So let's check what we have. 91 sticks. I don't think that's going to be enough. Got all of our supplies there. I need to be more cleanly about myself here. We need to keep our area clean. We'll do that. Well, y'all, I hope you're doing well on this morning, or evening, or afternoon, or whenever it is that you're joining me. I hope that we can relax in this moment, and that you can take a deep breath in, feeling all the way down to your depths of your abdomen. Nice and full breaths. And out. And let's breathe in again. Nice deep breath. Breathing in through the nose. Let's go all the way deep, filling up our abdomens. And breathe out. And feel the tension leaving your body. Feel your shoulders relaxing. Feel your body settling in and your mind focusing on where we are right now. Deep breath in through the nose again. And out. And feel things leaving you as you allow things to leave, as you allow the thoughts that are on your mind to leave you and be free into a space where they can just simply exist. They don't have to take your space and your time in your mind right now. And it's okay to take a moment to relax. It's okay to take a moment to collect yourself, to figure where you're at, to relax, right? And for me, this is the same story. I want to be able to relax in this space, and I am relaxed in this space. And I appreciate you being here, as always. Grateful to have you. I hope that things are going well for you. And if they need improvement, then I will hope that things improve for you soon. Let us get into our day here. Now, I'm still overloaded. Well, that's unfortunate. An apple a day. We'll eat a couple apples at the start of the day, and might as well. We have so much that we can enjoy here. I'm carrying a log. Let's lift this and carry it slowly. We'll say that we can't move fast if we're moving a log. And let's not be so cluttering. I am so cluttering, it seems. And you know, I have to acknowledge that that is a trait of mine, right? It's okay. I acknowledge that I am a person who clutters, unfortunately. It takes constant maintenance, and it's one of those things I work on a daily. And I forgive myself for doing that, right? It's who I am. It's what I've been like for a long while. I work at it, and it's fine. I will always be working at it. Alright, let's start our day out here. Now, I tell you, getting this fence done will be a big deal. We obviously didn't get it done in time for our summer. But that doesn't mean that we aren't in a spot where we can't get it ready here. Now, I'm I'm wondering. I know my thoughts on the crop rotations. I really like the idea of having to have certain layers of things, right? And crop rotations are important. Re-establishing the nitrogen levels of soil is a big deal. So a lot of times it's beans, things like that, that will help out with that idea, right? So for example, in our area, we have farmers who grow corn one year, and then they'll of course reapply fertilizer across the seasons and be sure that the nutrients are back in there, because just crop rotation alone is of course not enough when you're trying to get high yields, and that is really where we're at nowadays. In the olden days around now, it still matters, but how much emphasis would there have been on this? Well, how much would you need to do? How much nutrient is really being taken out by our different crops? Well, it really depends. And you know, somebody brought up a really good point of, well, we don't really see crop rotations in a lot of games. And it's true, it's a hard thing to get people excited about doing, right? It's got to be a mechanic that's kind of hidden within the game, or placed into it in such a way that it makes total sense, and that you feel like, oh yeah, I totally get this. And I've only seen one game so far that does that, and that's Farthest Frontier. They make it so you have to maintain your fertilizer levels. Crop rotations are one of the ways to accomplish that. And the way they handle it is the seasons happen fast, so you end up doing little rotations within the year of things. So that's their way of simulating that idea. And it's really cool. I do love what they've done with that game, and I will plan to do a playthrough of that one at some point soon here, just because I do think that's another fun, chill game that would be nice to bring out and play and just kind of do. Oop, I got distracted. I got distracted again, and now I'm carrying way too much stuff. We can leave a stone out here for later. But the way they handle it is within the seasonal divide, or within a season, or within the year as the seasons progress. And it's a really cool system. They've done really well with it. It's going to be a lot of building today. I will very much hope that we can get the fencing done here. One of the problems we have now is that, you know, I don't have a lot of the builder skills yet. So what I really want is the crafting skill, the one where we can build a little quicker. And I feel like at this point our character can definitely take that one, just because we have worked on these skills so much. You know, I've never noticed this, but if you look over in the fields over there, I don't know if the resolution in the YouTube video is going to be good enough here, but I never noticed this, but all of the little sprouts you see on the ground over there, they're tiny carrots. That's so interesting. I never actually noticed that. They look like tiny little carrots. That's so entertaining. Here, let's get closer to it. Yeah, look at that. They're tiny little carrots. Little babies. Alright, now, let's see here. I wouldn't mind having a gate somewhere in here. Well, I might actually want to, I think we'll resize this part. And before we get too deep into this, we should really get that gate set up. Yeah, of course, put a trap right in my way. Let's go right about here. Well, you know, I wonder if we'll have enough fencing to do that. Part of the problem will be just how long can the fence be. I gotta hit the minimum for them. There we are. That worked out okay. Alright, and then let's get this one. And one of the ideas with this whole, when I consider all the rules that I'm putting in front of me to make it feel more real and things like that, it's got to still be fun, of course. It doesn't have to be so specific that there's so many rules that it starts to become not as fun, because we constantly have to obey by a series of rules that we placed in front of ourselves just for the sheer sake of putting rules in front of ourselves. So I do still want to do the whole, there need to be fences. I believe that we can say that over time the yields go down, so that if I do 2 years in a row of growth without anything that would help out between, then I should probably think about doing something. But we do know that our character is applying fertilizer across those seasonal divides. We don't have a choice. We have to fertilize the land, so we are re-nutrifying. As to what level are we getting to? Well, I mean, ideally we would provide a way to get some rotation in there. Obviously, like I was saying before, growers around here start with corn, and then after a year of growing corn, which is very intense on nutrients, corn demands quite a bit from the soil. What they'll do next is they'll plant soybeans in their rotation, and soybeans are a re-nitrogenator. So there's bacteria that grow on the roots that help them to bind nitrogen. That's obviously why they're so good for us. Anything that's a legume is so good for us because it's a protein binder. It's an amino acid maker. By binding nitrogen, from the soil and from the air, we're able to then make the amino acids that make up the proteins in our bodies. So that's a handy thing for us. And obviously too, if you take some of those beans and you let them go back into the soil, it helps out a lot. Leaving the roots behind and letting them get tilled back in is a really big deal. So for me, obviously I'm a small scale gardener. What I've been trying to do is using the Three Sisters method that the indigenous peoples of my nation used. Or at least, not all, I shouldn't say all, but comes from people who were wise on how they grew. They would plant corn as the first one, and then you plant beans around the corn, and that beans will grow up the corn so that as the first one grows, the beans are growing up onto the stalks of the corn over time, and that allows them to have something to stand on or to grab onto and vine onto, because beans are obviously a viner. Vine up on it and grow around. And then as the corn plant matures, the beans are taking over, and it's okay because they've had their growing time, they're already producing their fruits, and now it's at a point where the beans are growing well and they're providing nitrogen to the soil since their roots are binding that nitrogen. So as long as we leave those roots in the ground and allow it to till over, we've got a balanced soil. The last part of it, because it was Three Sisters and I've only said two, is that the squash gets planted. And squash is planted last because its leaves are large and broad and they'll take over real fast. So what I do is I plant those up, the corn goes first, and then when the corn gets to a certain height, then you're planting your beans, and then after that you're planting your squash. And then when the squash takes over, and of course, squash is large, those broad leaves provide protection. Protection from pests and protection from other competitive plants that would try to grow in the area, since any competitive plants that grow weeds, they're very good at stripping nutrients from the soil because that's why they grow so fast. That's why they're so good at growing. That's why weeds are a problem in our gardens and in our fields. So that method of planting has been really helpful for a small scale person like me, since now I don't have to think so deeply about what I rotate through. I obviously do have to think about it in other areas in the yard, but well, that's what it is. So for our character, getting back to here, I figure as long as we can keep up with the fertilizer, we'll keep it simple for now, until I can figure out a good rule set for this whole crop rotation thing. It would be fun to do, though. But I do have to ask the question to myself of, am I just asking for more complications for the sake of complications? And it is fun though, right? It's fun to picture these ideas and keep ourselves on pace. Oh my, this is a lot of building today. And I do think that that's really going to dominate a lot of today. We may switch it up a bit. I don't want to do just building fences this entire time. I mean, that will be quite a thing. We do have to, obviously. Good area. I think we chose a good space. There's a lot to build with here. Lots and lots of sticks that we can gather up. If we add an herbalist, this is great because I'm seeing a lot of plants strewn about the area that we can gather and take for our uses. Still not 100% on how I would use herbalism in this game with the rule set that I'm going for, because I don't want to use the magic potions, right? Because they do... That's nice. I just like the sound of the breeze here. I do love how they've created some really good environments. And it's nice how it changes from space to space. They've got it so the ambient noise in the background just switches up as you go into one space to the next. So good. And we will have to balance out how much we expand in these areas, right? I mean, don't want to build too many houses in too many of these spaces, because I do want to make sure we keep a lot of this natural beauty here. Alright, and now that our fruit trees are maxed out, we of course still need fencing to protect from the deer. These wattle fences, I kind of want to say that they can last a little longer than just the 2 years, just because, holy cow, the amount of sticks they take is pretty significant. I'll be spending my entire sessions playing just making sticks, and I don't think that's going to be as enjoyable as it could. Oops. And again, because I'm carrying logs. Alright, that's... Ooh, no. Let's move you just in the way of a tree so we don't have to come back for you too soon. Dunk. There you are. I decided to pick up some berries. We eat a few of those. Why not? We can snack as we work. And it's a great little area. All these berry patches. Very handy. Nice to have. Alright, well, I think it's time to start. I think today, let's get our house built. We really need to start planning ahead. This needs to be a time and a space where we are really thinking about where we go next. And that is to say, we really need to be ready for the builder. Need to have a plan for where we can have him live if I can find him. Or if I can find anybody who's skilled enough with building that we can start really getting things set. And then it's going to be... Oh, let's see here. We've been building with simple technologies so far. Sticks and stones and logs. At some point, we walked by some of the buildings in these different towns, and they're using limestone for their installation. And so really, they look nice. It also seems nice and cozy in their homes. I'm sure they're doing better in the wintertime. So, we'll have to consider that too. I don't want to have my people living at hovels and freezing every winter. I really need to upgrade this one here. Know how to make daub. I remember that from the farm. Do that. Where do we want to go? You know what? We're going to decide where we want to go. We're going to need a shovel. We are going to need a shovel. It's going to turn out that we don't need to carry this spear anymore. Tell you what, let's get you firmly planted there in the ground. Leave you there for a while. Hose. Let's see here. We'll just rest it up against the fence so that when I need it, I can come back and get it. And, oops, is that one stuck? Oh, dear. Turns out that I got that one stuck in the environment. Drop you. There we are. There we go. Much better. Now, we can make use of this. So, the question becomes, where do we want to go with these? Let's see here. If we came through here, I think this would be a great place to start. Actually, this area needs to be cut in. There's a lot of things to take. I still want my pathway. Still want to be able to get down to my fishing spot. I think we can take out this stump here, this stump here, and we should head into our pathway here. This is where we want to go for fishing. Now, that means it wouldn't be bad to have a home right here. Let's see here. I do love the... Now, this is interesting. I'm seeing this for the first time. They give us the presets now, so that we can pre-plan to set these out. Now, obviously I can't... We don't have the technology. We don't have the ability to make those yet, so we gotta make our simple wattle houses. Oof. Let's drop these here. There we are. We'll need some more stones, of course. Well, yeah, we'll get ourselves all set here. And we'll get a home made for the builder. I'll see here that there's a good patch of berries. Maybe I can work with that. And I can make it so that we have a nice patch of berries next to a home as well. Now we can't walk, obviously, but that doesn't mean we can't build right here. There we are. And of course, we have a large collection of sticks that we can build with. Well, here it is. We're finally getting to a point where we're getting ready to move forward. Alright. I'm going to need a lot more straw. I hope he doesn't mind living here, although I'm sure that he won't mind living in a space where he has a roof over his head and he doesn't have to keep asking for a place to stay. He doesn't have to keep hoping that somebody will take him in. That this will be exactly what he needs. That's what I hope for. And we'll get all the wattle bent into here. What a process that would be. Get ourselves set so we can be ready to go find him. And I think tomorrow maybe that's the goal. Today is getting away from us. It's probably a good time to see how much fertilizer we have on hand so we can get the crops going. It's only our second year of planting in this area. So I'll say that we don't have to worry quite yet about our yields going down, but it is worth considering for the future. Oh dear. We are probably going to need to consider having an axe on hand. I haven't checked my traps in a bit. We'll have to do that. See where our friend, the giant Wisent, is in the area. I see you over there, friend. It's okay. I'm staying over here too, so you just have your time. Although now it's nice. It's a little further away, so I can finally get into this area and chop some of these trees down. I do have that iron axe back by the house. Maybe I should use that. I kind of want to keep that one in good shape. I've been stuck in a situation or two where having an axe on hand that's strong and bites hard might be worthwhile. So I may want to keep that iron axe a little strong so that as we wander in the woods, we can protect ourselves from, things that would wish us harm. Bandits and predators alike. Although the bow is going to do the best biting at a distance, so we'll have to always be prepared. I might want to do a little practicing with that crossbow that I found on that gentleman. And I wonder if that weapon will be any good. I've never shot a crossbow before, and I know Mother told me that the recurve is a much more reliable weapon and laughed off the idea that new technologies were going to replace these things, and I was hearing tales of these crossbows and how powerful they were, and I remember her laughing. One of the traveling merchants was speaking about it, how the guard in the city was at had the iron crossbows, and that they just packed a serious wallop. It was, I believe, what he said. And I remember Mother laughing at him and saying, well, that's fine that they can pack a wallop, but I'll be walloping more than once while that person's reloading, so you tell your town guard that their first shot better count. And I know she meant it kindly, but also just think about it. Just because it's new doesn't mean it's better quite yet. And maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe she's right. Then again, who knows? Maybe she's wrong. When I heard that bolt go past my ear, I certainly thought that thing was pretty powerful. And it whizzed by like a... I don't even know. I've never seen anything travel so fast. Oh, we'll practice with it somewhere. Maybe I'll set up a target somewhere. You can see how this thing works. This is our land, after all, right? Unigas said this was our land, and I just paid taxes on it last season, so I can do as I wish here. That's a handy unlock right there. Now we can build the extraction shed. If we were doing fast leveling, that would be a very significant thing for me, because that would mean that I would want somebody gathering straw so we can maximize their skill in extracting really fast. We would of course end up with a massive pile of straw, and we'd want to craft it into something, but that's since we're not min-max gaming here, we're just having fun. we aren't going to worry about that so much. But the extraction shed does provide us a spot where we can get our people started on gathering resources. And that might be our first leg up on getting our technology upgrade, right? Where at some point we have to think about how we're going to get resources for mining. Our village is going to expand to a point where we do need access to better resources. And we'll need better technology, right? Can't be working with stone tools the entire way. That's no good. It's getting to be evening. A full day's work. But not the end of the day yet. I want this house done. I want us to be in a spot where tomorrow we can go out and we can find the builder and we can say, I have a space for you to live. I've heard tales of you. I need you to start working here. I will build whatever workshop you need, whatever you need to get the work done. Help me make a village that will bring people in from a distance to see it. Let's make a safe place for people here. And let's make a place that people come to, a hub that people walk to from far away. Although, maybe at first we won't draw too much attention to ourselves, just to be sure that we aren't bringing soldiers in. You know, that's not... Look, it's not professional grade here, but that's just fine. I'm not a tradesman, but I tell you what, I am skilled enough to make a home. I'd say that's pretty good. Look at that. Should dig our path with our shovel. Apparently I'll dig out that rock too. There we are. You there. Man, I don't know if I really need you sitting here, friend. Yeah, I probably should get rid of some of these stumps. You don't need all these stumps sitting around here. Alright, well, it's summer. Best thing I could do, I can plant a few of these. Yeah, we can plant a few things here. Alright, well, wheat grain, we're ready for the rye season, that's for sure. Oh, I only have 16 cabbage seeds. Well, then that's gonna slow us down a little bit. That's okay. We'll find a way through that. Looks like I'm gonna need to buy more cabbage. I would say as well that we're going to need to get more fertilizer too. There we are. Oh dear. Well, that's unfortunate. It looks to me like we are going to need a little extra stuff this season. We'll have to buy some fertilizer from our friend nearby. Yeah, we're going to need a little help this time around. Would like to use the crop rotation as a way to get some access to that fertilizer, but it's not going to be as much as we were hoping for. Alright, well, that being the case, I should probably head to town and gather that stuff up before the end of the day. How much sun do we have left? It's gonna be night before before time. Oh my. 8 o'clock. I think we'll just have to take care of what we need to do here. Tell you what, it's been a long day's working. I can see that we need to take care of more things here, and that's fine. We finished a house. I think we're doing okay. And we have some fencing that we can finish up, so let's go get ourselves some lunch. Well, lunch, what am I saying? I keep saying lunch as in shore lunch, but I mean dinner. Let's go grab ourselves a bite to eat for dinner. Been a good day. What's it gonna be like in the village? I mean, is he gonna see me talking to myself every second of when I walk around and wonder what's wrong with me? Let's see. Now we just need to find the fish. Oops. Ooh, I feel like the darkness has changed a bit here. The depth of dark is deeper. It's harder to see. Swim over and grab our spear. Bloop. Oh, well, I don't know if I'm gonna find that spear. Oh dear me. Well, now I need my other spear. Oh, fish get the best of me today. Ah, well, darn it. That's what you get when you willy-nilly throw your spear and you can't see what's going on. You'll lose your spear. Okay. That's fine. I still have some dried meat up here. And speaking of which, dried venison will go just fine. The challenge has been cutting it so thin. That was definitely the challenge, getting into this, and I think that that's what Zella really got pointed out for me. She clearly showed me this idea that I was definitely not slicing things up thin enough, that's for sure. Look at this piece of junk. I wonder about this thing. Alright, well, I know we have a rabbit on here. Alright, friend, looks like your dinner tonight. Looks like you'll take care of our needs for this evening. And get some more stones so we can build ourselves our bird trap, because we still clearly have plenty of crows in the area. Oh, the amount of crows we have here. We definitely... Oh yeah, I get to build that scarecrow, don't I? I'll find myself a scarecrow here. We'll find some parts for that. Get ourselves a rock first. There we are. Leave no stone unturned and leave no bird unsquished. Ah. There we are. Now we can build a couple of traps. There we are. Let's get this one going too. Certainly don't need the rabbits coming by our fields anymore. Oh, I don't need to worry about you here anymore, do I? I know we've been getting really good growth out here. Now I don't want... When the hops are young, they might not taste as bitter and as harsh to the rabbits. So let's not give them the opportunity to come by and snack on our hops before they get too big. A little roasted rabbit for the evening should be a wonderful thing to add, and a great way to fill our tummy. I certainly need some chairs. We certainly need some chairs here. Alright, well, we're getting to a point where we have a lot of what we need. It wouldn't be a bad idea to think about where our people store the things they need. We've already got a place to store food. Speaking of which, I should start packing my apples in their baskets so that we know we're set here. Certainly don't want to leave this stuff unplaced. We'll leave some of these herbs in here. I know Mother at one point told me all about how to use things. Obviously, nightshade is... Let's not keep this in here. I don't need anybody to get confused as to what that's used for. Especially if our new fellow doesn't know much about berries of the wild. I don't know how much knowledge he has of traveling and of nature's plants. Well, I think it's time for us to get a rest. But we also have to think about where we're going to put that storage. Where people are going to go for the resources that we're producing. I need it to be somewhere near the hub of our production. But where are we going to produce? I envision people living by the water, because that's just the best place to be. And some of our people are going to need access to water to get things done. Perhaps we could put our resource storage out over here, just outside of the orchard. And then we can have our expansive buildings that go there. So what I'm thinking here is, what if we do this? What if we look at having... There we are. Now I could expand my hop fields too, my hop orchard too. Maybe we can have it right there. And then I can have some space for a construction area here. It's right up against our orchard, so that'll give us a space there. Oh, I'm far too tired to keep this up. Time to get rest as we stumble into bed and sleep through the night. Oh, well, how about that? Alright, somewhere out there is a spear. And that was a great spear. I found that thing fair and square. Let's see here. Probably should have brought the other spear in here. Let's just get a morning swim. Oof. Now, where would I throw a spear if I was the kind of person who throws their spear wildly in the water? Ah, right there is where I'd throw my spear. I would throw it right in that exact spot, right there. Ah. Gotcha. Helps to go fishing at a time where you can see things. Alright, well, I'll teach those fish. I think they got complacent. They thought I was never going to be able to find that spear. How little you fishies know. Well, let's see here. I don't want to just call it quits with one. We'll head into town. Oh, spooked him. Oh my, they've really been doing well here, haven't they? Let's get a couple more fish, we'll roast them up. Actually, no way. I haven't tried drying the fish yet, have I? Well, I tell you what, let's try that out. She did mention that you could dry fish. Obviously that takes time. And the fish should be easy to thin slice. That's one thing, that's one advantage of these fish, is that perch are already fairly thin. And the fillets are nicely sized. I bet you they'll dry rather well. I'll have to be careful though, I hope there's no bear in the area. I don't want to leave this fish out and smell wonderful in the day. Ooh, well, I'll tell you what, that was a little wild. Ah, gotcha. Spear's starting to look a little worse for the wear. Well, I haven't seen anybody craft these hook-like parts in the front, so I have to figure out how to make this thing. I haven't made this before, so I don't really know how they exactly did this. I can see how they bound it together with linen, but I haven't done that before. Speaking of all the things, I really ought to get into town. Oh, jeez. Now I'm starting to get impatient. Time to stop. Every throw needs to be at least thought out. It's the first one that counts, right? Let's get in here. I'll start the fish drying. And then... Oh, well darn. Oh, we don't have a way to craft them into fillets just yet. We'll have to get a fishing rod for that then. Okay, so it turns out we're going to not do that. But we can gather up some berries. I think they have a lot of berries in their area though, unfortunately, so we may want to be cautious about selling these. I don't think they're going to really want them. But at least we can get a start. Now I wonder who knows how to make a fishing hut. You know, our lady friend mentioned that she'd gone fishing before, and I was just taken aback by that. How could she tell me that she's a better fisherman than I? There's no way. I mean, obviously. As I missed a few of those throws. Alright, well, it's time for us to get into town. And get ourselves ready to go. We do have a bit to go here. We have a lot of fertilizer to consider. I'll just roast up the fish for now. There we are. Have ourselves our nice breakfast. Fish for breakfast. Bring a little to sell in town. And you know, I do have to say, we did make a lot of that fried meat, and I don't really want this stuff to sit for too long. So let's take a bit of that into town, sell it. Take a few of our apples into town, sell those. I don't want to let these things go bad. And our trees are growing well. Let's get in town for a while. Oh. No, no, no. We are not going to walk into town unprepared. We'll leave this spear. Let's put you right about here. Bonk. An iron axe is a very good weapon. And I think for arrows, a recurve bow. Have a bit of leather. Maybe we can craft a bag up or two. Perfect. Do we have anything else that we've been making that we can sell off? We have a lot of fur. I tell you what, let's take some of this leather and bring it in. I do think it's time for us to consider making that sewing hut, because there's a lot we could do with that. Once we have it, we'll be able to start making linen. Perhaps I can even make some better quality bags. All these simple little bags I'm making with these leather pouches and as best I can stitch with the leftover fabrics from my broken down things. They last a little while, but they don't last to the level I'd like them to. Alright. Alright, there we are. We've got our copper arrows in, just in case. Because I know we tend to run into a little bit of a bore here on the hill. We'll see what they're up to. See if one of them's rooting around this area. There must be some good mushrooms here. I know in spring I saw some. There it is again. They love this area. They absolutely love this area. There we are. All right. If we have enough resources to get our knife going. Oh, look at that. A wooden spear. Who would leave such a thing here? Let's see. I wonder. I know I saw that chest here before. It's obviously been taken. Someone did come back for it. I'll be curious. It was my two friends. My two friends who were prepared to liberate me from my money on the roadway. I wonder if it was them. I do hope so. I'll have less to be concerned about. Certainly don't need a number of bandits to be walking around in the area, but now that I've taken two of them out, unless they were working on their own, then I'll have others to consider. Now where is our cook? I think she'll appreciate some of these things. Well, friend, you have some apples for you if you want to cook those up. I think people appreciate that. Berries? Yeah, you're not really that interested in berries, I should figure. And dried meat. Doesn't sell for a lot, but it's still something. Sell you the fish meat. That's the way to go. Definitely the way to go. You can take the spruce bark if it's good for you. You can find a use for it. I'll be happy to provide it. And the simple bags, well actually, I'm sure you could buy a couple bags. If you'd like, I do have some bags here that I've been crafting up. They're decent. Not too many, of course, I'm sure. I'll go find our farmer friend. I think he could use a couple of bags so that he can keep doing his work. Sometimes it's nice just to have these simple ones on hand. Hey, Dagobert. Let's get you a couple of these bags. There we are. Now, oh, let's see here. Now I could take his manure. I would love to have a cart in a big bin and bring this back and start making this into something. And since I am a farmer, I do get to take advantage of the fact that we know how to craft things. So, since we do know how to craft, that would get us 20 units for 120. Wow. That gets us 20 units for 56. Don't think we would be
It's you
foolish enough
again.
to not.
Price is
I
so
think
low, you don't
since we have the ability to do that, then we should take advantage of it. Now, I had 16, and we need to do 48. There we are. There we are. That should take care of us for the season. Oh, I would very much like to have more apples, but that's okay. We don't
See you
need to go for
around.
that. Thanks, friend. Take care. Oh, my lady by the fire. My lady of the fire, perhaps. Oh yeah, we ended up with her as a... She got the fishing skill. That's where we're at for her. And how are you doing, my
Hello.
lady? It's wonderful to see you. As always. Well, today I need to find the builder. Have you heard rumors?
Is going to reign as long as possible.
You heard that he was actually in Baroa? That would not be fair.
But usually
I was
the
just
best
there.
ones live the shortest.
Oh my goodness. That would have been a thing, wouldn't it? It would just be the thing, wouldn't it? Is that I would have walked right by him, and that he would have been in town and I wouldn't have been looking at all. Go figure. Okay, that being the case, let's get ourselves back home. I still need to get something for her. I haven't found anything worth a fitting present for her. I'd like to ask her for her hand in marriage, but I don't really have a fitting gift for her. What would be the perfect gift for her? I think I have a perfect idea, and I believe she will laugh her head off. It'll be perfect. Alright, now we have to go on the search for this thing. I wonder who would have it. I'll have to find it. Oh, you know what? I certainly don't need crows in my area. Get out of here. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now, the good thing about having knowledge of how things work is that now I have a lot more units. I have a lot more fertilizer than I did before. Only 22 though. But since I have knowledge of farming, I can craft this manure into fertilizer, and we can do our work. I could always afford to travel in. I could travel into Gustovia, and then I could cross the river and easily get myself some more resources. I do have a bit more farming to go for the season, but oh, decisions. Let's see. I think we should head into town and wrap things up for this time. We really should get our... I think we really should try to get ourselves that... We really should try to get the builder. We should see if we can find him this season. It's almost the end of the season, and if we miss this opportunity, that could be a problem for us. Let's go for it. Let's see what we can do. We still have a bunch of meat. Would be nice to dry that, so I'll put that in storage for now. Come back and we'll dry that before the end of the season. Yeah, and then we can have some dried meat for later. We may have to take advantage of the help of the traveler. We'll see. We'll get that cart and it'll get us there a little quicker. That could be good. Put our resources in here. I'm trying to clean up our area here, right? Trying to make it look a little better. There we go. Okay, we may want to get ourselves there a little quicker this time. Just so we don't lose a lot of the day. And at this rate, we'll also want to get more fertilizer, and that'll allow us to wrap up our farming. I do still have a lot of fencing to build around those, around the trees. I might just go with the simpler fences and let them go for 1 year, just because we're running low on time on that. And we'll just deal with the fact that we have to reconstruct them by next summer. That'll do just fine, won't it? I mean, we can make it through that. Now, let's get ourselves... Let's see how much money we have in our pocket. Oh, 126 coin. That's not going to do so well for us. Well, maybe we can get a little bit of these things taken care of here. Make a couple of bags before we get into town. See what we can sell. And then, maybe then we can do that. But that's going to take us a bit of travel time. I wonder if it's maybe worth us trying to explore some of the other villages. Seeing what we can get away with there. Maybe he's at one of the other villages. I'd heard he was a Burrower. That doesn't mean he is. That doesn't mean I'm going to actually find him there when I go. 37 coin later. We're not making a lot of money. I do think we really need to find a way to make some more cash on this. Alright, thanks, friend. And we haven't had a chance to make a lot of questing happen for people. Now, we've never really traveled down this roadway. Haven't heard of Tuk Tea yet. That would be a good one to go to at some point. But I'd really like to get at least the builder, into our village. And if I go across that way, I can travel to 3 villages. I should be able to find him in the process of that. Now the question becomes, do we want to spend all of our coin on Gustovia? We can't even afford it. And it's already 1:30 in the afternoon. I think if we do this, we're going to end up not finishing our farming. So, we're going to keep up the pace. Which is to say, we're not in a hurry. And it's okay. We get the builder next time around. It's fine. Let's just take care of the things we need to take care of. That we know that we have to get done. Oh, that's all the manure you have left, isn't it? Darn, that's too bad. I could really use more. I wouldn't mind planting more seedlings, but I think we should just focus on what we got. Apples, Apples sell for about 6, so we think about that. Cherries don't sell for that much. Pears sell for about 6 as well. Poppy sells for decent if I just got a chance to plant it. That's a little out of season for us now. Apples seem to be kind of a go-to, and we can make a lot. It is a really nice passive production. This might be a good place to just make a little extra coin. And just have a few extra trees going. Could expand our orchard a bit. I don't know. I think we'll come back to that thought. For now, we are low on fertilizer, unfortunately. So I'll have to buy up a little more. We'll buy 120.
Have a nice day.
Well, the point will be to make things and make the cash that we need. Speaking of making cash, we are not producing a lot of money at this point. We did a good job. We have a lot of flaxseed that I can still sell. And we have decent crops. Perhaps I need to take a little bit of our extra seeds and bring them in and sell them. That could be a good idea. Wouldn't be bad if we could find a person who can make arrows for us. That would mean we'd need somebody with some serious skill. Now, it wouldn't be bad too if we could get our lady friend, we'd get her to marry us, and then we could have her working as a fisher on the shoreline, getting us a lot of our fish meat. Now that could be really good. Since we know fish meat sells well, and we know that we can dry it as well, that could go even better. Good food source too. Could be a good option. Yeah, I just need to finish up this fencing, and then I think I have to deconstruct that one by winter. Oh, these things. So many crows. Alright, well, we'll take care of them. They don't get to take over our area. Alright, well, it's time to get to work. Hopefully I have my bags. Oops, it says I'm carrying too much, so it's time to deal with that. sticks down here. Just for now. Apologies. Fur down. And I'm carrying around a shovel for reasons unclear. There we go. I'll take this shovel and we'll walk it over this way. This will limit how fast we can go anyway. There we are. Let's put this stuff in here. What are we doing? Alright, now as far as our bags are concerned, I'm honestly confident that I don't have enough bags left over. Yeah, I certainly don't. Alright, well, that's why we make sure we hunt extra. Alright, then with this, I'd say it would have been nice to get the builder this season. And it's okay. Again, we're not... There's a part of me that wants to be in a hurry. I very much want to be in a hurry. Part of me anyway. Just, you know, used to wanting to play the game at full speed. And I love that this is forcing me to slow down. And I'm carrying too much again. Okay, I do appreciate that this is also forcing me to rethink how I do everything. There we are. We're gonna need a spot to store these things. Keep leaving things out and about or dropping them into the farm. It's not really helping anything. Okay, well, time to get to work. Well. And we'll just get our things over here. And I'll leave the bow on the side of this just for a while. Can lean our bow up against the fence, leave it go there for a while. Okay. Time to farm. Time to get things going. And we'll take a quick drink of water. That's why we have this. Oh, I will need to craft those manures over too. And then we should be set. With this, we'll plant our crops of cabbages. And then with this season for our rye, what I might say is that we take part of our rye crop and we'll till it back in, so we'll only harvest half and we'll dig in half. And that'll throw us off a bit for our yield, but it's okay because that's also going to mean that we can say that our land is back up and replenished. And again, that's all just for the fun of it. That's all just for adding that extra layer of challenge, and that's it. Alright, well, as we'll go through this, I know people mention that I don't have to necessarily talk through all of these parts. There can be nice, just quiet portions. In this video, I'm trying to add in those quiet portions and also trying to balance them out a bit. So I'll try to just have that voice of a friend talking in the background at times. And at other times, we'll just have comfortable quiet. And it looks like we have exactly the right amount now, don't we? That's pretty handy. Nice to have two fields that are exactly 24. Makes it simple. I think with the end of our season here too, we're going to need to... It'd be nice to plan out some of these things. Maybe I'll gather some more resources and get that resource storage started. I think that'd be a good thing to have ready for our incoming helper, right? If we're going to find this builder, you might want to see that we actually have a plan. Oops, that's a miss. There we go. And building a resource storage, well, let's see here. I guess we can assume Racemir would know how to do that. Oh, here we go. And we'll just go ahead and build it, right? We will need it. And that ought to help us out in the next season too. Oh, we are not just about right. Oh dear. One away. I wonder if we have one stack of rot hidden in there that I can get at. Oh no, I think we're gonna end up having to build more of these. 22% was not a lot left, but this one was at 100, so this should last a while. Oh, you know what I should be doing? I should be keeping track of exactly how many of these clicks I've had to do, so I know that. Be a handy statistic, no, right? And I think that's actually, well, it is. That's my next video that I'm going to work on. I'm going to work on an excessively detailed video about farming, so that I can figure out all the exact statistics. How long does every single tool last exactly? So you can get an estimate of what you get out of what you build. I'm also going to try to do as best of an analysis as I can on the impact of the distance on how much time it takes and how many fields you can expect to get done within a season. So in other words, if I have a house that's close to the field versus a house that's really far away, like how significant of a difference am I expecting out of how much work gets done? That kind of thing. And I think it'd be nice to have that kind of a video out there. I've really enjoyed making those, and it's the kind of stuff that I like to think about too, is what's the full details on it. It'll be a while though. I have to pardon the fact that I'm mentioning this now, and it could be quite a while before it even comes to be, because those do take quite a while to work on. And I'm looking forward to having it out there for y'all. But I want to make sure I get all the details in there. All the minute details you could possibly want to know. I'll miss something too, but that's the way it is. Alright, let's get back out there. And with the cabbage, it'll be good. This will help us have a really good yield of food to put into storage. Maybe even have the ability to cook some pottage. Well, I'll need a workshop. I don't have any bowls. Well, that's a problem. We only have, I think, the one from our first meal we got from Dobrina. Ah, the one bag, the one piece of fertilizer we're missing. Oh, look at that. We're not going to be able to get through that. Do I have just one? Oh, and there's my bags too. Oh, and I have some extra hose in here. Oh, there you go. See, I am set on this. I could easily bring these in to sell. Well, darn. That's too bad. Yeah, so we got this. Let's just get our cabbage going. There we go. And this ought to wrap up our day pretty well. I think then maybe we'll go fishing a bit. Our spear's about to break though, so we'll have to decide on that. What do we want to do with the rest of that? Might not be a bad idea to get that resource storage a little finished, just so we have it ready to go. Now, I'm going to say that we can't build some of these structures yet. I think having the builder on hand is kind of a key for that one. I'm going to say that Racemir is not as skilled in building as he would be for farming, and I'm taking, you know, we're trying to take that idea that it does take more than one person to make this work, and we can't just assume that our guy is an expert at all the things. It is fun to do that. It is fun to be fully independent and imagine that we could just do all the things, but being that he's still young, has he built a resource storage before? No, but I'm sure he can figure it out. It's just a large storehouse building. It's essentially a barn, except for storing resources, so not that hard to say that he could kind of piece that idea together. As far as a woodcutter's hut, my guess would be that that wouldn't be too hard to do. I'm guessing he's had to do that at the well. Some of the other ones, anything that requires more advanced planking, things like that, just no good. Man, this will be quite the yield this time around. I am hopeful here that we'll get some skill upgrades too, because if we get a little skill bump here, we can take skilled farmer and we get lots more cabbage out of this deal too. And it does it. Farm work is done. Time to get some sticks. And then let's go finish up the fence work. The day is never truly done. I had one left over, that's unfortunate. And I think we'll let this crow meat just sit. Rot. Darn crows. Okay, well, if I do this, easily have a fence that lasts me a long time, or I can have to do this again. I like the idea of not having to do this again. At least not for a while. Now, ideally, we could also say that there's not too... I mean, I'm not fully convinced that our dear friend, the deer, will necessarily come through and eat these, but they could, right? This could be an impact. Wild animals do come through and eat crops. It is kind of the way it is. Oh, that was a lot farther off than I believe I expected initially. Better get that hammer and better get going on this. There we are. There we are. Okay, you. Now let's go for this. That's it. And I wonder though, I think maybe we may want to leave room for expansion. You have that area there. I think maybe we'll leave extra. Did I already? Yes, I did. Good, 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 good. It was important to have planned ahead for the expansion. I think that's about right. Oh, that was pretty good right there. Not bad at all. Right. And then it begins. Actually, then it continues. So we'll get these all set. There's not much to worry about at this point too, though. It's kind of the convenient thing, right? I mean, all the yields have already happened, and our fencing did make it through the season that we got to. This will allow us to get through 2 years worth of growth without anything to worry about. And it'll be nice to have the fencing done. My own personal crops, as I've already said before, I'm not the best of gardeners, but learning, and I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun here in the real world. And I had to build up some fencing this last year because my gardens didn't do so well. So as much as I have good ideas on how to do things, unfortunately, our garden suffered from a lot of early pests. They ate all my beans right away. So I didn't actually get any of the bean crop because all the critters loved those bean shoots. They were all over it. That took down a lot of what we were gonna get. Also means that I'm a little concerned about how well my soil is gonna be ready for the season, but we've got some chicken manure out there, and that should do a good job at it. Our crows out there are doing us a favor, I suppose, pooping in our crops, but eating all of our seeds. So unacceptable. We'll have to build that scarecrow. You know, I haven't built that scarecrow yet. I wonder if that'd be a worthwhile thing to do. Oh, there's another crow. There's another boar. I didn't bring my bow though, so that's not going to be worthwhile. Alright. I wonder how soon we should propose to our lady friend. Would like to get her be a part of our storyline. Already she is, of course, but maybe more detailed in it, and actually have her as a part of the village. We can accomplish more as well, right? As a team, we can get a lot more done. That is for sure. We will take a bunch of berries and make some basic rot too. This won't go too far, but there are a lot of berries, and I certainly hate for these things to go to waste. Definitely get them in there and turn them into our rot for a seasonal change, and have good growth for next year, and get ourselves ready, because we need our rye crop to be very well prepared this time around. We have a good setup, we just need to make sure we keep up with it. I'll gather a bunch of these berries. We'll throw these in our compost bin. Eat a bunch of them with our shore meal. here in a moment. Then that. And there are a lot of those little saplings over here, which should be perfect. Snag a few more of these branches. Little sticks. That's the problem with those wattle fences. They take a lot of sticks. But they'll look good. No wonder here. Workstation. Workstations. Okay, not bad. So then, miscellaneous? Oh, I need 50 coins. Oh, I need 50 coins. Darn. Next season then. Well, it's getting late. I can't be working in the dark, right? And I shouldn't leave a bunch of tools out. There we go. We got a good start on that fence. Oops, I'm overloaded. Well, we'll get ourselves to here and drop all the berries in. Of course, now we're not overloaded. And time to drop the tools in here. Well, perfect. And our hose can go in here as well, since that's kind of the point of this place. Oh, that's a ways to go on that fencing. We'll get there. Drop some of our sticks here. Good place. And then, since we're building over here, we'll leave our logs in the area. Which is still kind of silly to think that I'm carrying around with 5 logs in my pocket. And here, soon this will be the house that we'll have an ally in. It'll be good. Now, I need that spear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I say, rather than leaving our tools out in the wild wilderness, perhaps it's better. Perhaps it's better if we just leave it in here. We'll need to be getting sloppy. Now, we did not dry our meat yet, so that's an important thing for us to do. Get to the water. It's dark, and I've already had my lesson with how I do my. Whoops, let's wash up. Let's clean our clothes up over here. I've already had my lesson about fishing in the dark before, but it's a beautiful start to the night. Just sit in the water. We'll lay in the water a bit or swim a bit and just watch the stars show. That almost looks like a constellation. Alright, and then we'll get our torch going, head back in. We'll dry some of this meat before the end of the season, since we know that a lot of the dried meat's not going to stay for this next bit. Alright, let's dry some of this stuff up. Alright, and as that sits in the background, time for me to get a drink of coffee. Now, I should open this up too for her input. So, right now I'm in the spot where my thought is I'd like to choose to go with the lady that we met in Danica. And I've got the story already going that she helped rescue us. She doesn't have to become our love interest if we don't want her to. There can always just be that friendliness and playfulness between them. They're just good friends. That's always possible too. Could be like a sister, and that can kind of bring back echoes of his siblings that he lost from the farm. It could be that we go with somebody else who has better stats if people would prefer. But let me know what your thoughts are. I know what I want to do. I want to go with her as the person who commit to marrying, and I just want to make sure that we as a person, as Racemir, find something interesting to get her. And I already do have a fun surprise thought up as a what gift could I get her, and it'll be pretty funny. As a goofy symbol of love, and kind of connect back to that initial storyline. I'm sure some of you will already guess what it is, and feel free to guess in the comments if you want, just for fun. And let me know your thoughts on where you want me to go with the love interest, or if you think I should go with somebody with better stats. It's up to y'all. I mean, this is a playthrough for all of us, right? And I do want to make sure I'm opening this up to you all as well. So this is as much mine as it is yours. I'm glad to have you here, and I'm glad to have you be a part of it. So please feel free to give me some thoughts on what you would like to see. Alright. With that, we'll wrap up summer. Move some logs to a better place. There we go. No reason to have the logs over there. Alright, and then some of our dried meat we may want to consider. Now, we did that in the winter time. It should be okay. Dried meat, thinking it lasts a season. I'm not convinced of that. Oops, I should take 25 of these. Oh, good, good, good. They give me the conditions. I don't know if I want to say that these things will make it over the seasonal divide, so let's just say that it lasts a full season, I suppose. I don't know if I want to say it lasts longer than that. It seems like that wouldn't make sense. There we go. And now we should get to bed. It is late. See if we can get our skills taken care of real quick. Let's look at what we've got. He has been running a lot, so I'm happy with this one. And I don't know. It is interesting. It takes strong as an oak because he's taking those hits, right? This is obviously the better one, that taking this you receive less damage. And we can kind of tie that to the storyline, kinda, in the sense that he's been hit by a number of things and now he knows how to deal with that pain. So I wonder if this will be worth taking. And it is a part of the game. It is a game mechanic, so we can use it. And it's obviously not very realistic, just because you can't just, I don't know, it's not like people level up in life and become more resilient to things. You can train yourself in how to be more resistant to feeling pain, but damage is damage. it's what it is. So I don't know. I think this will fit within our set. We just have to have a reason for it, and since most of our nearly dying experiences would kind of fit that, we'll go with it. Oh, here, I forgot to eat. We were going to eat some of that dried meat while we were working on it. Can't be doing that because that's part of our realism too, right? Alright, let's eat. Dried bacon. Oh yeah, these count as resource storage items, so I'll get them out of there. Alright, that's it. And on to autumn we go, and in the next episode, I will see you there. Take care, until next time. Greetings, and welcome back, friends. It is autumn, and it is time for us to get a wiggle on it, right? It's time for us to get moving. We're gonna get a lot of things started here. It's time for Racemir and us to get kind of a plan for getting our place set up right. Hey, I didn't realize we had a really nice shirt. When did we get this really nice shirt? Alright, well, by the way, I really appreciate everyone taking the time to put comments in and being active on these videos, just because it's fun to hear what's going on for you. It's great to know that this has become a space for you that helps you. I know I really appreciate knowing that, because that's exactly why I chose to do these videos, is specifically because I know for me this is helpful, and this is a great thing for me, just to be able to take the time and relax and not allow the world to go too fast for me. If my way of relaxing turns into a way of becoming too busy, then it's a little challenging to say that I'm doing things right. So that has been my mantra on this, has been to, honor the fact that it's okay to slow down. It's okay to go a little slower on things. And it has been, and I hope for you too, and I know I've seen in the comments, and I appreciate it. I read every one of them. I try to be quick about commenting back on them, so that it's just, I don't know, I just enjoy it, and I want to make sure that you get that response soon. I don't want you to be waiting on that. But I appreciate everyone taking the time to comment and telling their stories and telling how things are going for you. And it's really good to have this shared space. So I want to say thank you to you. I've really enjoyed doing this. I hope you've enjoyed this as well. I'm sure that we'll continue doing this and having a good time watching the story play out and just having a calm space to do these things. And I will work on my pans, because sometimes I still do the speed pan, but for this one, trying to be intentional about going slow. You know, I've been cooking here the whole time. Oh, no, hold up. We'll cook in here today. The reason, I should remember to pick up our bow and our axe before we leave. We'll have a nice little breakfast of rabbit haunch. One of these days we've got to actually get ourselves some better setup for soup and stew. Now, spear, oh, that's the iron axe. Yeah, we're okay. We don't need to have that. We don't need to bring the bronze axe with. I'm thinking maybe we can put this outside though. Let's see what happens when we try to bring this outside like that. Alright. It would be nice to leave this in a place where it kind of works. There we go. Hey, that's not bad. I haven't really used my area to cook, you know, and we have grain. Maybe we'll have to make some rye flour. How about that? We'll start making rye bread one of these times. Why not? We haven't done that yet. That'll be a good thing to do. Oh, crow. Alright, buddy. You got enough of you all in this area. We can't have too many more of you. Well, people, let's take a moment, and wherever you are in your day, let's just relax. I hope that you're comfortable where you're at, or that you're doing something that is allowing you to be in a good, free space, to allow your mind to be free and clear. Let's take our deep breaths. Let's go a deep breath in. And out. And a deep breath in. Remember, filling all the way down to the bottom of your abdomen. We'll hold it there just for a moment. And then exhale. And then one more time, I want you to imagine breathing in everything that is healing and rejuvenating to you. Just feel that you're bringing in the right energies to make you feel better. And breathe out, thinking all of the things that are causing you tension, feeling that tension leave you with the breath, feeling all of the things that weigh heavily on you, having no choice but to leave with your breath. Now we have 42 fertilizer, which is okay. That's a good start. Some more rot. And some sickles. Now, I think I'd like to get us going faster here. Not faster, I should say. It's not about that. What it's about is, let's get on the road. We have a lot of work to do here, and it's okay. We should let these crops have a little more time. Now that we have everything protected, we'll let things wrap up. We'll take our unnecessary tools that have been sitting with us this whole time. We just don't need them with us today. There we go. And we'll give them a home so we can come back here easily and grab them. That ought to work. Came back all the way to there. Okay. Now, is it... Oh, that's right, nope, there we go. We are good. We have hops to harvest. At one point, I swear that they actually were harvested in summertime, which was weird to me, because hops are an autumn plant. Obviously, that's not the case here, and that's good. We'll sit there on our hops. We've got 30 of them. That's okay. It's a start. And we can take our meat, and I think we might want to dry a couple of them, just so we have some things started here. Although dried crow meat, that does not sound good. I'm going to say that we'll keep this one over here, and before the end of this day, let's consider making some stew. Alright, leave some of these things in here. Just, in theory, you could cook with some of these things, or make something useful out of them. Got our hats, got feathers. We need that storage, that's for sure. The general storage will be a really nice thing to have. Alright, time to get ourselves ready for the day. We have a few copper arrows. It's looking kind of light. Ooh, yeah, we're looking real light on our arrows. That's not the best. I'm thinking, why don't we head over here? We'll do a quick thing here. Let's decorate this up a bit. I don't know if I want to make this guy show up here and not have anything to show for it. Take that back. We're too low on cash. That's going to be a thing that we have to cure right around now. Well, that being the case, we know exactly what we have to do. I wonder if I can get this to balance. Can we make this balance? No, I mean, come on. Its center of mass wouldn't allow that. I should know better. Oh well. We do have some harvesting to do, obviously, and that's fine. We'll get there. Let's see what we can do. We have a lot of flax seeds, so that's okay. Let's start there. I don't think we're ever going to get to the point where we can plant 100 of these things, so I think it's fair to take 101 of those. Oat greens, we have rye grain. Oh, nice. We can't possibly plant all of that. But it is worth thinking about that idea about making rye grain. And making it into bread, right? Well, now, hold on a second here. What am I doing? I imagine, as a farmer, he would have no issue knowing how to do this. Oh, I love it that they show all the amounts that you're doing now. That's really cool. It makes it so I don't have to keep writing stuff down. Because usually I'd have to sit here and I'd have to write down exactly what the numbers were. So I'd say, okay, wait, I gotta remember, how much was it again? And I have to remember exactly the amount that we use for things. And then I'd be unfortunately stuck in that idea of, I can't remember. I would turn around and forget exactly what I was doing. Oh well. And it is funny. My brain is entertaining, and it's good to go. I have no problem with it. It's just funny how easily I forget things. There we go. Need some water. Let's see what we can do. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna get stuck in a moment here. Oh, I've got this great idea, but I don't think I have the recipe unlocked, so we'll have to just... Yeah, we're gonna have to do some more stuff here. Yeah, okay. Darn, okay, that's okay. Well, you've got a plan. I think that just shows the idea that it's time. It is time for us to make some money. Let's go. Oh, another crow. I tell you what, y'all need to get out of here. I have too much of y'all flying around my area, trying to snatch my stuff. You gotta go. And we have all of this fur. I think there's a lot of things we need to do. There's so many things we need to do, as a matter of fact, right? Yeah, it looks like at this point, let's aim at that money situation. I could probably get rid of this shirt. I mean, we have a nice tunic now. But that's better for the cool weather. I mean, it's autumn, right? We can be fancy. Let's look good. We don't need our shoes anymore, right? I think we can get rid of that. I think the winter trousers are doing us some good. Maybe we can get rid of the pants. They're old. Maybe they'll do somebody else some good. There, look. Ooh. That's styling and profiling right there. Ah, it's time to find the builder. That's the quest of the day. That is our goal. That is what we are going to accomplish today. It's time for us to get this village up and running. As autumn sets in on us, as we see another spinning of the years and the seasons, the wheel turns on and on. It's time for us to get active. We've done a good job of making this place our own. We've found a lot of great connections in the area. Alright, well, no boars this time. That's okay. I imagine that their population is not going to be growing as much there, and after the number of boars that have been taken out there, I'm guessing they're kind of catching on to the fact that it's not exactly the safest space. So, who knows, maybe they're just having trouble relocating back to us, because they know there's not a lot of safety there. They may not be animals, and they may not be the cleverest things in the world, but they're not looking to die, so... What's up, friend? Oh, you are a gruff man. Yeah, what's your problem? Oh, time to overpopulate. Sure, got him. Let's do that. We were just talking about how... I was just thinking about how there are... Deer, okay. I was just thinking about how there are not so many boars anymore. Maybe the deer are taken away from what they had, and the rabbits as well. And we'll see who else has some things going on here. Oh, it's our friend. Looks like he's gonna... No, it's not actually. Hey, tell you what.
How do you do?
If you were in need of seeds for next season, here you are. And I'm sure, well, spruce bark isn't going to be too useful to you, but I'm sure you'll find a purpose for it. Maybe you can paint some things here. I see everybody else is. And I just hope that you'll take those off my hands for nothing. You can always use those for rot, I'm sure. Yeah, looks like we're set with that. 300 coin is not bad. Thanks, friend. No, ooh, wait, there she is.
Oh, it's
What
you
could
again.
you need help with? Help and you'll pay for it. Had a feed? Food went missing. Okay, you got it. I will help you with that. Of course, I'd be happy to help you out. Meat and fish meat. Oh, so you've heard about the fact that I catch a lot of fish here. I bet you did. Oh, we got something. Hey, you. How you doing, Matilda? It's been a while. I need a ragdoll. No particular reason. Here, can you find somebody who you think would benefit from these clothes? My mother stitched them herself. They're great quality. I've cleaned them, obviously. And I'd like them to go on to somebody else if you would. Find somebody who needs them. And I appreciate you giving me these coins back. Yeah, it is a difficult start. I'm being on my own, but you don't have to feel to do charity. I don't need charity, but I appreciate your assistance on this, and I appreciate you always being there for me.
Life treating you. See you around.
And now I finally have my ragdoll.
I'm fed up with people always complaining.
People always complaining?
Now I'm also complaining.
Pretty sure this is our lady friend, right? Yes, indeed. Well, good morning, my lady. Good to see you as always. I got you something special. And here, he's gonna hand her the ragdoll. And, there will be that moment of laughter and that little raising of the little smirk on the side of her mouth, and then a bit of tears too, of little tears of joy, and knowing that this symbolizes what it took to keep him alive, right? To save him from dying, and how important, you know, how deeply she felt for him, and be a great moment between the two of them, right? Where this is a symbol of what happened to him getting stitched back up, little ragdoll, and this could be that moment where we say, I would love for you to be a part of my village and a part of my future. You've made it so that I have a future. You're the reason I'm here. And I'd love to journey together side by side with you through all the seasons. Will you be mine?
Why is bread so
And to that,
Because
we'll
of the
say she
taxes or
says
what?
yes, and that we'll come back and say, well, let's consider a future. Let's have a celebration. I'll go, I have to tell some people, and we have a great joyful celebration to begin soon. I gotta get... Wait, I haven't checked some things here. Not too distracted by, love. I didn't figure to ask our friend here.
There is something hypnotizing about that fire.
You, sir. Are you...
How are you?
Hail, friend. You've been exploring the realm, looking for a place to settle, though. You talk to me about it. Let's see here. Tell me about your skills. You like to work, cut trees, carry on water, resources right at your fingertips. What gives you a hard time, friend? Oh yeah, you aren't the one who picks mushrooms from a
Have
distance.
a good
Okay.
day.
Now obviously he's got the extraction skill, which is key because he would be a woodworker in our village. He's got decent building skill and diplomacy. I might say that this is our guy. He fits the bill. He doesn't have the two skills I was looking to have, which would be extraction and crafting. It's pretty rare to find a person who's got both of those skills set. So that does make for pause, right? So, and keep in mind, oh, here I am. There's that part of me. And this always happens, right? And this is the way my mind works, is that I'm like, well, but he doesn't have exactly what I want. He isn't perfect, so I can't take him. Okay. I'm gonna befuddle that thought. That thought can go. We can say that this is the coincidence we've been looking for. Now, oh damn,
Maybe
her
I'll
skills aren't so
start.
good. I was hoping that maybe
I've
she
been
was a traveler
sober
with him.
Since last autumn.
Wait, Claw.
Hello there.
So you're the traveler, you're the builder who's been traveling. Well, I'm looking for you to join me. And we'll say that in the skill sets, obviously I'd like him to have higher crafting, but the skills that he's going to be doing are related to woodworking, so the extraction skill makes sense there. And now, of course, we have a problem in the sense that I don't actually have his, I don't have anything for him to do quite yet. Well, friend, you come with me. I'm going to show you how to make a woodworking hut. We're going to talk about how you make that saw pit. And for you, I have things that you should gather up your things from this village, whatever you have, and then I'll go check in with people. We'll get our celebration started. I shall see you. Oh my goodness, we gotta go. Alright, well that changed our day rather fast, didn't it? The goal was to find the builder, and of course we did. But now that we found him, now I have a lot of work to do. We also need to find some good things for our people. We've had somebody ask us for assistance. She says she needs food. I can always head back. We'll get him working on that building. This is I have to get back quick. We have to get on this. This is our chance to really get somewhere else. Finally found him, and he came right to the place, right to my closest village. It's like things are being brought to me. Maybe this is it. This is the moment we're supposed to see that our time and our luck is changing. We've done all the right things. We've placed ourselves in the right position. We've been patient. We've been helpful. We've done everything we need to be a good person in this realm. And it's time for it to pay off. And the boars just hand themselves to me. This is truly a blessed day, and I'm grateful for that. Oh, now we have boar meat to start. We can have, well, if we're going to have a proper wedding ceremony, I certainly should have some serious food ready to go, and I would think a roasted boar would be a fantastic way to do this. Oh, my goodness. You know what? Somebody should pick up the spear. Somebody shouldn't have left their spear out here, should they? Oh, and I do believe that this... Oh, I remember a few episodes back, I threw that wooden spear at that eagle, and all it did was just go, hey, and fly away. What an absolute hoot. Oh my, well this is the start of things. Actually, I shouldn't say the start. The start's already happened. It isn't the start, and it's not fair to say it's the start anymore. It's one of those things where sometimes in our minds we create a certain dialogue, and the word choices that we give mean a lot. If I say this is the start, I'm implying that I never did anything before now. That's not really what's going on. So I won't say this is the start. Instead, why don't I say, now we're getting somewhere. We're making progress. Okay, friend. You definitely need firewood. And I know that we have water in one of our areas here. This is perfect because he knows how to make basic crafting. I mean, he's not quite the crafter I thought he'd be, but that's not what's important. What's important is he is the person who knows exactly how to make the buildings that we need in our area. Now he told me that we're going to make a woodshed, and that's going to be the first thing we do, and that's where everything starts from, and that's where everything goes. I think I'd like to have it right there. Alright, we'll get ourselves our hammer, which I left on the other side of the fence. Probably need to have another one too, but we've got time for that. That's a lot of straw. I don't think we need quite that. We do need a lot of these sticks. Probably need some of these logs. I'm gonna definitely need another hammer. Oh, I guess I didn't grab the sticks. I thought I was clicked on that. I must have grabbed extra. Apparently I grabbed all the extra straw. And we'll drop it right back in there. No, I actually didn't. Maybe I missed. Interesting. What did I pick up? And we'll drop one of our logs here. Since we really don't need to be carrying all these logs around. There we are. Now, I do think we better gather up some of those stones. Get a few stones out here. I can at least lay a foundation. I mean, I think he'll be happy to see that I can at least lay a proper foundation down. I'm sure he's going to be much appreciating the fact that he has a roof over his head that's here and will be here, and he doesn't have to keep wandering. Such a good coincidence that he happened to wander right into a Myberry village. Uh-oh. Or at least the village I go to more regularly. Carrying too much, of course. Now, I think that's a mark that I need to change what I'm doing here. Let's go put away some things. We'll say that we dragged in that carcass of the boar. We've got to get that thing properly set up for a roast. And we'll make ourselves a very fine meal. Beyond that, we do have leather to craft up. It'll be good to have that leather made into some bags to sell off. And we do have a bit of money, so I think we can actually take care of a bit of that decorating. I think he'd appreciate not having to live in a home that has nothing. Badgers look pretty good. Also fairly cheap, which is not bad. Ooh, boars. This is the kind we should have. Because, you know, we have been taking down a number of boars. And maybe a badger as well. Here's slot number 3. That's cool. It now tells you what's there. I am very happy about that. That looks better that way. Okay. Yeah, before you didn't know which thing you had there. You just had to remember, which is not great because, again, as I mentioned, that whole remembering things is a little tricky for me sometimes. Just how the brain works. Alright. Now I'm struggling to find rocks. A couple more stones later. I know I passed by a number when we were hunting our boars in this area. What a way to start autumn out, huh? Now we're in a very good spot. I think I'd like, for us... Now, it's not a proper gift. The ragdoll is not a proper gift, so we will leave her with the promise that there will be more. But for now, it's something that shows what she means to us and how everything happened, how all of this came about. Alright, let's get our friend going. Can't see with anticipation. It's time to get this thing going. 5 logs. Okay, well, that'll get us further along. 1 to go. I know I have more sitting here. And we are almost done. There we go. Now this is going to be perfect for us. Boom. Alright, friend. Now, we'll say that with his help, we were able to figure out how to do this. And now with his help, we can also start making planks. Firewood, I should be able to split logs to make firewood. We'll say that that's a thing. We'll give all these options. I'm just selecting the ones that I want present for him to use. Let's press C to give those assignments. Now, obviously, he would know that in order to start any of this, we're going to need a collection of logs, when we certainly can't sit here and not have logs. Otherwise, how are you supposed to build anything unless you have the proper wood to work with? So in this area, most of what we have is spruce trees. So that is good to go. Sir. Now for now, we are simple. Our technology is not, we're not there as far as advanced tech is concerned yet. We don't have somebody who can help us smith up better tools, but that's just a part of the journey. That's a part of where we're going with this. And it's getting to be evening time. I certainly would love to have our celebration here soon. Now, we don't have to get married immediately. I suppose that's another thing to consider, is that I don't have to just marry her immediately. Oh wait, yeah, I think I do. Because if I'm going to hope for her to live in the house with me, I think we have to do the marriage, don't we? Okay, never mind. I take that back. Alright. Let's make a few axes for us to all work with here. And it'd be great to have this friend here with us to help us journey in and to start making our village take off. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning, and I am so excited. We are finally making our progress. It's starting to feel like we've got a chance, and that we're going to take this and build with it. Alright. Get those axes set. And then I have to head back to my lady and let her know there's a celebration to be had. I'd say perhaps what we should do, we'll let this day fade. We'll finish up our work. With the help of the builder, we can begin on this project. Now that we have him here, he's going to tell us that you don't have a proper village until you set up a center for storage for all the resources that you're planning on gathering. All the things you think your workers are going to bring together, there has to be a place for it. Otherwise, you'll suffer from disorganization, and there's no way you can make a village work with disorder and with all kinds of people putting things in different places. As I see here as I wander around your village, you have tools hanging around on the ground everywhere. You have logs that you've left in different places. How do you work in this space? And so we'll say that he, being a rather organized person, would be giving us a hard time about how disorganized we are, and that this will be a good wake-up call for Rasimir to start thinking about how he does things and how we organize our space. So sure enough, well, I hear what you're saying. Then you show me how to get this thing started, and let's make this happen. And I'll get ourselves a roasted dinner for tonight. I need to get some food for our friends in town, so can't promise you the most illustrious meals in the world. But I can promise you that you'll be safe here, and that we will always look out for each other. Tell you what, let's do this. I know I have a bowl. I think I'm about to try to make pottage, but I better remind myself that I don't think you don't think I can make use of that stuff yet, because that's a recipe unlock, and I need money. Sure enough. Oh, you know what? Meat and cabbage. You know what? Yeah, we're going for it. One of the things that I remember from Mother and Father were that whenever we had a guest who would travel, we always presented them our finest meal that we could make. No matter where we were at, no matter how hard a season it was, if we had a visitor come by, if they came to share space with us, then we would always make them our finest meal that we could muster. No matter where we were at that time, it's whatever we could do. So, thanks for joining me, friend. It's pottage. It's my mother's recipe. Well, it's my father's recipe. My mother and father had a wonderful contest, and my father's recipe for pottage I always liked more, but I'll make my mother's recipe. She had some unique spices from her homeland, and I don't have any of those right now, so we'll have to find a vendor who has them, and then I can make you her version. But for now, I hope that'll work. And together we can make this setup work and expand this village. Now, okay, fish be doomed. I probably could go fishing with the bow and arrow. I mean, I've heard of people doing that. But, I mean, my spear still has some, I don't know, it feels like it still has a little bit of life left to it. Let's see what it can do. We'll go to our nice, not so boggy space. Get some fresh water. What a place. Now, we'll wade in as far as we can get away with. It's getting to be dark again, and we all know exactly how well, yes. Gotcha. Alright, you fishy, fishy, fishy. Can't you see? Sometimes your fillets are just for me. But not this time. We'll bring some of you to the village. And I think they'll appreciate it. This lake has wonderful amounts of perch in it. And perch is such a fine meal to eat. Funny thing about that, another story. In the area that my mother is from, my mother. Oh, that was terrible. There's used to be a lot of perch in the area. It's one of those sad tales about time and people overdoing it. That's what it comes down to. But in her area, there used to be, you know, perch was just everywhere. There would be perch in the lake that you could fish, and oh my gosh, the perch meals. Oh, the Friday fish fries, amazing. Such tasty, tasty fish. And of course, that was a ways ago. I also had smelt, and smelt was a fun fish. You catch them just by, they run up the streams, and you just throw the net in the water, and you pull the net back up, and you'll have almost a bucket full every single time you drop that net down there and pull it back up. And then you take the smelt back, and you don't process it too much because it's a tiny little thing. It's kind of like a sardine except freshwater. And then Grandma used to cook those up. I don't remember exactly how because I was a kid and I thought it was pretty gross because you had to eat their whole body. So that was weird for me initially because I wasn't raised. We didn't have that stuff that often. So for me it was kind of like weird, like, huh, what am I supposed to? I'm supposed to just eat the whole thing? And sure enough, when I think back to it, it was tasty, even though I know there's a part of me that was just like, ew, that's gross. But it was a lot of fun. Doing those trips was great because you had to go at night. They would only run upstream at nighttime. And it was really neat because you'd be up there with a bunch of people and aunts and uncles around, and you'd catch some of those fish and you head back, bring them in, eat them, and then share some time together, hanging out. It was a lot of fun. And you don't run up the rivers anymore, unfortunately. They don't run up the streams quite like they used to. There's not quite as much of the fish there anymore. Okay, now I do have this fish. I might have a little trouble with that, right? Because I don't have a way to cut the fish until I build my fishing shack. I'm curious if I can do a thing. 1 perch will turn into 4 roasted meat. Well, then I believe it might just be time for us to build that fishing shack. How late in the day are we? Oh, it's just starting to get later. It's autumn, of course, so we can hardly see. Well, then let's get ourselves started here. There's going to need to be some harvesting to happen. And oh, I'm getting overloaded. Okay, we'll do... How do I do slow walk? We'll do the slow walk for part of this. And we are overloaded, so let's slow down. That was the point of this. Was to work on slowing down. I better take out my torch. I don't know who I'm kidding. Can't see anything. And back out there and harvest some more. We obviously have that. We also have to consider our... I left a couple things on the ground over there. There we are. We're just at the edge of it. I think maybe we can do... Maybe we can take this spear and drop these here. Oh, rolling away on us. We'll just put this right over here. There we go. Oh, that's hilarious. And that stood way on there. Perfect. Nice roll. Very fancy roll. Okay, and then let's get back out here. Now I do have a lot of rye to drop in the ground here. I'm kind of curious. I dropped a bunch of cabbages out here, but I don't see them. We'll see if we can find them in the daylight. Getting to be that frosty air now. Starting to feel a little cold on the wind. I'll take a bite of one of them. And I still have one more spear on me. And we'll drop this here. There we are. Oh, the harvest. Always good to have that end of the year, start of a year in a lot of ways. I mean, you think about the way things work for our farming. Autumn is a really important time of the year. Almost feels like a new start to the year, especially now with Racemir and how much potential we have with our rye. I mean, we are sitting pretty on a really good crop. Great land to grow in, and a very good opportunity for the economy here. We can easily bring our goods in. We've taken over at this point because we grow so well. People are probably expecting that we are just growing the rye for them, and that we can get away with doing that. And that makes us a necessary part of the supply chain. That makes us a very necessary part of this entire valley. And you can't beat that. Now, we do have to get that fish processed, so I do think I have a few things to do. I could probably just take care of it by buying some fish meat from the local area. Oh, now, we do have to say that we lost. Let's see here, I didn't have the fencing up and I didn't have enough traps up, so I'm going to have to discard, let's say, half of the stuff. Okay, so, pardon the fact that I'm overloaded, we're going to go take care of that hole. We didn't get the hole. We didn't get all of the crops. Now, I could sell them, but then I'd make money, and they don't make a lot of money, so maybe I could do that. Otherwise, if I do this, I get rot, but this should give us basically pretty much zero for rot, pretty much nothing. We'll round out of our favor and say that that has to be gone. So out of our favor would be 30. There we go. So those are the ones we cannot access. Like, that's gone. That's lost crops because of the fact that we did not have fencing up, so that's lost to pests, rabbits, anything, you name it. Just the critters in the area. There we go. That's supposed to go in the resource storage. I keep looking at that as a food product, though, but obviously it's just for brewing. Alright, it's getting late in the day. I dropped those cabbages, and they went somewhere. And now we just have to harvest that up. Oh, awful. I need some lights in this town. Oh, there he is. Nice. Good night, Warclaw. Oh my goodness. Where am I going? Oh, ow. That's my toe. Gotta watch where I'm walking. Can't really see where I'm walking without anything to light up the night, though. There we go. Whew. Oy. Boop, boop. Perfect. Oh, no, no, no. All right, yep. Gotta pick him up, gotta drop him in here. Proper like. There you go. Ah, well, I tell you what. I deserve this. I know I'm supposed to I'll get the fish tomorrow morning. We'll catch them. But for now, I deserve this meal. It's time to celebrate. Now, once we get ourselves set, we'll head back into town. Oh, this place is really, this is not looking right. No, that's unacceptable. What am I gonna do? Invite her to live with me and then have a weird looking house that has no decorations on the floor? I don't think so. Okay, let's see what we got. I like the look of the badger right there. The badger is nice, but I think that's a good showing because that's something that we took care of that. We took out that boar. And then it's gonna look good over there. Much better. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, just one more thing to do. And it's time to get some rest. Time to plant these seeds in here. And then... oh, yeah, I've got a lot of fence work. We got a lot of projects to finish up. That's okay. We've got time. And I bid you all good night. Oh man, and a start to the day. Right. Well, yeah, this is it. Let's go. Oh, let's see what we can get done today. I don't want to take too many more trees out in this area. I do want to see this area regrow, but I also know that we need to get some more of these trees down. We've got to finish up some of these buildings. Now, I remember our lady friend, she joked with the fact that she's probably a better fisherman than I could ever hope to be. Which, of course, you know, she can say that all she wants, but I have to have her put her money where her mouth is. I am a little concerned, though, because she does say that she was raised and her family had a fishing village not too far away. So, I don't know, I might have started a contest with somebody who's actually good at this stuff. Maybe should have thought about that before I decided to do that. Well, I tell you what, we need a spot for a fishing hut then. If she's such a good fisherman, if she's so good at fishing, then we should probably have a spot for her. And with the builder in town, now I can say that we can build these things. Now I can say, hey, we have somebody who can tell us how to do the work. Let's see here. I want this fishing lodge to be in a good place. But I don't want to take away from our quiet space we have here. So we need to find a good place for this thing, but we don't want it to interrupt too much. Might not be bad to put it up here. I don't mind there. That's a good spot. Close to our river though, so I don't know if we want to go there. Let's go this way. Ooh, that's a good pathway. This could be a really nice pathway. There we go. Uh-oh. I'm gonna need our friend to create some planks for us. Oops. Let's get you making a few planks. We're gonna need... we'll need a bunch. We need 4, right? I don't think we need sticks so much. There we are. Now I think it'd be fair for us to say that we can ask for him to on demand make planks, right? So maybe as a villager Well, I guess that kind of depends. How deep we want to go into the rule set, how much we want to go into saying, if it's not a skill I have, I can't do it type thing. So I would either have to wait for him to produce the planks, which we could do, or we could say that if he exists in the village, then that allows us a certain amount of things we can do. Oh, already done. Okay, we'll get ourselves going here. No, I think I just saw another log that I left on the ground previously. I'll have to take care of that one too. Alrighty, we'll let him get a start on making those planks. While he's doing that, I'm going to go with the rule set. I'm going to go with the idea that we need to have the rule set going. Why not? I mean, we're in it this far and we shouldn't be in a hurry. So, let's let him do that. And then it makes it feel more legit, right? It makes it feel more real that he's doing the work. Always got to clear those traps. And those pests are everywhere around here, aren't they? Now I did leave a bunch of stuff back here, so let's go get that. And I bet you by the time we get some of these logs in here, he'll probably have the planks done. Now I thought I saw a log on the ground on the way up here. I think we'll make a nice pathway here. This will look good. It's right through the woods, right into here. There we are. Ah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Right there. You know, thinking about it, good pathway to there. Pathway to the fishing spot. Good fishing spot, too. We'll make that work here, right? We'll make a nice, gorgeous pathway going there. Maybe we even have some homes going to here. I mean, at some point, gotta think about where everybody else is gonna live. All of the people. I mean, how big is this gonna become? What's gonna happen from this farmer who I fled from my own home? That's all I ever knew was just my village. Not even a village. Our farm on the outside of the village. And then I come here, and now, what will this become? And this area's got a lot of opportunity. A lot of people, too. But a lot of wanderers, a lot of people getting displaced by the same thing that displaced me. I wonder how many people we'll end up with. If we'll be able to sustain it all, or what it will take to do that. Get ourselves a proper resource storage coming up here. Now, it's great to get water out of the lake. I love it. I personally think it's the right thing to do. And there's a stream not too far away. We'll have to figure out how, as time goes on, how we're going to expand into that area with the Wisent there, and them being territorial. We'll have to figure out how we can expand into that area and survive. But I don't know. We'll have to also think about where else people are going to go. Now I know I got enough sticks to do that. Hello, friend. Let's get up here. Now I'm going to need to borrow that because I need to make some... I need to make some firewood. Hello, friend. If you don't mind, I'll borrow. Well, I should make a wood cutting station. Actually, as a matter of fact, why don't I do that? Just so that I can say that we're doing that properly and not just this. There we go. Let's do just that. Now, stations. Lumberjack station. 200. Okay, let's wait on that for a little bit. Just because we need to save up a little more cash. Now, he's almost done working on the planks, and that takes some time, right? Like, that's a part of the process. It takes a while to make all of these things. Oh, I really like keeping the maple trees, and we have a lot of spruce trees. We've been doing a good job of building with spruce. The evergreen trees have a great smell to them. They make for sturdy wood, nice and straight boards, straight logs as well. Let's go with that. We also have to think about getting our quest line done, right? We have to take down some deer for people, bring that fish back for people. Let's go about that. And we need that resource storage going. There's a lot of work to be done. And we also, we have that marriage to think about. we'll have to get our celebration going. Alright, friend. I know you need that. I'll take that bowl. Let's put the bowl here. I better roast up some of this meat since we're sitting on it for a bit. He'll need some food. Otherwise, he's just going to eat a whole bunch of raw meat or all of our dried meat from our inventory, our food storage. There we are, friend. Oh, we got another rabbit. They are foolish creatures. But it's good for us to get rid of them around this area. There are just way too many of them. Speaking of way too many, also way too much straw. Let's get rid of half of that. Now we can make it work. Alright, we're making progress here. And what a nice day. Autumn's a good time to build. The weather is nice and chilly, but when you're sweating, when you're working hard, it doesn't feel like you're roasting alive. Hail, friend. Let's get this roof on this thing. Might as well do that while the morning is still going. We'll be slipping into afternoon shortly. It takes a lot to build one of these, that's for sure. This is quite the project. Exactly what we need, though. This will make us a proper village. At least it'll get us closer anyway. Another wall down, all these wattle walls. They're something. They'll at least hold things together, keep things safe, and provide us a space. May not be the best, but it's just a start. Of course. Let's get up here. Thanks, friend. Alright, let's go finish up that fishing hut. Get the fishing hut done, and then we can go off into the... get some fish. We can help out our local townsfolk. I would really like to get back into town, but I think this day will slip away. And there's a lot to do. I mean, look at how much we're expanding. Look at how far we're getting here. It's a lot more than we had before. There we are. I'll be curious to see if we can find somebody who knows what they're doing with a bow as well. That way we can get the arrows made. Oh, that's right. I'm out of hammers. There we are. It's hammer time. Perfect. We may take the shovel to this area, and we may just have to make a path here and actually have a proper way to walk through this region. But right now it's just too hard to get through here without stepping on 100 things and walking through a dense spruce forest. There we are. Now we're getting somewhere. I think we're going to find that this day has gotten away from us yet again, and that's okay. When you think about how much we're doing, it would take a lot to build in this time frame. We do have a person who's helping us out, so it might not be a bad idea to think about the rule set and saying, well, you can only build as many buildings as you have workers that relate to it, I guess we could say. It could be a fun way to do it. Or we can just go with the flow. I mean, honestly, I think that's what we'll do. There we go. You still have to check back in with Alwyn, see what he's up to. He's an entertaining guy. I wonder if he's getting stir crazy. He seemed like a stir crazy fellow. You know, I think she'll appreciate this. If she had a proper fishing hut back where she was, yeah, I really appreciate him pointing out how to build this thing back up. I think he seemed to think that she'd appreciate this too. This might bring back some good memories. She didn't talk about leaving for a bad reason. I don't remember her telling me that there was anything she was fleeing from. It just seemed that she outgrew the village. And that was just her being ready to move on, ready to do something different. I wonder if I'm the different thing that she was looking to find. I'm sure we'll find out in time. Maybe it was just time for her to forge on to find her own family to make. Oh, there's so many things to build here. We'll need some more logs. We're in a very good area for that, though. This little region, I think this would have been a lot of playthroughs ago, but I definitely would have settled in this region at one point, and then decided I really liked it. And it made sense as a nice area to be nestled away, and not too easy, but not too bad, right? Because it's not a simple region to build in the sense that there's threats all around us. We've got some wild animals in the area that'll be testing us, seeing if we're watching our step. But also, the resources aren't bountiful, and it's not, you know, we can build an expansive village, but not as big as some other areas. I happen to love a certain area on a hillside that turns into a really great area to build quite expansively. And that's right by Gustovia. That I made my largest village in. That's actually the one I did the tour with, so if you've seen that video, that is the Gustovia area, and I thought that area was just ever so fun to build in. Really, take your pick. There's so many really good areas to build, right? There we go. And with the help of our new friend, we have built ourselves a fishing hut. Oh, she's gonna love that. Alright. Well, we're getting closer. I really should get in the water and get these fish caught. Oh, a lot of hard work today. Lots of hard work today. I better get myself moving. We have a number of deer to hunt, some rabbits to hunt, and we also have you stuck in a trap still. I'll get the insides of this done.
Is definitely better than living on the road. But
Yeah.
not much.
But not what? Oh, you, sir. It's only just begun. I get it. You probably miss a lot of the traveling you did and all the sights you've seen. I can imagine. I mean, all the things you've seen in your travels. It must be something else to think back to that. It's better to live here, but I'm sure you miss all the stories you hear, all the different people you've met. Maybe this is me helping you find a way to settle down too. Because, as I recall, you mentioned a lady that you had been traveling and seen a couple times, but never really stuck around with. Maybe we can find her for you. Maybe we can find somebody different. It doesn't have to be her. Alright. These birds. Darn birds. Well, now it's time to get in the water. Time to get us some perch. And then it's going to be time to go into an evening hunt. We'll see if we can catch the animals when they're a little distracted. Look at that. That looks so good. I don't want to try throwing a spear from a distance one of these times, but I know it's silly. Hold nice and still. Gotcha. Now, where did they go? Alright. Gotcha. Right. I think maybe we'll get a few more. Now that we're here, wouldn't be bad to leave here with a couple extra fillets. Then we can have some fish dinner. Well, who am I kidding around with? I gotta get moving. We know we have a lot to do. We know we have the end of a season coming. Kind of boggy around here. Might have wanted to think about that. Alright, you. Let's get some fillets. Cut these fish down. I will say that we are not a proper fisherman, which means we just lost a couple of those in the process. We're not efficient. Pardon the fun. The pun and the fun with the pun. Efficient, right? Sure. Anyhow. We'll say that we have to discard a couple of those into the rot pile. So just because we are not fully there yet as a person who can make fishing. And yeah, am I getting too wrapped up in my rule set? Maybe so. Maybe so. But I do like it. It just gives a little more realism, and I kind of like that. And the coffee is necessary today. That is for sure.
Really do with a drink.
Oh, I thought that was our guy talking to us. I forgot to go and drink water while I was out there. And we'll have to round down. Round out of our favor, right? Alright, let's see here. Did I get... Okay, and then we just need the meat, and we can get out of here and go get them set. But I also have to go, and I also have to think about... I'll drink some water from that. Get rid of this. I also have to think about hunting those deer. And there are a number of deer in that area. Let's go find them. Okay. Well, with that, I'm pretty sure we have a trap up here that we need to check. Yeah, sure enough. There we go. Now, I don't need to put the trap there directly on our area anymore, but we should put it around here, because when they're coming by, I'd like them to get distracted by that and get caught. Okay. With this being the case, I think it's time for us to grab our bow. And let's... Oops, no. There you go. A stone knife was not what I meant to get. Stone sickle. There we go. Boom. Now we'll come back here, we'll harvest that stuff up. Because right now, we really have to think about our rye. And I do need to make sure that we get everything planted. Otherwise, we are going to get to a seasonal change, and we're going to end up not having done all of the things we need to. We very much need to get ourselves going. Let's see what we can do about wrapping up this hunting trip here. I don't know, is there too many rabbits in this area, but I bet you by their fields there are some rabbits. Let's see about that. He did seem to mention that there's quite a bit of them around the field area. I can only imagine, and they haven't really fenced in their space, so part of this is on them. I mean, they gotta make better choices about how they're doing things here. There's a lot of easy, like just walk right in and just take. Well, at least they got the scarecrow up. Let's see if we can find anything around here. Any rabbits kind of patrolling this area. So far, not much. Yeah, not too much. He seemed to think there was a lot of rabbits in the area. Well, maybe deer is the bigger issue. Speaking of that, yeah, we have our copper arrows already in. And we'll keep our fingers on the copper arrow for now. Get ourselves going, that's the way. There we are. Yeah, he's not kidding around. There we are. First shot's always the most important. That was a really good one already from the get-go. Track that one down to see where it gets to. Now the problem will of course be how far in we get. Alright. There we are. Gotcha. Gotcha. Now, where's that doe? Here we go. A doe, a deer. Here we go. One doe. Now, unfortunately, I'm seeing that we're running rather low. We're running rather low on arrows. Oh, could it be that too many of my wild shots are getting the best of me now? 10 stone arrows. Can I take out a bunch more does on 10 more arrows? Certainly could do. Oop, that's an eagle. I don't want to get you. I'm looking for the rabbits that are in the area. He told me that there were rabbits all around this area. What did he point out to? He said look around this area here. I don't see the rabbits he's talking about up there. I think he's losing his mind. Well, he seemed to think they were there. I could check again. Do see a lot of deer though, that's for sure. He was not kidding around about that. Now, if we got those two, I think we have a ways to go on this, don't we? Oh, they need us to get 5. Dear me. That's definitely going to take a bit. There's a lynx. That should keep the rabbit population down, honestly. They tend to do a good job of keeping them away. They don't tend to be much of a bother either. They're doing their own things, skittish little things. Bizarre though. Funny call. There's another deer. I think we're going to have to head back up to Lesnica and get some more arrows. Starting to feel rather low. That guy's fast. He's going to get way too far into this territory before I can get him. Oh, the autumn colors are just gorgeous right now with sunset. Oh, that was a decent shot, but not the best. He's going to be able to get away from that one. Oh, and that's a tree. Oh, heard that. Okay, we need to get a lined up shot. Okay, if you're coming for me, you better be ready for an axe. Yeah, not as scared of you anymore. I've already seen what you can do, and I've had your worst. Not scared of you anymore, boar. Time and, as with all things, time and pressure have made me strong. Alright, you. If there are 2 more deer out here, I'm sure we can do well. I haven't seen many. Maybe we'll have to walk a little bit further away. I figure let's go back and we'll bring in the meat for this lady. She needed that, and we can come back here and finish up the overcrowding quest later. I don't think they'll mind. They know that it's going to take me a while to get that done. So let's finish that up. And I do want to get our lady friend our celebration set, but here we are. Yep, here you go. You are good. Thank you. 60 coins is more than enough. I certainly don't think you need to give me any more at all. Please don't feel the need. Happy to help out. Now, let's see here. I think we'll celebrate our wedding in the next episode. I'll leave that one for our next one since we're coming up to the end here. No need to rush. No need to rush. And we'll put it at the end of autumn. Now we have 3 boars that we get to roast up. That's going to be quite the celebration. And with this day, I think Well, let's see here. We still have to get some more deer, and I might have to hunt in a different area just because we're running low on one so we can get around here easily, but we should at least be close. See if we can find anything that's not too far away. We'll sell some of these simple bags off to some of the people here. I know our friend the farmer could always use a bit more of them since he's always, planting the fields through and through. Probably runs out. And I know that you have a person in town who makes these things for you, and she is incredibly skilled. But I hope you wouldn't mind that you buy some of mine. There we are. 84 coins later. Not bad.
Good luck.
Oh, a friend. Right. I'm gonna need...
Price is so low,
I am going to need... Tell you what, I need a shipment of manure. So you put that in the bag and let's go from here. Oh dear. Can't carry that much though, unfortunately.
Have a good day.
Oh, of course. That's only going to get us 10 fertilizer. Let's get out of here. And then it's time to get to the town, or not town, our home. Getting late, hard to see. Great moon to help guide our way. We'll get those deer tomorrow. We've got time. And I know our lady, is gathering her things up. She's checking in with the family she's been staying with, and they're having a celebration for the time they've had together and getting things ready for our wedding celebration. We'll have our celebration in our village, I hope. I'm sure the citizens of Danica will be glad to come by and be a part of it as well. I'd love for them to see what's happened here. I'd love for them to see how far we've gotten. I think they'll appreciate it. I think they'll love it. Now I'll have to get some things ready to go. We obviously have a whole meal. We have a whole boar to roast up. Put that there. And now we haven't eaten our shore lunch yet. That's important to do. And another deer skull. Kind of wonder how well we can hang this up. It would be cool if we could find just the right place to set it, and if it would just stick. I don't think it will, but maybe we can make an entertaining decoration on the corner. Scare away some of these darn birds. Okay, fair enough. Ugh, birds. Alrighty, crows. Always the crows. Well, here it is, another end to a day. A fine day. And another day to wrap up things. Let's check the time. 9 o'clock. We aren't going to get much in other than harvesting these things up. That's about all we can catch. That means tomorrow is going to be a very busy day. Yeah, it's a very busy day indeed. Oh my goodness, we have a lot to cover. We have to plant all of our rye. We can't ignore that. Not only do we have to plant all of our rye, we also have to get things sown. There we go. Look at us go. Look at us being a wheat farmer. And it's feeling like we're making some real progress. I thought I planted oats too. Where are my oats at? There's my oats. Not only wheat, but also oats. Now we can start thinking about actually having animals. Start making feed for it. I remember a basic meal for them. Alright. I say that we give ourselves a little time and we get a little more of this done. Drop the wheat in here. The oats, not bad. Let's craft up our manure. I think we're going to have no choice but to come back and gather more. And then let's get the fertilizer on the field. I think that'll do. I think that'll be an okay end here, is to just get the fertilizer on the field. It'll be a late day for us. But it's not like you can't work a hard day once in a while. We can have those happen from time to time. Does look like we're carrying way too much stuff though. So we'll have to get only part of this. And we're carrying 42 of it. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. Alright, let's get in here. We'll allow ourselves a little bit of permission to do this. And we're only going to allow ourselves to do this part of it. So we'll go through and plant everything in here. And we're reaching the end of the episode, of course. So let me say that I'm grateful for you being here. I'm glad to provide this space and this time with y'all. I really appreciate you being a part of this the whole way through. And I'm glad for doing this playthrough. This was a great suggestion, so thank you to those who decided that this was the right route to take. I hope it's exactly what you were hoping for it to be. I'm still working on my storytelling, but that'll just be a thing that we journey with in time together, I hope. And I'll try to find stories I can tell you along the way. And I know for some of y'all, this is a nice place just to be. And it doesn't have to be anything more than just a nice place to be. I know for some of us there's been busy weeks, and I can appreciate that. I've had a particularly challenging set of things going on in the background for just, it's nothing major. I'm not saying anything that anybody should be concerned about. Just working through things that, just making choices on jobs and things like that, you know. And it's been a challenging week of sorts, but it's not bad. I mean, I'm not complaining, and I'm certainly enjoying the work I do in my standard job. And I also enjoy this greatly. So I'm glad that this is a space where I can be, and I'm glad that y'all provide me with the opportunity to do this. And I'm glad that you enjoy it too. Oh, we have just a little bit to go. Hop that fence, let's get this stuff done. There we are. Whoa, jumping. That was... You gotta have some fun here and there. Gotta be a kid again sometimes. Alright, and I say tonight our character is going to just crash hard. Just be done. Sleep. Just the dreamless sleep. There we go, we'll get this last bit here. Alright, and that's that. Can't be going to bed dirty from having hands in fertilizer, so let's go wash up. And let's call it the end of the night. Beautiful. Alright, here we go. Get ourselves a drink, wash our stuff off, and head in the crisp air of autumn. There we are. And no matter how challenging our weeks are, no matter how challenging things can be at times, I hope that you always remind yourself that you have a great place to be, that you are a great person, and I'm happy for you being a part of this, and that no matter the challenges that are before you, you're going to make it through them. And we'll see ourselves on the other side of those challenges so that we can look back. And we can look back at how much that challenge was and be proud of where we are because we made it through it. And it's important to visualize that moment. You're going to see yourself at that moment. You're going to see yourself at that moment looking back and saying, wow, yeah, that was an interestingly challenging time. And now here I am on the other side of it. And keep those thoughts in your mind. And remind yourself that you can do this. I'm happy to be here with you. I'm happy to be here anytime you wish. And I'm grateful for you spending the time. Take care, y'all. Okay. set, and it is going. All right. Ah, sorry for that little delay there. Appreciate people being patient, and we'll see how things get started here up. We had a long ski trip. My son and I went out for skiing, and it was a good time. He's cross-country skiing for the first time, so that was a blast. And it was nice to just get out and about, and then we decided to get wings afterwards as well, which was always good fun. But definitely meant a bit of a later trip. Yeah. Oh no. Give a little time for things to get started. And I gotta figure out how to do all my things here. Oh, give a moment here. I need to get my chat back in here. Lock in chat, as I could say, and would have no clue because I'm clearly old. But definitely need to get my docs back. All right. Let me do here. Let's double check. Bear with me a moment. Entertaining.
Turn your best idea.
Alrighty. Look at that. Whole lot of staring at my face. Now, I need the chat to go back to the right spot. Well, greetings. If you're arriving now, feel free to throw a message in the chat. We'll get started once we get a couple people in here, get a little bit of a start. But for now, take your time, and I'm glad to have you here. Glad you're taking the time. We'll get ourselves in shortly. And then I managed to do a silly thing. There it is, and I found it. Boom. Now I have it back. That easy. OBS is so good. Oh, it's so good. It's just amazing. Honestly, think I should have put the live stream start at 9 o'clock. I think that would have been the go-to correct thing to do. Fully convinced of that. Then, I don't know. I guess we'll just see what happens. I'm sure part of it too, it's Friday night. I'm sure there's a lot of good things going on. Welcome. Hopefully all is well for you. Just giving a little time for things to get started and people to log in. I'm sure you have no background music because I've managed to have the wrong space here. There we are. Now you have background music. Hope all is well where you are. And 'tis robe time. Boyos are just getting set for bed. We took a long ski trip today, and long ski trip for my oldest, where he hasn't gone skiing yet, and this was his first day of being on cross-country skis, or the official kind, where you actually click into your bindings and not just getting strapped into your boots. And it's just strapping onto just little kiddo boots. So he did a great job, only fell a few times. And what's up, dude? How you doing? How's your evening? What are you spending your time with me for, man? What's up at home? We got Finn on cross-country skis for the first night, their first day. It was a lot of fun. And then a lot of time on our sled hill around the area, between our town and the next one over. There's a giant ski hill, and sled hill and ski trail. That was a lot of fun. We spent a ton of time on it. It was good. Oh no. I wonder if it clicks back and forth for y'all. Does it change audio for you? No, it does not. I can tell. Oh my goodness, you're... Well, then I'm happy to help out with that. Oh my goodness, so sleepover time? Oh, that's gonna be busy, man. That's definitely busy. Well then, we'll get you chill space here, man. That's for sure. Hopefully things are going okay for our close friend. Haven't heard anything just yet. I'm sure we'll see stuff in the group chat at some point about how things are doing. As in the group text one. Not that one. And are the kids still awake? I'm sure there's all kinds of wonderful noises going on. The sleepover is probably going very entertainingly. Well, I'll tell you what, it was entertaining getting to this point, by the way. The plan was... That's awesome. Okay, good. That's good to hear. I'm glad he's doing well. That's, yeah, I'm glad he's doing well, because that's been a lot that he's had to deal with, and it's good to hear that things are going well, and that they found a lot, and that I hope they're confident that they've got everything. That'd be the hope. Cool. Well, let's see here, y'all. So we'll get a start in just a bit. It was an entertaining attempt to get here, as since I took out my son for skiing and sledding, that put us at getting food, and then I decided I wanted to go to this bar nearby the place that has chicken wings, because he loves chicken wings. Figured that'd be a fun treat. And of course it was hopping, so we were a little behind on that. But now we're good to go. He's exhausted. I'm sure I am too. A lot of good skiing. A lot of good times being out in the cold sledding. I'll get things started up in just a bit and go from there. And then we're just going to go through it. We'll get through a full episode tonight. And let's see here. That'll take us through the end of autumn. Takes us through the wedding time. Does take us on the first day of winter. That'll be the goal. And just do a consistent, keep this up with a playthrough. And then I'll add this to the long cut. I think it's called giant cut. I gotta learn my words, you know, gotta use my words, gotta learn my words. And I'll trim out the part where it's just me staring at the screen for a while. There was a bit of that. Just figuring things out. Figuring out how I deleted my chat section and then found out how to get back. It's fun. All the learning happened. All the learning. Hope y'all are doing well tonight. Ooh, and that's a thing I gotta remind myself. My desk is at just the right closeness. It's at the right proximity that if I move my hand fast enough when I ring on, I'll knock it and make quite a nice sound. I decided to go all fancy with the mouse pad because I've always loved that piece of art, and I decided, like, dude, it's like Sengo style. Why not? Well, I hope you have moments of peace too in the house. I'm sure at some point the kids who are over there will eventually fall asleep. Good luck. 11 o'clock or so. And then let me know as we go, as we get into the recording. Let me know how audio is doing. Since I just switched over PCs, I have done my best to recreate all of the exact same settings I had before, trying to mimic it as best as possible. I know this particular screen, the load screen here, and this part of the song always is over the top and is always very loud, regardless of how much I turn it down. And that's only because once you get past that part, now the song is super quiet, and all the rest of the songs are rather quiet, so it turns into kind of like a balancing act on that. But do let me know as we go how audio is going, how video is going. If you notice anything that's not working right, just keep me posted, and I'll make sure to get on it as quick as possible. So, it's almost 8:20, which puts us, it just hit 8:20. That's a marker. We're going for it. I named it Chill 2. Now you get to see my names. Let's go for it. Okay, good to hear the sound is going well. And thank you all for being here. And I know the overall vote was for the Medieval Dynasty Chill playthrough, and Sengoku was not far from it, but also was not close in comparison. So, the Chill playthrough will be, we'll get through these next couple days. I left my save at exactly the moment where I would have to either wake up and then start the recording, or we could wake up to the next day, and then here we would be, the final day of fall, with preparations to be made and us to continue onwards. So, thanks for joining. We'll get a start, and since it is this point, and by the way, there have been some updates to Medieval where they had the whole drop-down menu for your tools, and before, like for example with the hose, if I have a stack of hose, then I will end up with a situation where I have to click on the menu and drop it down, and then I can access the different tools, and I can decide which one of them I'm using, and that kind of turned into kind of busy work. So instead, what I'm just going to do is get rid of the whole drop-down menu side of things. I think I'm going to prefer not having the drop-down menu, just for this. This seems to be easier. hope you are in a comfortable place, as comfortable as you can be with a house full of kids as well. And that you can have a nice relaxing moment here, and that this can be that space that you need just to relax, to take everything that came from the week and let it be behind you. The challenges that existed in space before now are still wherever they need to be, but they don't have to be here now, and they can be confronted later, and they can exist in their own time and in their own space when they need to. But for right now, we get to be in this space together, and I'm grateful for you to be here, and I'm happy to have you here, and I'm looking forward to just spending a relaxing time with you in this Friday evening. And when I think back to being a younger version of me, a Friday evening of sitting in front of a video game relaxing would probably have sounded absolutely insane to me, and probably would have been a silly thought. And now it's just, this is great. I like the fact that it's the end of the week. I like the fact that all of the challenges that happened before are there. The weekend will be here soon enough. Friday is a good day. It's that break between when things are busy and that time before things can slow down, or if it's a weekend and you are going to be busy, then it's a time between here and then where you just get to take a little time away and relax before the busyness, or between the busyness, or right in the middle of the busyness, as the case may be. So we'll start this off and get the field started, since obviously if we don't actually plant the rye in autumn, we aren't going to have rye at all. So it would definitely be priority one to make sure that we get this done and make sure that we are set here. Now, I did get a large collection of fertilizer in here before. I'm pretty sure I got us just a few shy. So we'll see if it's worth going back into town and getting more if we need it. Otherwise, it's going to be all about just getting that rye done. Oh, now that's a hoot. We actually have a lumberjack, and we actually have a person in the village, so now I can see announcements for it, and I'm going, oh no, there's a thing being announced. That means I missed something. And it's that we don't have a tool. Nice. Okay, well, we'll let him wait just a moment. It's not a big deal. And then we'll get a couple stone axes set up for him. That'll be the trick. Now that we actually have to maintain things here for more than one villager, that'll be the key. Kind of wonder if it's just that he hasn't gotten into the actual place yet, since everything is, for how early we are on, we don't actually have... we are not there yet. We do not have ourselves in a spot where everything just gets dropped into the resource storage and it just gets taken out from there. So for here, and for now, it's a whole lot of make the tools and go. And maybe not wander too close to the Wisent. That'll be a good deal. Oh, did I find yet another one of my spears that I've thrown wildly and finally catch? That's good. Do find them out and about in certain areas, that's for sure. Alright, let's get him in on his first axe. Well, not first axe for this day. And then I'll gather up a large collection of sticks, and we'll keep going. At this point, he can definitely just do the work without... Oh, turns out I actually made a bunch of the axes, just didn't drop them in there. That's me being forgetful. That's a thing. Let's find the rye grain to make sure that we're actually making good use of the time. And I do still really, I guess I do appreciate the way they did the zoom in, zoom out fade. As you go between, and the screens fade in and out of black when they go. It's not just an instant change. It's a nice change. It's different because I'm still noticing it, and I wonder if I would have started playing this game before, if I would even notice that it was a thing, or if it's just there in my mind because I remember what it was like before. And I'm guessing it's a lot of that. Well, welcome you all as you join. Glad to have you here. Thanks for being a part of this. Thanks for taking the time on a Friday evening to join and spend time in your day here with me and with us. Getting the day ready, knowing that we have to get all of our rye actually sown here, and the fact that I haven't actually finished this part of it. And look at me, I'm wearing my fancy shirt. You might be able to hear my eldest son in the background being very entertaining. I think he just discovered something. All of his toys got moved on him while he was in the shower, and he's just absolutely surprised. And he's like, "What are you doing?" So we'll get the rye in here, we'll get this set, and get ourselves in to the day. Then, I think, big thing will be that we should get ourselves to the end of autumn with our wedding plan. We'll set ourselves up for that moving forward in winter, and that'll put us at a point where we need to make some improvements to the fishing hut. I had some great suggestions in the comments about I probably shouldn't make her just walk straight through the water. If I'm going to be a proper gentleman about this, then I should have actually built a pier out to it that she can walk on to get to the fishing hut. Since it doesn't really just sit on the ground, and doesn't sit on the water without a little walkway going into it, it might make sense to actually have the platform going in there. So, that will definitely be it. And I am a fancy lad. Look at the cuffs right now on this shirt. Look at that. Tunic has the finest cuffs. There's no kidding around. Although we did find this in a, we don't need to think about where we found this tunic. We just want to focus on the fact that we found this tunic. Alright, with this, that puts us at, I think, 48, if I remember right. 2 fields of 24, should put us at 48. That should be a decent amount of rye for this season. I'm not going to overwinter carrots just because I don't really find that to be worthwhile. It takes away a lot of our space, you know. If you do the carrots, they will sit here, and we don't, oh, and it's telling me I still need fertilizer. Just gotta pay attention to it. Alright, that'll get us 2 more. Well, 3 more actually. Not bad. So this is where we ran out of fertilizer. We are just set there. Nope, not where we ran out of fertilizer. Fair enough, but that is where we ran out. Little off-kilter way of doing that. Slightly disorganized way about going about it. Looks like the rest is clear. Alright. That being the case, let's get the spear. We will need her to get into town anyway, since we don't have a means to make fishing spears. I'm going to say that's a part of our rule set that is not okay. And that we have to actually have somebody skilled enough to actually do so. But I do know that our character can make pointy sticks, so we can at least use our pointed stick to get the shore lunch for the day. And get our pike or perch from here. Alright, this will be the time to try this. Because if it works, it'll be great to have said it was on live stream. And if it doesn't, it's just what it is. Oh, embarrassing. At least we can recover it well. Trying to fish at night has been entertaining. Seeing just how dark it is and how impossible it is to actually see where you throw your spear is very entertaining. There we are. Okay, back to the fish. Let's get serious about it. Alright, well, we've gotten through almost the second year. And the second year in, we will have gotten 2 people by the end of it, which will be great for us. Only now just having the capacity to build better buildings. Now that we found the builder, it's been coincidental and really helpfully coincidental that he happened to be in the exact town for our lady friend, so that we can just have our cake and eat it too, if you will. Where we get both of the villagers that would be the best for us to expand on first, and go from there. Now look at that. There is a bit of this grossness that she has to walk through to get in there. Yeah, for sure. We will definitely have to put a bit of a pier here. And I'm definitely having one of those Sengoku Dynasty moments where I'm going, oh, it's okay. I'll just bust out my hammer, and I'll just move it closer or I'll move it farther. Not so much. That is a feature I would love to see in this game at some point. If it's something the devs are into doing, because that is such a handy thing in Sengoku Dynasty. To be able to just say, oh, I put that building there, and I changed my mind. So I want it right there. It's super handy. Super handy. And for those who are Sengoku fans who end up on my page for that reason, I am working on... I have finished the spreadsheet. Oh, and I need to put up the reference to that. I finished up my spreadsheet for the foods, so that those who are interested in that, you can find it there. So now the updated foods, for example, tofu, and then the grilled tofu, and all the rest are there for you to see how much they cost, and then you can kind of do your own cost-benefit analysis on it. I'll do a video on that one soon enough to say, I really think cooked rice is still a winner. Spoiler alert. It just is, it's too good at getting the needs taken care of. But there are a couple that are good competition. For this game, it turns out that all you do is make roasted meat and everything's fine. So, nothing to worry about there. I figured before we headed into town, it might be nice to just sit down and do the shore lunch here. But I have taken so many of these small trees that were around here that there just are not that many sticks to pick up anymore. So I find myself at this point just having to pick up sticks, which turns out to be a lot slower at getting stuff than any other way. But that's what this playthrough has been about, is taking things slow. So there's no rush. It is good to be able to finally craft fish fillets in the hut. There we are. And this will be the view that'll be enjoyable the whole time. I'm kind of curious over time whether it would be fun to think about that village spreading out around here and being visible as you go around, and for us to be able to say, here was the view at year 1 looking out in this mountain range, and then here's the year 2 view, and then just as the years go on to see the village actually expand out and beyond. I think that could be a lot of fun. Alright, well, some water from the cleaner part of the lake, and the one that doesn't quite look like it's a real problem. And of course, for Smokey the Bear, we always have to put out our fires. Can't leave an untended fire. Pretty sure a bear just comes out of the wood and attacks you. So we aren't going to chance that. Alright, well with this, we have a start. We finally caught birds with our bird traps. It's been a while before those actually turned out. I do get a kick out of the name of the village being Raven. Oh, now I gotta remember the name. And it slips my mind, of course. The moment I would like to remember it, it's when the brain just says, nah, you don't get that memory. Doesn't matter how much you think you know that memory, it's gone. I think it'd be fun to call it Ravens and have and I think it'd be fun to imply it. And I think it would be something that Racemir would find humor in, right? Where he does tend to be, I do think the character is played out in the game as a more humorous and sarcastic individual at times, and I think that that would definitely fit his personality well. Alright, if we're going into town, then it would be really helpful to take with us things we can actually sell, if we can take advantage of that. Since we do have work done here, and not all of it is complete. It's definitely a ways to go. And we'll just drop a bunch of hose on the ground and watch them spring into the air. Right, turns out we should probably organize. Is it worth the time? This whole playthrough is about making sure it is. This whole playthrough is about saying there isn't anything that is worth more time than just taking time. And that is one of the hardest things for me to do. Because I want to go fast right now. I want to rush through everything. You can tell by every once in a while, you can see my pans are quick and then they slow down. And it's just because that's exactly how I work. I want to go faster. So this is a great exercise for me as well, in patience and in just slowing down. And it's worthwhile. Anything that gets us to slow down at times is worthwhile. Alright, cabbage seeds Cabbage seeds, rye seeds, flax seeds, those can be good. I don't recall. I have to double check. Overcrowding of deer, so that's not done yet. That's something we should probably take care of. So, given that we still need to get more arrows, given that he's going to need firewood, we don't need him to get frustrated this early on. So let's take care of that. And look at the logs piling up. I mean, this guy. It is great to finally have a worker.
I'll wait.
I feel like there's a little sarcasm in that, but, you know, much appreciated. There we are. We'll craft it a little bit this way. Finishing the resource storage is going to be big. Finishing that quest is going to be big too. Resource storage is going to be good for our quest lines. Obviously, we need to make the well and the workshop as well. Figure those out. We'll figure those out. Ooh, unintentional pun. There you are. We'll get those in time. Workshop's going to be helpful. I don't know how soon we're going to make anything useful with it. I know at one point somebody had a great tip about making baskets as a way of making quick money. And I do think that baskets fall comfortably within the okay region of, yeah, you can use this to make money, just not overflooding the market. So that could be a good way to actually make some cash. Now, he has no water, but we have water back in the bin, so we're good. It is time to move with a little bit of speed, since we do need to think about catching these last couple deer. If I remember right, when I was hunting in the area near Seneca, pretty sure we completely took care of the deer population here, if not just stags. So we are in kind of a rough place for that, and there aren't really a lot of deer in that area. What we'll have to say is that this can count as a piece of Denica, otherwise I'm a little anxious that we're going to run out of our time in the season. And with no rabbits near an entire village that's devoted to farming, which is surprising, it makes sense maybe we can just stretch a little bit further. So, let's take ourselves here. There should be deer here. And it'll be convenient too, since we're running low on arrows. It'd be nice to get some more arrows while we're here. Sure enough. All kinds of deer. Ooh, I'd say it was ducking just in time, but that's giving it and me a lot of credit. Alright, well, 6 more shots to go. We're going to make them count. We've got time. Oh, hi. Indeed. Now, if I remember right, we definitely had an entertaining time with some of the wolves in the area, so we'll avoid that. Not looking forward to getting mauled. There we are. We'll knock it in the head, do some damage to it, and there we are. Right in the rear haunch. That'll take care of things. One more deer down. 1 to go. With this, we'll be able to finish that quest line that we've been working on for Denica. Then we can head into town, sell some things off. Do need to get fertilizer before the end of the day. Would be nice. There we are, right in the back of the neck. I mean, even a stone arrow. That would be a rough place to be. Rough place to be hit. Dare I say that I feel like our accuracy is actually getting better. I probably shouldn't say that, because now we'll need to be accurate, and we'll see how well that goes. Do definitely need more arrows. That would be helpful. When we think about it, that has been one of the limiting factors here, which I appreciate, which is not being able to just fastly craft all the things I want. Since we already do have a hunter's lodge, we could have just bought that schematic, and we could easily have just spammed a bunch of things that we could make to, well, what? Stone knives, which is really entertaining to think. When I first played this game back in the early stages, early release, early access, sorry, making stone knives was just the way to make money. You just sat there, gathered up all the stones you could find, and made stone knives until you had hundreds and hundreds of coins, and then it was just bip, here we go. And then there was that idea about changing the price of it, which was a great idea, and it's been a humorous part of the game ever since, which is funny. Flooding the knife market, things like that. Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, we do have a new settlement, and we could use more people, that's for sure. I decided to carry the firewood here. Okay, well, we'll chalk that up to forgetfulness. Rye grain, I don't think we're going to need 8 more. That being the case, having to budget is a thing. It'd be nice to have more, and I know we'll go through these, that's for sure. Now the trick is, I'm pretty confident we do not. We definitely don't have any better arrows.
You do.
But she just makes stone, thank you, and also thank you for the training, helping us learn how to make dried meat. That is definitely a handy thing, and kind of been a fun way to incorporate. Obviously, we don't want to have our characters stuck with, I can't ever learn anything other than the things I know. We want to be able to have some ability to adapt, and some ability that you can just gain skill over time, so thinking through the rule set, it made sense that if you can find a trainer, why not say that you got trained, why not say that these are skills you can take on. Still working on that rule set. I do want to make that available for people just for fun, in case you want to get into it and try to get specific on how much you spend on things. It is just an entertaining thing to do. Let's see here. I'm sure you could use bags. 56 coins will help a bit. That gets us 480. That should be good enough to allow us to finish up the rye fields. And if we were doing proper crop rotation thought, some of these rye fields would get just churned back in the soil so that those nutrients go back in, and so that the nitrogen gets fixed back in the soil, and so that we're revitalizing the soil. We'll get away with saying that we will not put rye into all of our fields and say that that's a part of us not using all of the rye to actually harvest for sale or for malting. We'll say that's for just revitalizing the soil. I love that it just told me that I discovered an animal spot, wolves, and I have walked through here how many times and have never seen a wolf yet? This? Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what happens when you say those things. And at this point, I think our friend Racemir has seen a few of these encounters. So we're starting to become acclimated to this idea of just, yeah, we get stuck in situations, the adrenaline fires, but we confront the situation as it is. We only got a nick from that one, just barely nipped us and took a run afterwards. We seem to get lucky to find the lone wolves, which is convenient for us. Yeah, they're probably a little more skittish and a little more apt to attack, but they're also not coordinating with anyone, so we're in a safer place. Well, there we go. Survived yet another wolf fight. That was a quick one. I was not expecting that, that's for sure. Thank you for all of y'all joining tonight. And
Hello there.
I hope you're having a relaxing evening. Hopefully you're having a relaxing evening. There we go. Voice is cracking here. We have a lot of fur, so I think it's okay to sell a bit of that. Now, this will be that bit where we have to decide, is it worth... How much is it worth buying? Because we aren't going to have a ton of time to take care of this. Even if I got 16 of these, that would be probably more than I can get to today. Oh, I could have bought the manure and actually gained skill. That would have fit with our character set as well, but it's okay. And here we are. We finally can turn in this quest. Say we've dealt with the overcrowding, we've found all of the deer in the area, and a little beyond, and also took out a wolf for you. You are welcome. And I am enjoying the painting that they've done here. That is super cool. I'm happy that they added the liveliness to it. It is interesting, right? Well, there's been time. We have gotten things ready. She's been preparing. She's been speaking with people in the area. I probably should go finish off that hut.
See you
Oh my
soon.
goodness, no, we can't do this until we get that resource storage done. What am I doing? So let's get the resource storage done. We'll come back. We'll have an evening celebration. We'll be set to go. It'd be important to have most of the parts of our village ready to go, right? Before we have our celebration. Fall weddings are beautiful. I've been to one or two. We hosted ours in the summertime, which, looking back, it was a lot of fun, obviously. But thinking back, summer is a very warm time, and it was a very warm day, and air conditioning was a very important thing. So thinking about this being done in autumn, the brisk air is great. The days ending early means that people get festive sooner, I'm sure, right? Because since we are getting a darker part of day quicker, people will definitely be in the mood for the celebration sooner. Definitely been to winter weddings, and winter weddings can be gorgeous. Although obviously the whole being cold outside, depending upon your area, can throw that off a bit. Alright, now, with what we have, how well can we finish this off? We do need to move with a little bit of speed here, right? Yeah, I'll just take all the straw. That is not necessarily what we need right now. I think that straw is going to be one of our downfalls. Pretty sure that was me just dropping the water skin. There we are. And still overloaded. That's no good. Ooh, did I just run all the way back here overloaded? Oh, breaking the rules. And can't be doing that. And we'll head over here and we'll drop some things off. I do get a kick out of how many feathers we have. At some point, we are going to be more than set. We are going to be more than set for somebody to actually come in and make arrows. Okay. With this, and we have a friend who has been working here in the village. We can now just gather up logs from our actual storage and use them and perhaps actually finish this thing. Then it's back in so we can begin the celebration. It seems like we would want to have this. This is one of our largest buildings in the entire town, so it would be helpful to have it. I do think we need to consider our lighting situation in time. I'm looking forward to later as we get further in the game where we will have much more robust lighting styles. Two walls to go, a few logs to go. I think we're going to finish this with just what we already have. We'll also be looking forward to having our skills that we can upgrade with Builder and get that faster build rate out of it. One log here, one log there. Fantastic. That should finish it off for us rather well. And this will mark that. Perfect. Okay. Now. And that marks a perfect timing as well. Music is changing. It is fully the evening. Let's go. Oh. Goodness. Should probably have on my fanciest clothes. Oh, who am I kidding? What are the fanciest clothes I have? This is it. Guess I'll just be official and not wear a hat. There we are. That's super official, right? Not showing up in your straw hat that you've been working in all day. Also, we didn't finish the farm work for the day, but there's certain things that have to take priorities. This is our future wife here. The farm work can wait. We'll be fine with 48 fields worth of rye. But the more that we're getting out of this is the future investment in everything we have. And with her having been a huge part of keeping our character alive, and a big part of how things went for Racemir in his first interactions here, obviously getting the boar attack, getting injured gravely there, her helping get him back, and then being there as a constant source of comfort, especially after the encounter with the bandits, which, you know, adrenaline would probably have taken care of a majority of that encounter, and the excitement and how he survives it, but coming down off of that is not simple. Coming out of those situations is never easy for a person, so there would be somebody there that you would want to have comfort in and you'd want to be able to trust, and she's been that person for us, so clearly this is a good thing and this is right. So,
How can I help
with
you?
that, ooh, we have to flirt with her one more time. There we go. Now, let's see here. Alright. Let's take her on as our wife. You've made me the happiest man alive. And there we go. We have ourselves our autumn celebration. Although it looks like spring here. We'll picture it autumn. Depending upon what area we imagine they're from, we can imagine this happened around Samhain. If you happen to know of the Celtic celebration of Samhain, I kind of picture us having that celebration. So this is a wedding around Samhain, and that here we are. And now we have our wife who is automatically in our home. Good, right? Like that makes sense. So now we just need a workspace for you. I'm sorry you have to walk through the mucky water for a little while. We gotta fix that though. I mean, it's a thing we'll fix for sure. So there we go. It is official. And with her skill set, we will say, if I remember right, perch is the better of them. No, it's not. Because you want more fish to happen more often. So this is a thing where now we start talking about that whole, like, not trying to min-max, but also trying to make sure we get the most of our skills here. So if we look at it, we want the action to happen as often as possible, because that's when you get experience. So if that's 7.5 fish, then if we added pike, I'm sorry, I said pike and I mean perch, then where does that put us? Let's see. I'm guessing not so great. I'm pretty sure it's at least half the rate. And if not, okay, not quite half the rate for the amount of fillets you get out of it. It's hard to want to do that. So it is much better having the perch in the sense that we can have that. Oh, hey, glad to have you here. Please don't feel bad for being late. I was late anyway. So it is all good. Glad to have you here. And thank you everyone for joining. Glad to have everyone here. There we go. No tool, which means we need to make fishing spears, but at this point we can say that she has a knowledge of fishing, so she can teach us how to make them, and now we can actually say we make them. The trick will be having the resources for it, and that requires the sewing hut, which we definitely don't have. Now with this, I'm tempted to say that we go back and we finish farming, but if you've been married or if you've been to a wedding before, there isn't going to be any more farm work done tonight. You can think of any inappropriate or appropriate joke you want to place here. This is up to you, but I'm sure your mind can go wild with entertaining jokes at this point. But we'll leave it to that. We'll leave it to saying that the night does have to end here because it makes sense, right? This would be a celebration that goes well into the evening, well into the night. There's no way that we're going to let our character do any work in the fields because it's just what it is. And I get it, it's a game, but still, also, we're trying to play this through casual, playing this through as in a role play. We just have to say that this happens the way it is. Although, it's not a good sign when you come back and you can't find your wife. Oh dear. Well, probably slowly but surely walking over the hills, because in this game they do have to walk every step of the journey to get here. It's okay. Being the person who supplies all of the rye and saving the place from having a shortage, Gostovia, right? Because in our early quest line we talked about that idea that there was that shortage of rye, and in the storyline it was just super convenient to say, yeah, then here we are. We'll come in, we'll end up using our understanding of farming to make our own field, sell the rye, and then have malting actually happen. So works out famously well, I would say. Then I would say I haven't tried anything, but I do want to make sure I didn't leave stuff in chests. And at this point, it is amazing how dark it gets and how much I can't see. Should probably work on that, right? And now the traps are going wild. I shouldn't be checking the traps. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Alright, we'll cook up a little bit of food. We would have needed to have roasted meat for our celebration, so we'll say that this is us taking care of the thing that would have been done before. We'll feed our character, and the rest we'll throw in the compost bin to say that we didn't get to it. It's just what it is. And it's okay. We can let the stuff rot. We'll get more. Alright. So, celebration goes off without a hitch. We will wrap things up here with the things we have to toss in the bin. These are the crops that were lost and also the things that were just found. And, as I see it, we should be good. Perfect. And that'll wrap up our celebration. We'll say that they partied into the night. It was a celebration to remember. And you can't see what's happening, but we're going to bed. How about that? I do love the seasonal change setting here. I do appreciate that they added the animation to it. It's simple, but it's still really an exciting thing to see. It's nice. Yeah, we are not at the point that we have a tavern. I will say, yeah, for sure. There's just no possible way that we can do that. And this is late game, too. It would be an interesting thing to have waited to see what happens. I haven't actually... I end up getting my character married right away in all my playthroughs, so I've never actually seen what happens when we get to that point, since the tavern is a very late game building. And there we go. Did I just see? Oh, it was us. I was like, whoa! Quite the party going on. Alright, here we are. Now, to actually make sure we have our clothes. Because now that it's winter, I'm sure we'll be freezing for a reason. It is regrettable, though, to put away my fancy clothes. But it's fancy or freeze, right? Isn't that the way it goes? This is what we look like when we're freezing. Alright. Let's go for it. Good morning, milady. Yes, I will try not to trip over things and impale myself today. Yeah. Alrighty. And I'm sure we'll never hear an end from her to a number of entertaining things about not getting horrendously injured. I'm going to say that we'll save ourselves the trouble because, you know, I would just walk back and forth to get these things here. So we can save ourselves the trouble to say I would walk back and forth and just get to this point. So we can make our fertilizer from the rot and start our day of winter here. Now, interestingly enough, one day of winter will take us through a standard episode. We'll kind of see where things go from here. And there we are. Now, there's not going to be a lot of work done with fertilizer this time around. 42 is going to do us well. It's a good place to be. Good to see you. Glad to have you here. Thanks for joining. Oh, let's see. Now, this is where things get a little trickier just because... Wait. I don't remember us having 2 iron axes. Where's the second iron axe coming from? I mean, I'm not complaining. I certainly will gladly have a second iron axe, but that is quite an entertaining find. Okay. Now, we have her set up to be a fisherman. A fisher, my apologies. And we don't have any means to do that, so this might be worth peering more into her skills. She does have skill in hunting, which could be good. Definitely have her start on that, since I do not have a means to make fishing spears as of yet. Let's check it, though. Might be worthwhile to do a little consolidation, too. Now that we are here, and we actually have ourselves a proper village with proper storages. Oops, that's dried meat from too far ago. We're gonna have to get rid of that. And overload it again. the tricky part of having a rule set like this, is the constant need to go bit by bit. But again, that whole idea that it is totally okay to slow down, and it is so entertaining that my brain goes immediately back to the idea of, but you need to go faster. Why aren't you going faster? And it's okay. There's no reason. Alright. This should be a good place to be. It'd be nice to have some of these in here in case we get to that point where we actually have people doing work and needing it. Probably be a good thing to start moving things out, and it'll be a really good thing to check all the traps. We are doing a good job of catching all of these rabbits, but that also means that whenever we don't get a new trap, we're just asking for more. Nice to have these little trees back. We'll get rid of them, get ourselves some free sticks, build some quick traps. I did just drop 106 sticks, but that was then and this is now. And we're just going to use these to build quick anyway. Oh, no worries. This is the first episode of us actually having our wife. So, just at the end of fall, we had the marriage celebration right at the end of the day. I had a race a mirror race to finish this storage shed to make sure that we have this done. We just got married in the autumn. We'll say it was a celebration for the turning of the year and a celebration into this new year. And that, now she has a job as fisher, although, again, I don't know, we'll have to see if we have the ability to make it. I'm glad to, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy. I'm glad that you enjoy these playthroughs. These have been, it's been really nice doing these playthroughs. I rather enjoy the fact that it's a slow down pace. I was surprised initially, honestly, when I put out the initial survey of what did people want to see. I wasn't actually expecting the chill playthrough to be the thing that people wanted, so that was a good thing. And it's always been in the back of my mind. And honestly, it has been in the back of my mind since I started even recording anything and doing any kind of content creation on YouTube at all. And it was one of those things where my career previously was as a high school teacher. And, oh my, there is not a workbench to make fishing spears in here. Dear, how does one make a fishing spear?
Hi, honey bunny.
How you doing? Yes. No, actually I haven't. Ooh, you want me to bring soup from... You got it. Oh, wow. 200 coins later. It's gonna be good soup. You got it, man. Or you got it, ma'am. You, my lady, it shall be done. That's the way I want to phrase it. Remember, this is all in-game. This is multiple area codes away, right? It totally is okay. Not suspicious at all. Says my wife. Oh man, I don't even know. Oh no, we can't. There isn't a means for us to make fishing spears. Now, we actually factually have to... Shoot, that's unfortunate. Now we actually factually have to buy them. That's frustrating. Oh, I can only imagine marrying a snob. I have not, but I bet you they are entertaining as can be because they're constantly unsatisfied with things. Kind of curious what personality we got out of ours. I think we got the fun-loving one. I think that's the personality type we got out of this particular character. I'm hoping so. Alright. Feeling a little bit of lack of direction here, so it's time to get moving. But I did just see that we have leather in here, which is going to help out a bunch. That is a big deal. So, let's make a bit of these bags now. Were they were a little grumpier to their husbands before. The first, I think the 2 wives that I've had before were, oh, she is free spirit. Okay, good. Yep, that's what I thought I saw as well. I was hoping so. I have definitely, the first time I played the game through, my first wife was a free spirit, and was really entertaining because her name was, oh no, Jadwiga. And so I had also been playing Civ 6. I'm sure nobody in the comments knows anything about Civ 6. And I had played a playthrough with Poland, of course, with Jadwiga. And I was just like, oh, this is perfect. I have my own Polish queen here. Let's go. So, and yeah, she was definitely free-spirited. Holy cow. There was constant things to do. It was very entertaining. What kind of entertaining phrasing on things. Ooh, and I do love the thing that just happened here that I totally forgot to point out in a recording before, which is that when you go to your different items, you can now see what can be pulled out of your storages. That's so helpful. I'm so happy about that. That was a wonderful thing. I know Biddies knows all about the Civ 6. How many hours are in Civ 6, my friend? How many hours do you have in that one? I don't even want to say how many hours I have invested in I said invested. That's a generous way to put it. How many hours that I have spent in Civ 6. It's probably absurd and probably bad, and I'm sure there's problems to be said. One of the things that I've discovered, if you play a game, and if you play it a lot, if you ever decide to convert your game hours into real days, it's not a good idea. Don't do it. It's just not a good idea. Don't do it. It just doesn't. It's just not helpful at all. All it does is make you realize, oh gosh, that's a lot. Okay, now we have our bucket. There we are. That ought to take care of some water needs. Thank goodness it takes care of it for everyone. That's handy. So, that being the case. Huh. Now I could sit here and I could wander around aimlessly, as you are already watching me do. But what really needs to happen is it's time to get going. Yeah, the storage system is so nice. And it is one of those things where that was one of those creature comforts from Sengoku Dynasty that was just like I need this in this game as soon as possible. It's so much better. Oh, look at that. See, already I didn't have any stones in my inventory, but it's so good. We apparently had some in the resource storage. Now, this is starting to get silly, because I have her sitting in this fishing hut, and she's doing... There's nothing she can do, because there isn't anything for her to do, since we don't have any tools. So, let's see here. Let's go for that. To the building we go, and then let's say, what could we say that she could do as a skill? If she's early in her skill set, then, oh my goodness, do we have feathers. But this would help upgrade her skill. Let's do these two. I'm very confident that this is a bad idea. Let's go for that. Now, if I remember right, this would be as if she's trapping. That's true. We better ask her about this. What's she doing sitting around? She's probably giving us a hard time about not being cut up so she doesn't have to stitch us up. There we go. Let's get you to 1. We'll do that, and that should raise some skill. Now let's see here. As to recording it, let's see here. Now hold on. Recording what, though? Oh, I see. Caroline, you're recording as well. That's awesome. How is the series going? Oh, that is a solid point. Getting to the point with the tavern does kind of turn into a rather boring point, because at that point you kind of have all the tech. That's one of those things about one of the disappointments of the tavern is that it would be way more useful to your character in this time frame, in the early game, where it could actually do something for you, and you could say, maybe you have to unlock something to get to actually making booze, but there'd be a nicer, slower progression for it. There used to be a Tavern 1, a Tavern 2, a Tavern 3, and etc. There used to be multiple levels of Tavern that you could go through, and that was, you had to get to the Tavern 3 by unlocking all your tech, and it kind of slowed you down in that sense. Oh, it's the Sims, nice. Sims, my goodness. That would be entertaining. I have not ever recorded myself playing The Sims, and I'm sure there are those who have. And it is a fun game to play. Although I do find myself constantly doing the same thing in it, which is making a person an artist as rapidly as possible, and then using their masterpieces to just get money and then build a giant house. And then as soon as I have a cool house and I start maxing out all the science skills, because I'm always biased to science, once I get all the science skills done, oh man, all the good stuff. Yes, I was definitely sad about some of the early missions too, because they had a lot of fun. There was just a lot of fun to them, and they added I don't know, they added something to it that was enjoyable, and it was disappointing to see it change. Oh, the decorating, I would love it if I was better at it. That is something I'm trying to work on. And it's a constant struggle. It's the right kind of struggle though. It's the kind you learn from. It's okay. But it is definitely a constant struggle. It's just, I don't know, I guess I have an eye for some things and I don't always have an eye for where to put, I mean, also, you don't pay attention to the mess. I tend to get very functional when I do things immediately, where it's just like, well, I don't need this right now, so go away. And I put it down. I'm sure ADHD has nothing to do with it either. It's just what it is. Anyhow. But, yeah, the decorating side of things will be fun. I think with this one, I do want to focus on that aspect of it as well, just because at this point in the game, and since it's not about getting somewhere fast, since it's all about just playing the game, going casual, I think the decorating needs to take a forefront here. That'll be the goal. I will say people like Rose, who makes incredible videos for Medieval Dynasty and for Enshrouded, which I've started playing with my wife, which is really a lot of fun. Their skill is amazing. They're just so good at it. The buildings they can make, oh, it's phenomenal. So if you've never seen anything made by Rose, I highly recommend that you please go check out their stuff. It's simply amazing. It's one of the things where I just watch them go. Suddenly there's this amazingly beautiful structure, and I'm going like, I don't know how you put all that together in your mind, and just kind of pictured it, and then just went, oh, here we go. Nice. Breaches are always fun. Alright, finish up the sewing hut, which can allow us to actually start thinking about what's going on with our flax, since we have been doing a good job of gaining flax. Oh, we'll figure that this season, probably a good idea, now that we actually have people, it's time to really start ramping up our plan. Well, somewhere in the central, we want to put this somewhere that's going to be central to most of our homes. Now, having a kitchen right here means that we'll probably expect people to be by this area a lot. So, well, learning is the best place to be. And honestly, one of the best things I've learned over time is that the I'm still learning phase never ends, and that's okay. And it's the best place to be. And that's been a lot of fun to be okay with, because, and not being great at something, it's very okay. And it's been nice being able to let those things be. Now, let's see here. I do still have to finish my farming video for this. Speaking of trying to figure out how to learn things further, I still want to get more data on exactly what controls everything for farming, so I can start thinking about and having like let's look into exactly how much time it takes for your villagers to walk and really how much of a field you can expect to be done. Since when I go in my games between seasons, you of course always try to build your buildings closest to where your farmers are, but sometimes expansion happens, and sometimes that expansion leads to not planning ahead and leads to just kind of like, oh, well, but now I need this over here, or I kind of would prefer this isn't here anymore. And then some of those houses aren't quite where they needed to be. And I want to figure out exactly how much you can expect to get done, because I know for my farmlands I try to keep the fields small enough that you can get most of the work done, but I want to know how much that is. Alright, that is good. Now, it turns out we absolutely need the workshop, because without the workshop, we are not going to make buckets. That is just not going to work out for us. So, now again, thinking about Rose would have like a plan and like a structure for this. And so here I am just being like, well, I need a workshop, so I'm gonna put a workshop right here. And that's just how I roll. There we go. Now let's see what we can accomplish with this limited amount of stones that we have. And clearly we're out of stones for all the things. Ooh, now tell me about this village, this Oxbow village that you did in the mountains. Which part of the map were you at for the mountainous areas? Which area did you choose? You talking, let's see here, trying to picture that map and think about those spaces. Is it down by the S-curving river, the one on the southern side? Or is that in the western side by the, would that be the western side by the, what village is that there? You can tell it's been a while since I played the Oxbow. I can't actually remember the name of the Stokey. It starts with an S. That is awesome. And I do love the fact that you built bridges there and they actually work. That's amazing. Pardon me a moment. Here we are. Alright, with the workshop getting done, obviously we are keeping our wife from her soup, which could be a problem. We will get to it. I mean, it's a 200 coin soup. Chances are there's a little bit of time that comes into that. Now I'm entertained by this too, because if I remember this right, this also means that I think this is a chance where you can actually take on that villager as well. So if we do the quest, pretty sure that also means that we get access to a fisherman level 5. Well, there we are. Right, the IMP Stovia. Oh yes, yes, yes. The that area is second to none, honestly. I find that turns into in my playthroughs, that is always my first village and my go-to. It turns into an outpost regardless. I will never get rid of it because it's too useful having that space. So yeah, that's a fantastic area. And really, it is too good, since you have yourself a guaranteed mine. It is one of the easier mines to navigate. It is one of the mines that has a significant amount of resources. I mean, they all do, but some are better than others. And it is so worth it. So yeah, that area is amazing. Totally love that area. It's not that I forgot what I was doing. It's just that I forgot where I needed to go. We are. Alright. Winter. After our wedding, Racemir's got to be just full of joy at this point, having had the celebration, having a new start. having to see that, having to start to see that we actually have a village coming together. Oh, well, I would love to visit it, as a matter of fact. That would be a great thing to do. I would love to, yeah, let's work on that. I would love to see it. That would be an absolute blast. If that's possible. I'm hoping too, at some, whoa. We'll give a fair birth to that one. Wide berth to that. Don't need us to make it mad. We're just trying to finish our structures here. Alright, one hammer later. I am hoping that there's going to be some fun things to show off too in Sengoku Dynasty for people as well, since yeah, I do try not to do the fast pan. Every once in a while I do catch myself doing the speed pan. I apologize. And I do know that some people, the motion sickness thing is a big deal. And I know early on, one of my first followers, Karain, she was big on the idea of you need to slow your pans down. No offense, it's just they make me dizzy. It's a lot. And a lot of people kind of get thrown off by that. And I am totally about making sure that I don't do that. I want people to enjoy the time here, right? Like, this is all about having a space to share joy, right? Like, what's the point of watching a person play a game unless it's worth watching, right? And unless it's a joyful experience. So, yeah, I certainly don't need to whip the camera around every second just for... There it is. Now... we can actually make buckets. And we have to pay money. That's the trick. I shouldn't be laughing. It is what it is. Oh, thank goodness. Good, good, good. I find myself getting to an edge of where I know that comfort level is. And I'm happy not to get to it. Well, there we go. We've done it. We have gotten a little further on our quest lines here. I mean, it does start to feel like we're getting somewhere. I mean, right? It is nice to see the progress. And let's use our fancy new well. I mean, who builds a well and then doesn't do something with it, right? It's a deep subject to talk about. Oh, overweighted. Okay. Oh, the horseback part would be rough. Because it's just that bobbing up and down while also doing a rapid pan. No, no thank you. I think, yeah, I can imagine that not being pleasant. I don't get the same reaction out of things at first, but I can definitely understand how if I was watching it for a long period of time, it'd be like I'd be like, oh no, we gotta be done. We gotta be done. Are there any settings you can change to help with that? I wonder. It'd be a nice thing to do. It'd be a nice way to change things up for a game. I've been carrying around 103 straw. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. What am I doing? I know what I'm doing. I'm forgetting the fact that I've actually finished this building. Let's do that. I do know that there was a person who was on this channel early on as well, and he would give me such a hard time about not putting things away. He'd be like, dude, pick up your stuff. Why do you leave everything on the ground? And I know, I felt so bad. I'm like, I'm not trying to bother you, but also you gotta understand, I'm going to just constantly forget. It is exactly who I am. I don't mean anything by it. I just forget. 100% forget to put stuff away. My house doesn't show that same symptom of problems. I'm sure that there are not people in the chat who would understand that right now. Alright, a first day of winter, and honestly, not a bad start to winter given that there wasn't really an expectation of what had to happen for winter. It wasn't really anything that had to be done. But a lot got done. I think this would be a very good time would probably not have any issue with our water. Probably could have gotten a drink out of the well, but there's just no way. I mean, nice cold water from a freshwater lake. Thank you. And I just want to go for them. But I can only imagine the absolute pain that it would be to walk into that water, freezing cold water, and just pick up the fish that you got. Because I don't have a way to tie a rope to this arrow, and not only that, but even if I did tie a rope to this arrow, there is just no functional way that that would work in this era. Alright, we'll get our things in. I appreciate that you have. And you should, as you should. You absolutely should mutter things at the screen at me when I do that, because and I should hear it. Somewhere out there, I'm sure I can hear it in my mind. I'm going like, why do it? What? Oh! So, thanks for bringing my attention back to it. Hey, friends. A good first winter. Really interestingly foggy, though. Okay, the things that need to be done, though. Okay, we got the field set. Need a lot of sticks. I want to see this. I will definitely be watching that as well. So, I think that's a neat idea. It'd be fun to think about like a village built into a mountainside that has almost like terraced buildings going up, right? Where different levels had to be reached by different ways. That sounds really cool. I've had a lot of fun in Sengoku doing the terraced fields for farming, but that's got its limits. I'm hoping that there are people out there working on their flyover challenge. I'll put up another video just re-discussing that one, reinvigorating it, and then I will figure out how to run my Discord channel correctly so that it doesn't keep kicking my codes back to me, because I keep having to reopen the codes to my Discord channel and tell it to never let the code expire, but then the code expires because my guess is that it's just inactive too much. It's tricky. I don't know. I'm new to Discord, so I don't check it as often as I know I should. But I know I see people on there who I've got friend connections with, so I see when they're on. And unfortunately, I'm always on at the moment where I can't actually connect at all. It's just ships passing, if you will. There we go. Early on in my playthroughs in the valley, first, let's see here, how would it sound? What would it be? It would be official release. That's the one I'm looking for. Official release after early access. My first map took me building into this area, so this actually is a throwback for me. So as much as it was a convenient storyline aspect, there is a part of me that was looking for a little nostalgia. And so I definitely wanted to be back in this spot again because I really liked it. It was fun to build here. It turned into this little rocky space was the sheep farm, or the sheep herding area. Because it was rocky enough to make a little sense, they would survive that and they would deal with it. And then I had a stable built into the rock wall here, that way. And then we had the horse, kind of like the, there was a decent sized pasture. I mean, considering how big a real pasture is compared to what we're doing here, it was a decent enough sized pasture for the game. I mean, significant for the game, I should say, but, yeah. Okay, edit the invite link. There are 2 settings. Okay, I'll give it another go. I keep changing the setting to indefinite, right? Like, doesn't ever expire. And it just keeps expiring for some reason, so I will get it right eventually. Let's see here. I probably should be mindful. Okay, 10:30 is gonna, or 8:30. Get my 24-hour clock time right. We've got some time. And since this hasn't been done yet, it is a task that just needs to be done. I figure this day, this can be a good time to get a lot of this work done, so we are set. And at this point, given that we have actually built up this village so far, there we are, we should be in a good place. And thanks for taking your time out of your Friday evening to join. And I will have this as a part of the regular series. Again, I'll upload this as an actual video afterwards. I'll probably cut the first part where there was a whole lot of sitting around and me staring at the camera and fixing things. So the first 5 minutes is a whole lot of me just staring at the camera trying to make sure that things were working right. We'll edit that part out, but that's about it. And then have this sit online and exist as the next episode in the series. Yeah, I thought I had it. I'll double check that. I will look to that and make sure that I've got it set for expire after never. Max number of uses. Oh, there's a max number of uses limit. Okay, that may be the part that I didn't check on. That looks new to me. Okay, thank you. Okay. I'll be saving this chat because I'm going back in afterwards and I'm doing these edits. I would do it on the fly right now, but nobody needs to watch me do that. I would do that just because memory and the idea of just like, what do they say, hammer while the iron's hot, which is a nice way of saying forgetful people should always do things when they don't forget, which is right now. But I have it in the chat. I can check on it anytime. And thank you. Now that's cool. I just, I guess I hadn't noticed it before. The numbers next to each of those. And this, I'm sure to some of y'all that's absolutely obvious, which is
I'm so cold.
that the one on the left is the in the bags, as in your personal storage, and the one on the right is the one for the global storage, as in the resource storage right over there. Ah, I hadn't noticed that there was actually a number next to each somehow. I don't know how I missed that, honestly. I don't, but it's what it was. Oh, nice. Well, hey, I'm glad you could make it here. And also, that must have been a lot of fun. Family movie night is a lot of fun. Alrighty, this has to be us marking our time to get inside. Now, definitely have some roastable crow. I swear, we probably should name this village after all the ravens, because we've eaten so much raven at this point. Well, I would appreciate that, and I do appreciate that help, because it is a thing that I have participated in Discords, but I've never run a Discord, so there's a difference. And I'm definitely discovering that, very much so, and I appreciate that. One of the things that I didn't realize was the idea that, because I thought I had to make a channel for every single thing, so I had made 4 separate channels, one for Sengoku, one for Medieval Dynasty, one for, it was like a Sengoku General, and then the other one was a Sengoku Help and Tips, and then there was a Medieval General and Medieval Helps and Tips. And it turns out, really you just have the one channel and then you can make separate pieces from there. Oh, sorry, we shouldn't wake up our way. Oh. Alright, well, that's what it is. Now, I hadn't officially made a declaration on this, but honestly, since this is alive, and since it seems silly to stop already, and obviously
the king seems to be doing just
you all
fine.
will be here as long as you want to be here, leave whenever you like. I'm happy you're here, and I'm happy for whatever amount of time you were here for. Glad to have you here. I hope you've enjoyed the time you're here for, regardless of when you stay and when you go. I'll keep recording this one, and I think what we'll aim at here is that I want to aim to get the entire end of the year wrapped up then, I guess. Let's go that way. Aw. It is, I'm sure it goes way too fast. I know it is already feeling like it's going too fast, and our kids aren't even that old yet, and it already feels like it just goes too quick. So, I'm sure you fully understand that idea. Oh, that's just not the way that was. I'll be back. Okay. With this, we have all the buildings done. I don't know. I think we have an awful lot of us not... Oh, wait, what? Fair enough. I didn't realize this was a full-on multi-season quest. Well, I don't want to miss out on this one. But I also... We're not that far away. Well, yeah. Dang right. That's half the fun of it, is that you can still actually kick butt at video games and your kids can't keep up. That's important. There has to be at least a game that we can win at. Otherwise, it's like this. No, come on. So that's tricky. It is a lot of fun. My son and I have played. Right now. We play Minecraft. They're little, so it's all about that right now, and that's it's a lot of fun because he loves building and I love building. Hey, look, our Lord Amir, our king here, is a builder. That's a fun little connection. Here, started watching Friday Movie Night Tradition. Oh, Marvel movies are good. Yeah, I mean they're a lot of fun, right? They've done a great job of making those movies fun. And that is awesome. I do think Raven's End, I think it has to be, I think it makes sense, and I do think that let's see here. It makes sense. I think Rasamir as a character would think that that's a very humorous name for the village, so that it would just happen, right? Like there's no reason why it would be a problem to call it that, and I love it. I think it's fun. Well, good. Slacking off is okay. What's wrong with slacking off? That's these last couple of weeks have reminded me that it's important to slack off every once in a while too. It's been its own stress and its own busyness, and it is good to take some time away from that. Yeah, the lack of cooperation thing's tricky. That is, I mean, yeah, because at some point when they get older in the games and as they get older, it does start to become more of a, like, the things they want to do in the games aren't quite the same. And the whole griefing the destruction thing where it's like, oh, you just want to run it around blowing everything up. That's, that's a thing. Okay. And that's one of those bad signs. Okay, well... Alright. Yep, sure enough. Fine. Bandits in our area. You know, that basket sounds so not right when you open and close it. I still... that's... Oh, the juvenile brain. I haven't grown up yet. It's what it is. It sounds just goofy. Oh, interesting. Nice. 5 kids. Holy cow. Yeah, that's tough to cooperate. Goodness gracious. Yeah, how can you... It's hard to find a game that everybody can enjoy and get along with for that many people, I would imagine. Alright, we're wandering ourselves into town here for a reason. I'm saying that because I totally want to remember what the reason is. Ah, yes, there's a quest. I figure we probably should help our neighbors out a bit. Alright, friend.
How can I help
What
you?
can I help you with? Oh, no, not again. Oh, dude. You gotta stop losing your bow, boss. Ah, jeez. Oh, what kind of bow did you lose, too? You know what? That just means I get to use a free bow for a while. You better not say it's a recurve bow, otherwise we're done. Okay, good. Just a standard bow. Now I gotta go buy this guy a bow. Oh, goodness. Okay. We could go back to Alwyn. I think maybe we should just go get the fish soup. We can make it happen. I do think that quest does take a while. Oh yes. So on to the movies from the 40s and 50s. I happen to love old sci-fi and the old black and white sci-fis. Oh, some of those are so fun, and some of them are absolutely hokey, and that's the reason they're fun. Some of them are just fun because they legitimately feel like they meant it at the time, as like, this is legit, and you're going like, wow, that would feel really heavy if I honestly believed all of those things, you know, thinking hindsight wise. Now, Mario Party and Smash Brothers, yes, those are classics and awesome. And Mario, oh yeah, Mario Kart is just, I mean, who doesn't like Mario Kart? Oh, it's such a good game. And if you don't like Mario Kart, it is actually okay. I'm not saying that there's a problem with it. It's just, it's an easy game to love, which is so much fun. And that was one of the first games we could actually play at the high school when we had off days where it's just like, oh, okay, look, we need to have something fun to do. You know, having the music change is just, I appreciate the unfair advantage, but also there's a part of me that thinks that if I want to get fully immersed, I should turn the music off. But I don't want to turn the music off because the music is so nice and it's just relaxing. So, oh well. We'll just assume that we wouldn't actually... Plan 9 from Outer Space. Yes, absolutely. Hilarious and fantastic at the same time. I mean, honestly. So, how many of y'all, I gotta ask, Mystery Science Theater 3000, MST3K, how many people were into watching that show? Or those movies, if you will? Because that, oh, I love those episodes, they're so funny. They, for those who don't know, and we'll wait for the chat to catch up on things here, and the comments to be able to come in, but Mystery Science Theater 3000 was it started as 2 guys, I think. It turned into 3 guys, and then it turned into 3 guys and a girl, and then it was a collection of people who watch really awful old sci-fi movies, like the worst sci-fi movies. This Island Earth is their movie version of their little satire, and what they do is they just sit down in front of these movies and make color commentary to it, and they riff on the movie the whole time and just say these. Every once in a while the lines are just absolutely like bust your gut open laughing, and then other times it's just good fun. But it's such a hoot. It's so funny. And the movies they choose are, of course, the most god awful things you've ever seen. And oh my goodness, yeah, they're funny. Like one that was about giant, like the Manos hands of destruction. About these. Oh, it's just bizarre. Ooh. Oh, it's so close to shore. I don't see how we can't take the shot. Yeah, there's no way. It's worth getting cold feet. Now, I'm just gonna have to go back in the village and ask to sit by their fire for a while. I'm new to this village. I'm sure that's not awkward. But still. Is he... Okay, he's gonna be okay. He's gonna be okay. A giant bug attack in Earth from... Yeah, oh my goodness. How many times they did that shtick. I love it. Oh, Roland, how's it going? Wait, what the... Oh. Wait, what? What? Yeah. Oh, your omnipotent arms, astounding jaw, yeah. Well, you... Yep, seemed... Yes, fish suit. Oh. Yes. 1 bowl soup, please. A bat. Oh, bat. Alright, fine. I bet you can fish for more. Oh, an hour? Yeah. Yes, you are the lake whisperer. I have a nice lake too. I try to talk to it. It doesn't require whispering. The realm. You're the best in the realm. So, yeah. Yes. 50 coins. You won't always mail that. Okay, here's your coins. But you won't see it coming. Oh, I did see it coming. Yes. How about the soup, boss? Yes. Oh, okay, 100. I do love the fact that... See, that's why I think Raven's End is going to be perfect. I mean, the character throughout the game is honestly... He's got a good sarcastic tone to him. He's hilarious. I can't imagine we wouldn't be good with that. I mean, it's true. That is so true. It got awful or great. It is definitely a fine line. Okay, just give me the money. I just want the soup. We can barter. Ah, yes, you are the best fisher alive. What do you want? I know. Wait. Oh. Oh, Roland, you're the worst. Well, I've been meaning to clear out the Wisent from our area so that we could build an expanded village, and I guess this is just the universe's way of saying go clear the area out. Well, we're gonna go by the campfire in the village because my boots are wet and I'm cold. And I don't want to walk home in cold boots. Hey,
Maybe
friends.
I'll start.
Yeah.
I've been sober since last autumn.
That's impressive, honestly. That's a good, good job. Take care, Gloria. You have a good evening. Thanks for joining, and good to see you. Good to see you as always. Take care. Let's see here. First system I ever played on. If we're talking console systems, it is definitely the. My grandma had a Commodore, not a Commodore 64. Sorry, ColecoVision. That's the one I want to say. Which was entertaining. Now that was the very first thing we played on was a Tandy 4000 computer. This is a PC that had no hard drive,
It's you again.
and that we had just the floppy, the 5 1/4 floppies that you could put in, and we could play. They had Wheel of Fortune, and also these games called Q Basic games, which are like ASCII symbols that like moved. And that's all you did. It was a hoot. That was.
Goodbye.
So that's the first system I would say. So,
I've
Nintendo,
heard about
yes,
a man who ran a whole village
you are-
entirely by himself.
well, that's good. And wait, that's me. Hey, how are you doing? I'm the man you're speaking of. What are you doing? You seem like maybe you would want to be a part of a farming village. And you know what? Tell you what. We'll say that this is a
We'll
perfect
work
coincidence.
For food and water.
We'll
and
say
some
that this was a great
firewood.
moment where we sat down and,
Over my head,
you know,
of course.
having to walk into the water after our little, like, I'm just gonna catch the pike. Why not? I'll bring the pike home. Maybe I can make the soup if this guy doesn't make soup. Either way. Anyway, and then we end up getting stuck with this, being by the fire for a while to warm up, so we'll let that be a part of what we're doing here. And perfect situation because this can be us talking, and she happened to mention this whole thing about that farmer, and then we'll say that during this time frame we get into a long conversation about the village and talking about how rye was really the big thing that took off. And then she said, yeah, I'd heard about your party and that the beer was made specifically with your own rye that was malted at the local village, and that turns into a good continuing conversation. Now that of course means I need to build a house. I'll be back. Hold that thought on this whole village thing. You had a Commodore 64, that's awesome. Yes, a Munchie. That's a, I mean, certainly not a ripoff at all. Not even slightly. That's awesome. Commodore 64, I have never had the pleasure of playing on a Commodore 64, but I can only imagine how entertaining they were. And back in the day, that was like it. That was the cutting edge. Can you imagine, as I look at this right now, as I'm looking at the two screens also, as I look at this and I'm going like, these graphics are pretty good. And I can honestly be critical and be like, these graphics are pretty good. They're quite good for modern standards. There are games that have better graphics. There are games that certainly have worse. These are really good graphics. But when I consider me in the past, and I'm going like, I used to think that the graphics in Final Fantasy VII PlayStation were like super cool because they had polygons that had edges that weren't just like squares, right? Oh my goodness. Oh, you had to write the code and set it in a floppy. Oh, see, now that's a good exercise in getting practice in coding, so that's really cool. But, yeah, that adds a whole nother layer to the whole, I just want to sit down and play a game. Well, here we go. Load it out. Oh, Yar's Revenge is fantastic. That's a fun game. I bought a 26 Vader system on eBay when somebody was selling a lot of games. It was more than worth it. Absolutely more than worth it. You've got to be kidding me. Bunny, this is absurd. Get out of here. Just wonder about the bunnies in this world. I believe they're all trying to find their end. Ay. Well, Oh, yeah, so true. Yeah, one error and you're just like, oh, all the effort I put into making that is done. Hey. That is a sound that was very clear to hear. Okay, so don't need the music to warn us about that one. And obviously, we've been through this area before, so we should know. I think I see one of them now. Is that a fox or is that a wolf? Ah, gee. Does not look big enough to be a wolf. Not taking the shot. Okay. I got a thing for foxes, and I have some people, and I have people on the channel too who are into foxes, so we'll let them be. We let foxes be. Ah, well. I hope all of your weeks have been going well, and if they have been a challenge, I hope that isn't comfortable. I hope you have a comfortable space to be able to let it be behind you at this point too. Just let things fall back. Wow. It's a murder. Okay. And now there is one on the field. Ah, so many crows. So many crows. That was the most crows I've seen yet. I think it's probably time for us to build that scarecrow. I think that's definitely, yeah, I think that's definitely a message. Ooh, is it under the miscellaneous decorations then? Oh, the one that has the picture of the scarecrow. Ah, one of these times you think I'd notice that. Alright, sticks and leather, yeah. So, we need linen fabric and sticks. Great, we can do that. My goodness! There were 5 crows out here walking around, and there's still 2 traps sprung. I wonder if they're plotting something. I should have looked more carefully. Okay, not gonna get superstitious, just gonna keep going on. I'll just be normal-stitious. Let's do that. Okay, crows walking around the neighborhood, randomly. We'll just live with it. There we are. And with that, we now have a filled water skin. We can't let our character starve. And now we have to figure out about this whole Wisent killing thing. Okay, well, if it's gonna happen, it's happening with copper arrows. I just don't think this is a good idea. Oh, that's assuredly not a bad idea, or not a good idea right now. Gotta be mindful and not make the other one angry too. I think this is a bad idea. Famous last words. Alright, we got this. It's all for the lady. I really hope the wife appreciates this. Oops, that was my key. Apologies. Okay. The key is don't let it get the advantage. Keep the cover between us. There we go. That's gonna be in the rumsy. Oop, this is gonna be a problem. Oh, that's gonna be a big problem. Oh, a really big problem. Yes, that's a very big problem. Okay. We did all the shot. We got all these shots in though. We can't let it go. That's a good call. I like your tip on chopping down the tree and getting behind it, because we could just let it be. And then we could kind of quasi-dodge it in that sense. Hey, alright. Okay, now. Haven't been in this part of the woods yet, honestly. Okay. Now, that's a lot of arrows. Then the trick is, do we get a... No. No, we did not. Okay. Well, not gonna lie, soup better be worth it. better be worth it. Really gotta be worth it. Oh boy, not worth it. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna leave a mark. Go. That'll do. And it's getting too close to us, so that throws off its charging ability. That's good. Now. Oh, that's me closing on the arrow. Yes. You getting stuck in things is just fine by me. Come back here, you. Okay, that'll do. Well, apparently we're gonna take a Wisent out or two. That'll do. So about that whole clearing the area out. Oh no, so you did not get lucky into the skull right away. Oh, and I'm not gonna get lucky getting the skull right away either. Well, it's good to see that we're overloaded in meat for a while. Okay. Nope. Alright. Oh. We'll be back. The people aren't gonna go hungry, at least for winter time, that's for sure. Now we're gonna have to spend some time drying the meat and getting ourselves up with that. The extra leather will certainly do us some good. Oh my goodness, so we only have 2 seasons to accomplish this. This is gonna be tricky. Alright, well, we're gonna make do with what we can. It's good to have the Wisent cleared out of that area. Oh my goodness, the bruise to the ribs will be a wonderful thing to remember. I hope she appreciates the soup. It better be good. Alright, now, the trick is, there we are. Since I'm not letting myself use it in inspect mode, I have to remember where things are. I do remember sometimes you get very inconsistent results. It's all chance. It's RNG based. Let's see here. What was your favorite game from the day? What was your favorite Nintendo game? You mentioned Nintendo. So what are people's favorite Nintendo games of their time? Or just when you think back and you go, this is the game that I would just always play. And if I could play it right now, I just would. What is your go-to? Let's see here. Mine would be River City Ransom. Is like, it's got a special place in my heart. I could play that game forever, constantly, just any day. I would always play that game. That and Final Fantasy 1, but that's you know, that's an investment, right? Like we're gonna sit down and play this for a while. But certainly River City Ransom. That game's so fun. Oh yeah, for sure. The first official Mario, definitely an absolutely fun game. Little Nemo. Oh yeah, right. The kid who it's all about dreams, right? You go in through dreams. I think I remember that one. That was a fun game. Oops, that apple we found in... Pretty sure we saw that apple in a suspicious location, so we gotta throw that out. Oh yeah, Donkey Kong. Yep. Donkey Kong on the 64 was solid. I didn't play as much of it. We used to play, we played Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time excessively in college when we were supposed to be studying, although I'm sure we studied. Yes, of course we did. Yes, the Dream Master, absolutely. Oh, that game was awesome. Love that game. That one, what was it? Nintendo Power got me to get that game. So back in the day when that was the magazine you could subscribe to, or you could convince your parents to subscribe to. It is probably more the thing to say, is that was the, I saw that game in one of the Nintendo Powers and I was like, dude, this game looks really fun. And sure enough, it was a blast. Okay, so we just hunted 2 Wisent in a day. We're certainly not terribly injured, although, it's good to do these things on live. because I am a risk taker, even though it's not the best move, especially when it's like, hey, look, death is permanent, and I also have a lot of restrictions on about getting injured and how little motion you can have afterwards. It's good that people actually see that it's like, no, I actually factually do make these make these decisions rather rashly, and it usually works out okay. We'll see. Oh, hi. Aw, did the kitty catch a... Nope. I thought maybe you caught yourself a little bunny. Okay, so getting a Wisent skull is not going to be as simple as I originally thought. We might have to up our arsenal. It might mean a little extra money. Yeah, Zelda was good. The original Zeldas were good too. I never appreciated Zelda 2 until I actually had a chance to play through it and got past, which temple was it? It's like one of the first two temples. When you go all the way to the south and you go into the passages where you get lost for a very long time, and it's kind of like a, you don't get to know where you're going. You don't have the flying boots yet. That part always just kind of got annoying, and then the whole wandering through the swamp into the swamp castle, those spaces, and that's not even that far in the game, so being fully honest here about how not good of a player I was at the time, yeah, I did not beat that game. Needless to say, never beat that game. Zelda 1, totally. And that was a lot of fun. But that took a lot of time getting through that one. And it also helped knowing some of the little cheats from Nintendo Power. And hello from Cat. And the cat is here to join. She generally joins me during recordings in the morning, so this is probably her way of being like, hey, this isn't normal. What are you doing? And also, human, you're supposed to be getting ready for bed so that I can snuggle in the covers and get toasty warm. That is your job. What are you doing here? So, I'm sure Cat will approve briefly. Oops. Oh, we are already on stone arrows. That's good. Nope. Oh. See, that was coordinated. You were doomed. You rescued your friend. It's starting to become personal. In the oxbow, it was pigeons. In here, it's crows. Oh, of course. Okay, what time of night do we have? Yeah, I'm sure over time, it's just, at some point, it's good to just gather them up. You get a lot of meat, you get a lot of crafting out of it. 8 o'clock is still early. I mean, early, relatively speaking. Let's wrap some things up here. Part of the trick with doing things successfully here is going to be to actually, factually, take this farming and properly get things going. Now. Oh, yes. So we do need to do that. There we go. I know, right? Like, and that's the thing that gets me too, is like, I don't want to make rash decisions and put the character at risk, but oh my goodness. It is, I'm gonna get us some better arrows for sure, because the survivability with Wisent, I think I can do it as a player. If I make a wrong mistake, though, it's done. But also, it's kind of like a, and obviously this is a video game. We do have to suspend ourselves a bit from this and say, alright, it's a game. But also, running through the woods, sidestepping a giant creature like that, it's probably not happening more than once in a day at best. But then again, our days are 3 to a season, so you know, we can throw that in there. Always use PCs for me, yeah. Story. Oh, Mass Effect Trilogy is fantastic. Yeah, I mean, really, and some of the, oh man, some of the storylines too, they really get you in on it, and like, getting that emotional payoff is a big deal. Like, that is a mark of a good story, that you actually take a moment and you're like, holy crap. Like, that makes me really, like, sit back and think, process. Or that you get so invested in the character where you're like, actually anxious that something's about to happen to them. That's been a lot of fun. And Mass Effect did a great job of storyline. We don't need to get into a long debate about the storyline thing at the end, because I know there are people in the chat, and we have had we have had disagreements in the past about certain storyline aspects. It's totally okay. because it's just what it is. Oop, pardon that. For some reason, my chat is not loading further down. There we go. I just had to get that going. I don't think you're seeing a break in the sequence. Do you notice a break in when I did all of those things, like did the screen go black at first and then come back? I'm curious. And yes, also, yes, absolutely fun way to explore. Makes huge amounts of money, and, I mean, honestly, the sidestepping works, for sure. It's super, super easy. So, I'm glad you mentioned that, because... yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's so... The three choice thing, I know there was a lot of back and forth on that, and I do and I totally respect the idea that there is depth to that answer in the story. There is, because there is. It's hard to argue that there's not, and it did feel rushed, but also it's easy to say that because this story feels rushed, therefore they did rush, right? Like that's a thing that can be said, but it's hard to know. I don't know. Different. I do think the series was good though. I mean, it was fantastic. And the only thing that got me was the whole like jumping from the technology in Mass Effect 1 and then Mass Effect 2, and I know what they were going for, and they did a good job with it. They wanted to make it feel more like a shooter. They did a good way of making it blend that way. But it seemed a little weird. I mean, technologically speaking, you go from a technology that fires masses, like little tiny masses of things, and then fires them into things, and then you need thermal clips. It's like, why? It just didn't make sense. But anyway, separating myself from that thought, I was good to go. But yeah, I am good with you. I wanted to see, yeah, like we're used to a Shepherd, right? Like the idea that it's just like a ride off into the sunset thing, because that's always been the way the storylines have gone. So I'm with you on that too. There is a happy ending per se, but yeah, I did want good closure, right? Because the thing that got me too, and I'm sure it's similar feelings too, the idea that I just invested a lot of my life into these three storylines, all these characters, and we as players get a certain amount of choice in the game, and we have a certain thought about where we want it to go. The creators have a certain thought about where they want things to go, a certain way they want things to go too, but having a disjoint in those two things is hard, right? Like that makes that feeling not quite right. And I definitely wanted to watch the character get off in the sunset. But, storyline-wise, I can understand why maybe they didn't want to. I agree, the Mako was horrible. I did not envy doing that part of the game, and it's what held me from wanting to play it again. I really wanted to play that game again, but I did not want to do the map missions and just drive around, because I am one of those people who has to do all the things until I can't stand doing all the things. But for a very real amount of time, I will have to do all of the things until I can finally just be like, look, this is frustrating stuff. I'm with you, because the Mako stuff drove me bonkers. The original missions were interesting. I'm with you. The original missions were good. In Dragon Age Inquisition, so back to that one, I did, to finish that thought there, it was, I haven't actually finished that game yet. It was a game that my wife got me for our, what's the word for it? I mean, engagement is the best word, but it was like, I got her a ring, and she got me a PlayStation, and then got me Dragon Age Inquisition, so it was a fantastic gift. But I never finished the game, is the trick. Like, I got into it and played it, but then I was busy at the job, I'm sure, and then it was just like, I for some reason just didn't invest in it. We still have it, and I still can finish it, and I totally should, because the storyline is awesome, and I do want to see that. Okay, I think we have to commit to the idea that it is getting late. Oh jeez, talk about spinning the wheels. I'm gonna go to bed and got another crow. Oh my goodness. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Should have put on something warmer.
I am with you. Oops. Oh, I gotta stumble over the bed, try not to wake up my wife. Oh my goodness. The funny thing is I've played all of them up until, I played every one of them up until Inquisition, so I do have to continue the storyline, and that's where I left it off. I have to do it. It's a necessary thing to do. It is the right thing to do. It's going to be fun. I know I'm going to enjoy it. Just got to have the time. But I say as I sit here playing this game, and if anybody questioned the amount of hours I put into this game, yeah, fair to say that I could probably finish Dragon Age Inquisition. Yes, fair to say. It's different here, though. I can record myself playing this one, and it keeps me going, too. Oh, finally, a winter with snow. All right, wait. I mean, come on. Uh-oh. Freezing cold. And this is our winter clothes. It's not a good thing. It might be a tough day for us to get a lot of work done. We might have to stay inside today. What kind of inside work can we get done? Goodness. I want to see. 10 snowballs. Okay, fine. We'll call it quits at 10. Let's go for it. Alright. Snowball. And now let's see if we can find any villagers. Now, I don't think it makes them attack us. I hope. Right? Because what if they do? What if this actually...
There's a real nip in the air.
You think? Okay, we need windows. I mean, alright, I get it. Ah! And snowball fight ensues. Alright. You. Well, I suppose that's kind of rude. I mean, she'll forgive me. And she'll come get me, and she'll throw snowballs at me anyway.
Should have
So,
put on something
yeah.
warmer.
Hopefully he won't be grumpy. Alright. Apparently, we're going to be stuck here with a whole lot of cold. That being the case, it may be time to break bread, and we can use that bread to make some cash. Let's go for that. And now that we have the linen thread, we can actually make that scarecrow finally. Let's go for that. The lore is good, though. I mean, honestly, they did a great job with the storyline in that one. Good character development. The early games, the combat system's different than the later ones, if I remember right. You get more tactical with the later games. And the early games are a lot simpler to get in with, just because it's kind of like you just control it and do it. And later it gets a little more tactical, which is for the better. A little more depth in it there. Hey, gotcha. Okay. Ooh.
I'm freezing.
Yeah, you are. Ah. Wait. Got ya! Oh, what? Alright, fine. Doesn't like the snowball fight. That's fine. That's fine. Alright. I get it. No snowball fights for you. All business, all day long. Fine. You got it. Oh, yeah, those are cool. The Mibari Islands are cool. Absolutely. Okay, now. We did not unlock flatbread yet, but that's okay, because we've got the tech. Is it worth just jumping straight to white bread? No, because we don't have eggs. Okay. Nothing quite like... Ooh. Wow. Okay. Let's bake for a while. It's freezing cold outside. We'll let the snow fall, and we'll sit in a nice warm kitchen baking bread. That will be a fine way to spend a cold morning. Although this will be a very long sit for us here on the other side of it. Well. Let's see here. I usually do my deep breaths thing, so if you haven't already, let's just take a moment. And regardless of where you're at in the day, this may be you about to be ready to go to bed, so this could be a great time to clear your mind and have yourself in a good spot. So, why not? And as you think about it, Try to relax and let your shoulders sink down before we even start. Relax where you're sitting, let your spine sit to the comfortable spot it can be in. Or relax and lay back if you already are laid back. And let us take a nice deep breath in. And remember, we want those breaths to fill our bellies. We want our diaphragm to expand fully. We want to get that kind of breath that is filling us completely. And these will be breaths in through the mouth and out through the nose. Well, no. Do deep breaths in through the mouth and out through the mouth. You can do in through the nose and out through the mouth. It's a good system too, but in through the mouth and out. So let's do our first breath in. And then out. Next one in. And out. And deep breath in, last one. And out. You bring up a very good point about probably should get that Wisent done. It gave me 2 seasons to finish it. Now, 2 seasons. I've already taken out 2 of them. And next season is spring, and spring is a busy planting season, so this is the right time to do hunting. So yeah, you're 100% right. I should probably just go. We should probably do that. Okay. Now. Bread, though, the bread. Okay. You bring up a very good point. Oh, you only got one of them. Oh, no. So, oh, they're only worth 9 now? Hold the phone. I thought flatbread was worth more than that. Interesting. Well, that's what it is. Okay. It is not worth as much as I originally anticipated. That being the case, we are out. Now, did they change? Okay, cool. You drink by just holding out E. For some reason, I didn't see that before. There we go. Okay, it's time for us to go on a mission. That's my house.
I need more clothes or some fire.
Not my house. Get away. E. Oh, you only got 1 season? Ay, ay, ay. You know, it says and get some warm clothes, but I'm wearing the winter stuff, right? I'm wearing the fancy winter stuff, which is not as good as the other stuff, I'm sure. Actually, hold up. Oh my god. The excellent boots are actually better than the winter boots. Ah, perfect. Now, we can't use magical potions, which means I can't just go drink a thing. Let's check it. Here, I'll show you. Let's check it, though. We should definitely check it. Oh my goodness, that's nice. Yeah, 2 seasons. But I mean, really, the trick here is that, I don't know. I think we gotta go. I think we gotta go for it.
There's a real nip in the air.
No, he's gonna be frozen solid for most of our trip. Ooh, dear. And that's gonna drain our health bar and all of the things. Let's see here. Maybe we can find something. I think so. The oat rolls are worth a decent amount. Now, then the trick, of course, with oat rolls is that, oh, you can do a wheat roll. This is a decent one. Now, eggs. The thing we run into with those is that we need eggs. Nope, no pies, that's for sure. Darn it. Yeah, bread-wise. There's the oat roll. Still eggs, yeah. Let's give it a go. Well, we'll go through the Wisent. Now the trick is that with the way the rules are set, with the way that I've set my rules up, that does mean that I am stuck. Like, if we run out of health, we're doomed. And it is what it is. Now, to try to picture where we can find... Where can we find a good set of Wisent? maybe we'll take ourselves a fancy ride. I mean, we have all this money now. Might as well use the fancy cash. I know, wearing all this wintry gear, and yet here we are. Maybe it's because I'm not wearing the fancy shirt. I think maybe character has a particular interest in that.
I'm freezing.
Yeah, linen fabric, simple hoods is going to be good. And now that we have the linen thread, we should be good there. This I'm noticing now. So this one, for this particular quest, this is going to really push that idea of not being able to use the potions and not being able to use the magic tricks in the game that you usually can, because now I am totally in trouble for being able to survive in the cold. Now a hood is an extra piece of clothes that we can get away with. 480, huh? Okay. Too bad it's not the oxbow. I would already have one of these. Well, I mean, it's either buy this or freeze. So, we will buy it. Perfect. Look at us. Oh, we could buy gloves too.
It sure is frosty.
It sure is, but we won't freeze to death yet. 94. Oh, that's so not worth it. Oh well. Would sell you some. Forgot to buy that.
Goodbye.
Well, the upgrade has already happened, which is good. So the new system is on and running, and that is what you are watching on at this point. So we are factually in the upgrade now, which has really been nice. So that now means that we have a computer, we have 2 machines that we can actually use. And that's really nice, because that has allowed my wife and I to play Enshrouded, which I'm going to love doing a series on someday. But at this point, I'm not quite ready to do that yet. Gotta learn the game a lot better. I've barely started on it. But it has been a lot of fun for us to play. And it's got a very, it feels like it's got Fable-style graphics. Oh, I'm trying to think of the name of the game. Jeez. It's the one that had a little bit of help with its storyline from Neil Gaiman. No, that's not going to do well for us. Let's get this going. There we go. There you go, buddy. Now you go ahead and take a walk. There we are. Okay. Alright, just a couple wolves in the way. Yeah, so the upgrade, it has been nice. I mean, Sengoku Dynasty runs better, although they also did the performance update, which helped a lot as well. And it has also been good with this. Oh man, Split Fiction would be fun. That is... We definitely... Oh, rot. That's quite the wagon. Well, at least it's not... Oh! Yes, thank you. And no. Thank you? Huh, interesting. Right. Okay, let's get out of here. A Copper Spear will be nice. That would be kind of fun, actually doing a playthrough on a co-op game. Couch co-op? Oh my goodness. That's a thing that we have missed, is the idea. The era of couch co-op seems to have faded. I'm really hoping that the era of couch co-op is coming back and that can become a thing again, because oh my goodness, is that fun. And looking forward to kind of rigging up the old PC that I used to play on here is now going to be the PC that's out in the living room that can be that we can use on our TV out there. And with 2 controllers, I'm hoping that we can... Huh. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Ugh. Fish meat's sitting out for days. Wonderful. Ugh. So, take that back and let it rot. Let's see here. It'd be fun to see if we can find some games that can be couch co-op through the PC, through Steam. Because, I mean, why not just throw more stuff in my Steam library that I can have and not play, but also know that eventually I will play? Oh, the amount of games that I haven't actually gotten to. You know, they're on sale, and it's like, why not? For example, I brought Total War 3 Kingdoms because I want to try it, and it was finally on sale for ridiculously cheap, and I'm going like, well, yeah, I can't say no to that for $15 when I wanted to buy it back at $50, and I totally stopped and didn't buy it. But then, the time to play it, right? Oh dear, did I forget where the Wisent is around here? No, it is this way. I know, I should totally roast them. I totally should. I'm trying to keep the RP side of things up. I shouldn't sell somebody roasted, you know, fish meat that's been out rotten. But yes, I should sell it, because absolutely. Oh yeah, and it's better than flatbread, because flatbread takes so darn much time and effort, and flour, obviously, which is a precious resource when it comes down to it, because it takes you a lot of time to get it. Oh, that was a bad move. Uh-oh. This could be a problem. Okay. Ooh, that's gonna be a real problem here. No. Okay, we need to at least get you running. Okay, well, that's gonna put us at a spot where we have to... Oh no, and there's another one. Okay. That is really close to dead right now. Okay. Just don't spot us. Okay. Oh, cross your fingers, people. Cross your fingers for a skull. That's a negative. Dang it. And we're overloaded. Okay. I have to have a lot of random junk on me that I don't need to have. The torch is nice. Oh, let's see here. The leather would be good. I can craft it down a bit. We can ditch the fur. Copper spear is fine. A bucket can be crafted. We'll just back ourselves up a little bit. And maybe we'll craft some bags and get ourselves away from this idea. Ooh, Borderlands? Okay. Oh, right. That is a good couch co-op. That is a lot of fun. I hope they, I'm curious to see what they do with it. Curious to see what they do with that one. You know, crafting all these things is definitely not going to take care of all the needs. I think we're going to leave out some meat to rot. That'll be the right go-to thing to go. And at this point, we have managed to get ourselves injured to the point where, I mean, what's a realistic thing to say we had happen? We should probably assume that we actually have some sort of broken bone. We'll hobble ourselves home. Now, what we could do... With 326 coins, it'd be a smart move to take a cab ride home. A medieval cab ride home, sorry. Boars. Alright, let's get ourselves back. Not by going by the Wisent. Definitely. Definitely love this. I mean, it's been a lot of fun. Oh, now you saying 3 Kingdoms or this one? Because I still have yet to play 3 Kingdoms, even though I bought it on sale, because, you know, Steam sale. Wait a minute. Did I take on a quest? Oh, of course I took on a quest. I would take on a quest. And then not finish the quest. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, so let's see here. Thinking like enjoying 3 Kingdoms. We're thinking this game, because this game for sure. Absolutely. Definitely love this game. Been playing it for a real long time. Probably way too much. Definitely love it.
If you intend to die, choose a mercy.
Yeah, the fish will be good. We'll have to think about actually doing that.
How can I
Yeah,
help
no
you?
doubt. Medieval Uber indeed. Now, where can we go that would be the smart move? Danica's close. But I still need to get that guy the bow. Now, let's see here. Oh, and the crows are here. Are you coming to remind me? Oh, interesting. Some kind of crow rituals going on. Huh. Yep. Okay. Stay right there. Stay back, crows. Not having this. I'll walk home with my busted ribs. It'll be okay. We'll get back. We'll definitely get back. But we are going to say that using a bow is not happening at this point in time. I don't think lifting an arm would be possible right now if we were in this actual situation. Okay, well, I'm sure our wife will be very impressed with us. She's had to stitch us up before. Setting a broken bone ought to be good, although setting a broken rib doesn't exactly happen. We'll just have to let that one recover in time. So let's get ourselves home, hobbling in. Then it's time to maybe make some things so we can get some cash. We're going to need to get that bow. I still have to hobble myself all the way over to the other village to buy that bow, and then bring it back here. That'll be how we finish this season up, that's for sure. Get some more arrows where we're at it. Why not? Oh my goodness. Broke man walking. That was the wrong one. You can tell. That was an error right there. This will be almost the end of the next full set of full year as well. And we're also going to have to really think about taking some of that meat and doing something with it. Alright, by rules as stated. I gotta put that fish meat in here. But I am with you. They should be sold for 9 coins. And let that be a lesson to anyone else playing the game. Don't do what I just did right there. That's just for the RP side of things. It is really worthwhile to keep the fish meat on hand. At least eat it. Better off sell it. Alright, we're gonna need better arrows. So we can say that that's what we're gonna take care of, because it absolutely is what we're gonna take care of right now. Let's do this. Now, does the same rule apply here that we can use our storages for this? It sure does, and that's a win. Get a couple pieces of fabric. Now, unfortunately, that does also mean that I have to unlock the schematic for whatever we're gonna make. That means we're not gonna be able to make it happen. Ace Combat? I have not played Ace Combat. That's good fun, though. Are you serious? Somebody actually got a broken rib from a bear hug? That is a serious hug. I do believe it, because ribs are really fragile things, and depending upon the strength of the person doing the bear hugging and the pieces that are there between you, I believe it. Nice. You made the mine near, right near Hornica. That is a cool area. I like that area. And that's like nice nestled in the corner, and you can get that river going through it, and it kind of feels like it's in its own space. I like that area a lot. That is cool. I can imagine so, because the space is there too. Like, you've got... I tried building a village there too at one point for fun, and it was... You've got that hill between you and the lake, and then you've got not a lot of buildable space between you and the lake without being careful where you place it. So it's definitely a challenging place to build in. Really satisfying when you do, I'm sure, but definitely a challenging area to build in. Okay, I can do that. Oh my goodness. I could make basic hats, but how much are they worth? I guess we could find out. Decent clothes. Ooh, a light hat. Fancy thing. That's worth that. Wait, hold on. Nice. Definitely year 3 is a lot of fun. Well, getting further along in things is a lot of fun, right? Like, just getting through and finding out new things. Replaying is good fun, I've definitely found. I'm looking in here, because what I want to do is I want to find what are the things that are going to sell well for us. Because I saw in the chat you mentioned a good thing that would sell, and now it's way too high up in the chat. It used to be that this was the go-to, because this sold for a ton. And actually, 460 is really good. And for the amount of materials you need, this sells for 300, and it costs us 3 items. That's certainly not going to make it happen. Oh, wow. In a simple hood, we could have made ourselves, and it costs 300. Or gets us 300. That might be the smallest amount of resources. And this is only 100 coins more. Considering how much more it takes, it's not looking like it's really worth it. Yeah, I'm not seeing that there's a lot of good... Ooh, a thin Gavison. That could be good. Honestly, right now it's looking like the simple hood is really the go-to. And I could have made our own. And a hood would be a fairly easy thing to knit, or to stitch. So I would argue that we can do that. So we'll let ourselves have that. Oh, but now we need to figure out where our head is. Aha, there. Let's do this. 49 villagers, holy cow, that's awesome. That is a lot more than I anticipated I was going to be able to fit. I was trying to give everybody a lot of space, so I trying to make neighborhoods, and it just turned rough to make all the things fit. Oh, well, that teenager has quite the bear grip for sure. That is for sure. Oh, I can only imagine the pain too. So I didn't know that it was possible. A friend of mine was water skiing and broke a rib because he fell while water skiing. It's kind of like you know, when you're going fast, water hits hard like concrete, and they must have been going very fast. He ended up breaking a rib from falling while water skiing, not from something swinging and hitting him, just from flat hitting the water at full speed. It is impressive. Our what is it, in Futurama they joke about human knees being weak? Knees weak. Good to know. I do appreciate that the villagers don't complain. You can put their houses side by side, back to back, and it can be kind of questionable how tight a living spaces some of them live in, and they still like, oh, thanks buddy, we love our village, thanks. It's a hoot. I definitely, in my Kingdom, in the Kingdom series that I did, the one with the Oxbow, the restart, the fresh start one, I really crammed together the houses by the riverside, and I would just keep picturing like the whole. You go into your house at night, and you can definitely hear your neighbor. Like there's no privacy. I just can only imagine how awkward that would be. And we don't need to think about the details about how our village is expanding in numbers, and people are just knowing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. We can't make it. We have to fail the bow quest. We're done. There's no way. I can't possibly get there. And I'm pretty sure she would look at us and say, you're an idiot. Go rest. You broke a freaking rib. Go rest. Meanwhile, character says, but no, I can walk. I clearly can walk.
I'm so cold.
Yeah, you will be cold. But, hey, tell you what. You know what we can do? Back to the... It's just back to the bread making. Well, shoot, that last fight, I mean, it is very fortunate. Racemir makes it through this entire year without dying horribly in a Wisent attack, so that's a win. But definitely came close to death yet again in our playthrough. It's the name of the game, though, right? Surviving in our times, confronting our challenges, trying to get a Wisent skull just so that we can get a bowl of soup. We'll have to figure out how to do it. I can make a bow in the hunting lodge, yes, but I haven't unlocked the schematic yet, so we have no money. And that's where we're stuck. So, unfortunately, we're gonna have to let that quest fail. Plus, we'd still have to walk all the way to the person in Danica just to get the bow to him, and we'd never get there. We wouldn't get there even if I ran. No. You gotta unlock it, exactly. I think it costs 100. And even if it costs 50, I think we're low on cash. Oh. We'll just have to wrap this one up as it is and get ourselves somewhere here. I am overloaded, but... Oh, actually, we're getting more overloaded. Nice. Conservation of matter is not working in our favor. I'll get this set. I should dry some of the meat too, because obviously it'd be nice to carry through from this season to next season. We took down a lot of large animals, and we should definitely have some dried meat to show for it. And also, I would like not to die walking from one place to another, so we definitely need to figure out how we're going to get from here to the house without dying. Yeah, definitely need to figure that one out. Although we could make the argument that I'm pretty confident somebody else would just step in and take care of this for us. I'm going to say we're going to rule out the fact that we have to hold our... have to worry about the carry capacity briefly, just because it's a lot of running back and forth. So, let's see here. How long can we be outside before the cold sets in? Perfect. Now, if any of you are... Oh, that's right, I don't have to carry the meat. Interesting. It's interesting and I just forgot that. You take care, Carolyn. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of things. And I would love to see your village sometime, so I would love to talk and have a chance to stop by your village and check it out. I want to see these bridges. I want to see all of the different places that you made. I think that'd be really fun. I know, right? I'm sure at some point she'd say, the soup's not that good. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I don't need the soup. But we have to. Have to now. Oh man, Daggerbird's gonna be so sad. But he keeps losing his bow, so I mean at some point, maybe he'll forget that we even did the quest for him, honestly. Maybe he'll just forget that he even issued the quest. We can assume that. Let's go for that. I know, right? And like, why you have a broken rib? What are you doing back? How did you... What happened? Who attacked you? Like, well, I was trying to get a skull out of a giant Wisent, and I took down 3 of them. Of course, also there's that moment where you go, you had to kill 3 of them and you didn't just take the skull off of one? Like, but it doesn't work like that. I mean, it does. But it doesn't work like that. It would be a very odd conversation. Now, for those who, if you're playing the game and you don't know an entertaining little exploit, which I will not use because, again, this is the RP playthrough, so we're definitely going at a slower pace, not doing many of the exploits that we could. If the best thing you could do right now, since I had like over 350 meat, is just go all dried meat. And if you start crafting it right now, you could just walk away from your computer, and the season can't end until you finish the crafting stack that you're on. So even if you had long crafting times on like I do, your character has to finish crafting all 300 plus of the dried meat. So the season won't end until that happens. Now, the season will change as soon as you're done crafting, and the food that you made does get a period of rot attached to it. So if it's I think with dried meat it goes down by 33%. Maybe it's less than that. Maybe it's only 20%. I can't recall. But it'll go down by its seasonal drop amount from being in your inventory. But I mean, all things considered, that's a lot of stuff that you can get made real easily. Oh, see, there it is. Exactly. It cannot be just any. And, with all the headshots, yeah, fair enough. I'm just too good with a bow. I just keep shooting him right in the skull and ruining it, and you just need the perfect one. Also, I need to lay down now. Right? I can only imagine. Well, I think at this point, it is probably... Well, it's only 9:30. Interesting. I do want to have us just wrap up here so we get this done. And I think at this point, we'll get to the point where we're going to call it here, too. We've gotten through what it normally would have been for me 2 recordings worth of episodes. And this has been a lot of fun. I really appreciate everyone being here, and it is fun doing lives. I appreciate you taking the time to be here, and I'll put this online as well, obviously, so that this is something people can view. It'll be a little different than the standard episodes, which is good. It's nice to have a change in that, and it's really good to be doing lives again. Honestly, this is only my second live ever, so that is a thing. But it had been a while since the first one, so thanks for being here with me for all the process of me learning and all the process of just having fun with this. It's a lot of fun having you all here. That's really what makes it, so thank you. And I hope that it is fun for you as well. And I know that we will meet again, even if it's just in episodes for a while. And then I know for one of my next episodes, I want to try to find a time in the day that works for some of my over the seas friends. Let's see how that goes. See if we can get an episode in there. So if another live shows up at some point at a very awkward time of day, it's probably because I'm trying to make that work. We'll see. It's a very different time change, that's for sure. But it's good to have a quiet space together. This has been nice too, because it's been a busy set of weeks. So for me, honestly, I think this has been a good thing to have for live. It's just to have a nice chill play and just relax, hang out. Been talking video games, been talking fun things. Good to do. What's the next movie night gonna be? I know for my sons, they're gonna watch the movie Up with Grandma and Grandpa tomorrow. And I just built the Lego set for that. I got that from my wife for Valentine's Day. I love all the Legos. And so we built the set, and it's just fun to think about the movie, so I think they'll be watching that one. And that's just, oh, that movie. That is the only movie that within the first 15 minutes, I'm just like, I want to cry. It's just, oh, it's all the emotions. They just set you up so well. Just like, holy cow. Oh man, well, thank you. I really appreciate that, and I'm grateful for that. I'm happy you enjoyed it too, and I'm glad that it's a good space to be. I mean, that's the goal. So glad you enjoyed, and get good rest. We'll get our character back home. Hey, you have a good night. Oh no! I just remembered. Torches actually keep you warm. Oh, I could have just walked there with the torch. Alright, all for the better. Every night, poor wife, always in bed before we are. Ay, ay, ay. And I forgot to put the meat away. Oh my goodness. Dog man, there you go. There, yeah, that sounds like their choice. I have heard that dog man is a big deal right now. I don't know what dog man is, but someday I will. Probably soon as well. Alright, well, do we have anything we need to toss into the inventory before we go? That meat can go. Oh, you know what? Can't just let all this stuff in here spoil because it is doomed. And I do need to put the... Oh my goodness, the crows. Oh, the crows. Constant. I really do think we need to name this village. I can't wait till we can make the banners here because it's definitely getting Raven's End as the thing. There is always just one more thing. Robocop for kids. Oh, that's hilarious. Robocop. Robocop is a classic. I kind of want to watch that again. I don't think it's going to age well. Honestly, I don't think that movie is going to age well for me, but it might. Who knows? Yeah, this is definitely, yeah. I will say, too, Farthest Frontier, if you haven't played that yet, that game has done it for me. I finally just maxed out my village. I got to 500 villagers, and I'm like, woo! And so I've hit the cap, and yeah, you can change the cap, but honestly, there's a part of me that's just like, forget it. I'm done. Like, I've done the thing I need to do.
I can hear my stomach rumbling.
And we didn't feed our character. So let's do that. Yeah, it definitely happens. And sometimes, I don't know, it's worth it from time to time. Okay, I keep saying it. This is a Wisconsin goodbye. Go figure. It's just what it is. Or a Midwest goodbye. I'm sure it's probably true for more than just Wisconsin, but it's kind of like a Midwest goodbye. It's a constant like, oh, hold it, oh, and then one more thing comes up. But this time, I will say, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for spending this time with me. Thanks for spending your evening with me on a Friday. I'm grateful for you being here. So, and with that, season changes on us. We'll assume that he went to bed and got his rest. And that we probably shouldn't have him run today as well. Dynasty rep of 10 loss. Oh, I do love the fade that they do with that. Alright, y'all. Take care until next time.